bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. I4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. I4T, Connectivity for a Better Life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 is a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Battle of Guardians. Download now.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
I mean, all the time.
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E-Forte ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E-Forte, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Battle of Guardians. Download now.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me this?
even my French neighbor.
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers. Final call to flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi, melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi, membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. I4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. I4T, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Battle of Guardians. Download now.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me that?
even my French neighbor.
Green light.
I mean, all the time.
Black light. Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi, melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi, membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. I4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. I4T, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mentok. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Battle of Guardians. Download now.
Ready? So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
Green light.
I mean, all the time.
Black light. Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E-Forte ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E-Forte, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
right, good afternoon and welcome to Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational 2023!
Can I have your big round of applause, please?
Yes, all right. Join with us. I'm Darius Drew as your host and also
Brenda Kwan, and we will accompany you in the last of the day of MWI 2023.
Exactly, and today we'll meet the strongest team who have gone through the fierce fight in the group stage and also the quarterfinals.
Absolutely, and there has two teams from the Philippines. It has Riz Velkhana and Smart Omega Empress.
And also we have two teams from Indonesia. We have Bigetron Era and also GPX Basreng.
Absolutely, and also we have the matches who will best of 3.
Oh, okay, and then also in the second match, meanwhile on the grand final ladder, we will have the best of 5 matches.
Yeah, and so who will be claimed as the queen of MLBB?
Could it be Bigetron Era, who hold its title as the reigning champion?
Or could the other dethrone of Bigetron Era? Let's find it together today.
Yep, but before we will have our matches today,
we
would like to introduce the fighting teams today, and we will hear some speech from PBSI.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, please welcome and give the big round of applause to Miss Deborah Emanuela as Special Staff of the Secretary General for Communication and Development of the Esports Creative Industry. Once again, give applause to Miss Deborah Emanuela.
Halo, hi everyone. Halo semuanya, selamat siang. Boleh aku dengar lagi suaranya di sini? Selamat siang semuanya. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhayo, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera untuk semuanya. Sebagai pembuka, izinkan saya untuk menyampaikan salam esports untuk semua yang hadir di sini. Di sini semua udah pada tahu salam esports belum? Udah tahu belum? Belum ya? Kalau saya bilang salam esports, semuanya bilang jaya jaya jaya. Oke? Boleh ya? Salam esports. Jaya jaya jaya. Oke, luar biasa semuanya ternyata sudah tahu salam esports. Yang terhormat Bapak Rangga Danu Prasetyo, Chief Committee of MLBB Women's Invitational 2023. Ibu kita Hakamka, Vice Chief Committee of MLBB Women's Invitational 2023. Mr. Ray Ang, Head of Esports Ecosystem Mundun Games. Halo Mr. Ray, how are you? Seluruh hadirin dan rekan-rekan media yang berbahagia. Also, I would love to say welcome to Bekasi, Indonesia, to all the Philippines team. Hello Philippines team, welcome to Indonesia and thank you so much for coming here. Pertama-tama izinkan saya menyampaikan salam dari Ketua Umum PB Esports Indonesia, Bapak Budi Gunawan, dan Wakil Ketua Umum PB Esports Indonesia, Bapak Bambang Sunarwibowo yang kali ini berhalangan hadir. Atas nama Pengurus Besar Esports Indonesia atau PBSI, izinkan pula saya untuk menyampaikan salam sukses atas terselenggaranya Mobile Legends Women's Invitational yang kedua kalinya, di mana ada 10 tim dari Asia Tenggara yang bergabung dan bertanding. Setelah disuguhkan pertandingan-pertandingan yang sangat seru tentunya, tidak terasa kita sudah sampai di babak Grand Final. Bagi para ladies yang saat ini ada di sini, kalian semua patut untuk berbangga. MWI ini merupakan langkah yang penting sekaligus tonggak dalam perjalanan esports di Indonesia. Sebagaimana dicita-citakan oleh Ketua Umum kami Bapak Budi Gunawan dan Bapak Bambang Sunarwibowo. Visi dari PB Esports itu sendiri adalah menempatkan Indonesia di pucuk percaturan esports global. Harapannya Indonesia dapat menjadi kekuatan utama di esports Asia maupun di dunia. Inklusivitas, tidak ada orang yang tertinggal adalah semangat yang menggerakkan visi tersebut. Artinya semua orang dapat berkumpul dan juga mewujudkan aktualisasi diri melalui e-sports di Indonesia tanpa terkecuali. Ini merupakan visi besar yang syarat akan nilai-nilai hak asasi manusia, termasuk kesetaraan gender dan pemberdayaan perempuan. Maka kami di sini sangat menyambut baik dan mengapresiasi gelaran-gelaran e-sports seperti Mobile Legends Women Invitational yang diinisiasi oleh Muntun dan juga Kincir yang mengedepankan perempuan, juga menciptakan lebih banyak peluang bagi perempuan. Bukan hanya untuk berprestasi saja, melainkan juga untuk menjadi bagian dari sesuatu yang lebih besar, yakni berkontribusi terhadap kemajuan e-sports dan seluruh ekosistemnya. Mungkin di sini teman-teman semua tahu ya, dulu 1 sampai 2 tahun yang lalu, masalah yang ada di skena ladies, teman-teman kita ladies gamers adalah hero-nya itu-itu saja. Betul ya? Mungkin semua di sini setuju. Player ladies, kalau mereka sudah nyaman menggunakan satu hero, yang dipakai itu aja. Tapi dalam jangka kurun waktu kurang dari 2 tahun, mereka semua berhasil untuk melewati masalah itu. Sekarang mau disuruh pakai hero apa saja mereka nggak masalah. Mereka bisa menggunakan hero apa saja. Jadi sekarang sebetulnya apa masalahnya? Masalahnya ada 2 sekarang. Yang pertama adalah regenerasi player ladies, di mana talenta ladies di e-sport scene ini sangat-sangat sedikit. Yang kedua adalah peluang untuk bisa ada di turnamen major seperti MDL ataupun MPL. Sesuai dengan tagline dari MWI sendiri, yaitu Here to Prove, bahwa kita semua di sini ada untuk membuktikan, we want to prove bahwa perempuan punya daya juang yang tinggi, membuktikan bahwa perempuan berhak ada di skena e-sports, membuktikan bahwa perempuan sama baiknya dengan laki-laki ketika bermain games, membuktikan bahwa perempuan bisa mengejar mimpi setinggi-tingginya dan berhak ada di turnamen dengan level internasional. We really hope that in the future, there is no longer gender issue in esports industry because everyone deserves to get the opportunity to be the best version of themselves regardless of their gender. Kami sangat berharap bahwa kedepannya tidak akan lagi ada isu tentang gender di industri e-sports karena semua orang berhak untuk mendapatkan kesempatan menjadi versi terbaik terlepas dari stigma gender. Terakhir, don't forget to have fun. Terima kasih dan salam e-sports. Jaya, jaya, jaya. Again, salam e-sports. Jaya, jaya, jaya. Terima kasih semuanya.
Terima kasih Miss Deborah Emanuela. Thank you so much for your amazing speech, Miss Deborah.
Thank you so much, Miss Deborah.
Yes, and in this delightful occasion, please allow us to greet and welcome to our honorable guest. There has Bapak Rangga Danu Prasetyo as Head Committee of MLBB Women's Invitational 2023 organizer.
And also Ibu Ginta Kamka as the Vice Committee of MLBB Women's Invitational 2023 organizer.
And also to Ray Ng as Head of Esports Ecosystem Munton Games.
And also Miss Deborah Emanuela as Special Staff of the Secretary General for Communication and Development of the Esports Creative Industry.
Absolutely.
Wow. So, Brenda, as we have mentioned before, we're going to have a very, very great match today.
Yeah, and absolutely, I'm so curious who will be the winner of this first match in this afternoon.
All right, so let's invite the first team then. Coming from Philippines.
Yes.
They has risked everything to be in the stage. So, please welcome Riz Velkhana.
Let's invite to the team who will battle against Velkhana. This is the reigning champion of MWI 2022. They have strong will to get their 20th title. Please welcome to Bigetron Era!
All right, so once again, please give round of applause for both teams, Velkhana and also Bigetron Era.
So right now, both of the team do the fist bump as the sign of sportivity.
And also those are the players and the team who will do their best for today's pride and also glory.
Yeah, and for this first match, let's go to the casters to start our journey today.
All right, so take it on, casters.
Will the Bigetron era continue, or will Risk Velkhana knock them down, taking them out of their own win streak? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the semi-finals for MWI 2023. Here on the desk, accompanying you on the English desk for the entire day. It's me, Mirko. On my right, we got Eterna and Arashi as our analysts.
It's really nice to see you guys. How are you all guys doing?
I'm doing good, man. We're doing good. We got here super early in the morning. We are ready for this mall event, right? And again, information, if you guys are in Indonesia, come and visit us. Come and join. It's all free to watch your teams, your favorite teams right here. And there's a whole crowd already building up in this mall, Rashi.
We just got started, and now you can see that the audience is really starting to build up. So we've only just begun here.
Well, you know,
Feels like that.
it is. What mall is it?
Sumarekon Mall, Bekasi. So for those of you living around the area, or maybe you live far like us, we traveled all the way here on a different planet, basically. That's what people like to say. But we're here because we are here to support all the women teams who've really come out on top. They've really developed over these past few years, I'd like to say. And finally, we get the second MWI, and it's been great.
It's great to finally be here too, finally casting for MWI. And you can really see that the women you see on stage here, they are here to prove, and they have proven so much throughout the group stages and even the playoff stage to get into the playoffs semi-finals. Now, again, semi-finals, this is a single elimination format. Last year, in the grand finals of MWI 2022, we saw two Indonesian teams. Here in Indonesia, it's Indonesia-Philippines and Indonesia-Philippines with Risk Velkhana, again, taking on Bigetron Era in our first match. Then later, we'll have GPX Basreng taking on Omega Empress. So, Eterna, Arashi, there's a big question here, right? Indo finals, will it happen again in Indonesia?
I mean, it's possible, right? Not because of anything else, but rather how we've seen them progress even this season, right? Last season, for sure, we saw that Bigetron Era were able to dominate. And even this season in MWI, we've seen them come out on top, right? 100% win rate so far. Even last year, they had a 99% win rate. So what you can say is they've actually developed as a team, whereas GPX Basreng, they're also not far behind. So seeing an Indo Grand Finals, once again, definitely possible here, Rashi.
I mean, you can say that Bigetron has been dominant, but every other team has been improving. So the fact that they can maintain that kind of dominance when all these teams have coaches now, have staff looking to try and find their weaknesses, and they're still on top, that just shows next level kind of gameplay. But of course, their opponents today, not exactly any kind of pushover either. They have been dominant in MWI so far, only losing once to GPX Basreng. So they have a good chance on making this a very intense and close match.
Exactly. That happened in Group B, right? Both of these teams were in different groups. Group A, topped by Bigetron Era. 4 They went 4-0. They actually went unbeaten.
4-0.
It's 100% win rate for Bigetron Era, then followed through by Omega Empress, who were second in the group. We're now facing off against the top of Group B, which is actually GPX Basreng, who actually beat Risk Velkhana. So if we take a look at both Bigetron Era and Risk Velkhana, Risk has fallen to an Indonesian team before, and it was, well, I think the 2 times that they met, it has been GPX who's taken the dub. GPX also currently the 2nd seed from Indonesia now. Champion still Bigetron Era. So if we take a look at the statistics, I do believe Bigetron Era has a massive advantage coming up against Risk Velkhana.
That's true. And that's probably what we might expect today. But hopefully, right, we see that, like, the reason why it's so great to lose sometimes, it's so you learn something from it, right? So perhaps from the loss that Risk Velkhana had to GPX Basreng, perhaps they've actually been able to be a little bit more disciplined in terms of gameplay, even in drafting as well, just to, you know, top up that performance.
It's very hard to stay on top, just like you said, Arashi, and Bigetron Era right now, they're still 100%, which means a lot of teams, or maybe every single team, are looking at them right now. They've gone on for a 20 tournament win streak in a row, right? It's a win streak. They haven't lost any tournament so far. It's a stat that's just still so baffling to me. And the fact that they haven't lost a single game here at MWI 2023, well, even just throughout 2023, from the start till to this day, Arashi, they are still at 100% game rate. I'm not talking about matches, man.
Game rate. I mean, they're going to try and attempt to continue this dominance. And if you take a look at the playoff bracket, if they succeed against Risk Velkhana here, they are on going to the grand finals. And afterwards, today, we're going to see Omega Empress going up against GPX as well. So, a very heated match for all 4 teams right here. But back again to the topic of Bigetron. They've been so dominant, and looking at the stats at least, it's hard to deny their dominance. If you look at the KDAs even, it seems like they just have an abundance of good performances and very little damage done to them as far as the KDA numbers are considered. So, we have to see.
Yeah, today's schedule is here. Bigetron Era versus Risk Velkhana. You're seeing it right now. That's what's happening right here. Then for our second match,
we have Omega from the Philippines going against GPX, and whoever wins from both of these matches, they are going to proceed on to the grand finals. And we'd like to remind you that there will be a bronze match for 3rd place, but it will be off stream. So these are the 3 matches that you guys can look forward to today.
For sure, man. I mean, again, it's just so stacked, right? We got the best 4 teams in the world when it comes to women's MLBB, and they're definitely not a pushover. You mentioned it, Arashi. Thing is, though, I feel like right now, a lot of eyes are on the Indonesian teams. We've seen Indo-Indo finals in almost every single women's international tournament here. So, coming up in this matchup, again, this is a team lineup for Bigetron Era, the lineup that is right now the most winningest lineup in the women's MLBB division. Cine, Fumi Echo, Chell, Vival, Vivian, 0 game losses in 2023. This can be a double-edged sword though, however. You build confidence after every single game. Now, if they are at their peak when it comes to confidence, overconfidence can be like, a weapon that Risk can use up against them.
But remember, they had the confidence since last year, right?
Yeah.
They had it at MWI
2 years, I think, now.
2022, now 2 years, but it still hasn't been able to become a weakness for them. And on the other side, the official team lineup here from Risk Velkhana, we have the main 5 once again. No differences so far, and the player that I'd like to highlight coming in from Risk Velkhana is definitely Taro. She has been exceptional, right? A lot of things really depend on her, and because of that, that actually gives Bigetron Era a little bit of an edge when it comes down to those targeting.
And if you look at the stats right here for Risk Velkhana, right? Tara in particular has more total kills compared to Shell from Bigetron, but she also has a lot more deaths. So the ratio is lower, and that means that they are willing to take risks and actually do what it takes to actually get that advantage. Now the question is, can Bigetron Era punish their willingness to actually trade kills and actually use that against them?
Well, let's take a look at their role predictions, right? Because it does seem like they're coming in with their best lineup in terms of roles and in terms of their just lineup overall here. It's Chell in the gold lane, Vivian as your roamer for Bigetron Era, Cine in the mid lane, Vival as the jungler, and Fumi Echo as the XP laner, the newcomer technically to Bigetron era. She's been in the team for like, what, 6 months now, but she is the newest member. Every single member has been here from the start. So Fumi Echo has really brought this new lineup and has found so much success with this new lineup. Meanwhile, for Velkhana, they're still sticking with their main 5.
Yeah, we have Taro in the gold lane. We have Rain God in the mid lane. Jewel God obviously is going to be their roamer, whereas Vene God is going to be in that jungle position. Shang in the EXP lane. And these are these matchups that are going to be so interesting, right? Because Taro has been the anchor for Velkhana, but she's going to have to go against Shell, who won a Maniac last time around, almost a Savage. It was stolen away from her. But now we're going to take a look at the team head-to-head.
If you look at the head-to-head, the stats aren't really that different, but of course, the 100% win rate for Bigetron does stand out. And look at the most picked heroes right here. It really shows you what kind of playstyle you can expect coming in. And for Bigetron era, the fact that they picked the Fredgen so much, we've talked about this being a very solid flex pick that they can abuse to try and confuse Velkhana in the drafting phase. On the other hand, though, talking about Shang, on that Lapu-Lapu, it seems like it's her main hero, her favorite hero, and if she gets it, that can be the key that Velkhana can use to try and set some precedent, to try and set up the tempo against Bigetron era.
The tempo is going to matter a lot, right, in this game, because again, if you look at both Velkhana and Bigetron era, well, especially for Velkhana, if they get the game rolling from the start, they really are good at using that to snowball all the way to get that victory. However, up against Bigetron era, who can play both of the sides really well, early, mid, even to late game, this is where Risk really need to start popping off here. As we get to see also the player head-to-head for both Vivol and Vene God, who will have a lot to say when it comes to game tempo.
If you look at the average kills and the teamfight participation, Vene God definitely has a bit of an edge here, but this also shows that for instead of Bigetron, despite having such a dominant performance, Vivol is still not really dominating as far as stats goes. Kind of shows that the rest of the team are comfortable just taking matters into their own hands and carrying the game themselves. So that is something that Velkhana needs to keep in mind, right? It's not one person that they can watch out for, it's every single person, every single player in Bigetron era.
You know, we've seen this player before. Taro is actually here last time at MWI 2022, but she was under a different org. Obviously, it was Bren Victress who lost to Basreng in MWI 2022 in the semi-final. So she had a really good run in her first MWI. Here, she's trying to get past the semifinals now up against Bigetron era. So that's, you know, a personal goal for her.
And that's great, right? Because even if they did move, she's not a newbie.
No,
right? She's not a rookie. She has experience, and she's shown that experience in the Land of Dawn coming into MWI, even though she's under a different banner. And one of the things that I would like to point out, going back to that head-to-head, is the fact that I do believe that Velkhana, they can be a more team fight and kill-oriented team based on the data, based on the stats, right? But sometimes that isn't enough. It's not enough sometimes to get kills, because even if you do get kills, sure, you get a little bit of gold, but how are you going to be able to translate that onto neutral objectives? And I feel like that's what Bigetron era has down to the toe.
What can you do when you already have a lead? Bigetron is definitely no stranger to that situation. And in the early game, it's not like Bigetron era is a passive team. They are completely comfortable just going all in the early game. And we've seen it again and again. And usually, it's all set up by Vivian in that roamer position. If she can find the right heroes and the right moments to try and make those plays happen, we've seen Bigetron pop up and set up ganks all the way since level 2, level 3. They have no issue doing that at all.
I think the standout for Bigetron era, just like you mentioned, Arashi, has been Vivian for a long time, right? Especially here when it comes down to the new patch. Right before M4, we saw a massive patch in the Vision game. You can no longer hear, you can no longer get sound cues when you don't have vision on the map, and the roamer role just got enhanced by like 1,000, amplified. Now it's so important for your roamer to open up the map. When you have someone like Vivian on your team who's constantly opening up the map, constantly being a nuisance in the enemy jungle on those aggressive early game heroes, it is going to really impact a team like Velkhana, who have only won their games through getting the early game pressure. So if they get taken to deep waters early on by Bigetron era, it's definitely going to be a hard or a long road for them.
Disrupt the tempo. Disrupt their tempo. That's what they have to do. And it might not be as easy, right? Because once again, Risk Velkhana, they've had a lot of time to learn about the mistakes that they've made, right? Perhaps maybe discipline was an issue for them as well. They can't rely too much on that early game tempo, realizing that Bigetron era, they are a mature veteran team.
Speaking of mature,
they need plan B, plan Z, plan D, plan every alphabet.
All the plans.
All the plans.
All the plans, right? A to Z, every alphabet, you're right. But you know what, there's a fun fact.
What?
We've been mentioning about Taro's experience in the women's scene. She's only 17.
What?
She's 17. She's the youngest player on the team. She's 17.
She's prodigy. 17?
Yeah, she's a prodigy.
And actually, there's a bit of an age gap as well, because the oldest member in Risk Velkhana, I believe, was Sheng. And she's... is it rude, Eterna, to expose someone's age?
You can just say there's an age gap.
There is
think
an age gap,
Pretty
right?
massive
That's appropriate.
age gap. I mean, but then on the other flip side though, Bigetron era is also a team with a lot of experience, and the difference is they have shown that they can play both sides again and again, so they have more experience doing it both ways. So now, like Miko said, if they take Risk Velkhana into deep waters, they have the edge because they also know exactly what Risk Velkhana will be looking for. And as we say that, the keys to victory here for them is to watch out for Vival, Shell, or Sini's early kills. 3 members. They have to make sure that they don't get any early kills at all, and then funnel resources to Taro, because as we mentioned earlier, she is the key player, and if they can get that early dominance, play it safe, and not lose tempo, right, they can snowball and get a lot more momentum in the mid-game.
Goal lane is going to be really important here, right? For both of the teams, I think in this meta in general, when it comes down to the real core of the game, right now, it's the gold laner. And when you have someone as experienced and also as just mechanically talented as Taro here, you really want to funnel as much as you can towards Taro, who can really take the game into her own hands. Meanwhile, we're also going to take a look at Bigetron era's keys to victory very, very soon. But before that, let's take a look at the players, right? They're all looking super confident here up on stage on their beautiful, amazing, awesome Samsung S23s.
Well, that's the key difference and why it's so concerning, right? For Risk Velkhana, it seems to be there's a very one-dimensional, singular win condition. But for Bigetron, it's just a bit more dynamic. Looking at the keys to victory here, emphasize on the team's near-perfect teamwork, play aggressive early, end it fast, and utilize the player's role versatility. Like we mentioned, there's not a single player they can actually try and shut down in the early game. So if they're able to, for example, shut down Sini, for example, they have to try and use that to try and shut down the other players as well. Because unlike Risk Velkhana, every single member can just pop off there. Even the roamer, Vivian, can be the key to victory, and that's why the keys to victory just shows that they have to just do everything clean the way they've done so far.
Yeah, I think that's the main difference between these two teams, right? Risk Velkhana, you realize, you understand that the main anchor is Taro, but Bigetron era, it's a little bit more abstract than that, because we've seen time and time again, the MVPs even swap, right? Sometimes it's Sini, sometimes it's Shell. Really depends on what the coach gives the players, and that's what's going to be ultra important, right? The drafts. Now, Arashi, what can we expect coming into these drafts? What kind of heroes do you think Bigetron era might be prioritizing?
I think initially they're going to go for the bit of a flex pick situation, just to confuse, right? Because we talked about the large, massive hero pool that the players coming in from Bigetron era have in their disposal. So if they can use that to their advantage and maybe get some heroes that can do more than just one thing. For example, in the mage position, if they can get like a Yves, they can be aggressive and defensive. They have a chance to just adjust how they're going to play the game out against Risk Velkhana.
Let's see the match versus screen here with all the statistics of the two teams. Again, you can see Bigetron era on the left side and Risk Velkhana on the right side. What do you see?
A lot.
You see a lot?
A lot of numbers
Same.
here, Mirko. I think Arashi's the better person to analyze all of this.
You're a number man.
I think from the from the stats right here, you can see that the Risk Velkhana, they're just all out, all in that early game. All the stats just shows that they're a bit more aggressive, right? And for Bigetron, it just shows more consistency. I feel like that is the general idea, the general look of it. And if you look at Bigetron though, they also have that Kadita and that Terizla. It's an unexpected pick we haven't seen too often, but in this MWI, it's just been so dangerous, especially when you have a vulnerable back line. So if they can locate that pick, they can use it to its full advantage and deny any kind of front to back coming in from the side of Risk Velkhana.
So just a lot of dive, right, for Bigetron era. Meanwhile, Risk Velkhana, they like to play with Taro with the snowball early game, but Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1. Drafting phase for Bigetron Era versus Risk Velkhana. Bigetron Era on the blue side, Risk Velkhana on the red side. Hayabusa and the Faramis banned out already with the Joy and the Carry. Still, we're seeing pretty standard bans in the draft. Both teams just respecting each other.
Well, the Joy is definitely a very dangerous pick. It won't be let loose by Risk Velkhana, and the Carry is a standard ban. But for Bigetron, the Hayabusa and the Faramis, one is more aggressive, one a bit less, a bit more utilitarian. But if you look at what they can actually do, they can buy time. They can allow for Risk Velkhana to maybe draw out the fight longer so that Taro on the gold lane can maybe do a bit more work with the DPS in the gold lane. And 1-1 is the same situation. So Bigetron wants to make sure that Risk Velkhana, whatever heroes they can get are heroes they can pick off instantly without wasting too much time.
Yeah, 1-1 definitely risky to let go. We don't really know what Taro can do on the 1-1, but obviously I don't think Bigetron Era, they don't want to risk this, right? So Risk Velkhana has the last ban. Now this is going to be tricky, right? The Yve is still left open. Obviously here we can see that the Fredrin is also available, but they are going to be prioritizing the Yve ban first. Bigetron Era with the first pick here.
I've just been waiting for that Yve ban, right? Because both of these teams, they really like to go for the Yve bans. Those are the two most banned heroes for Bigetron and Risk. But now with the glue up for grabs, it was set up by Bigetron Era, who banned out the Faramis early on in the draft. And now you have to see Risk Velkhana, what are they going to answer back to up against this glue? Usually the answer can be the Lapu, but they pick up the Valentina first. Also, one of the top picks for Risk Velkhana. Really liking this Valentina so far. Honestly, looking at their most picked heroes, is both Lapu and Valentina. Lapu up against the glue. Maybe level 1 to 3, not the best of lanes, but you gotta get your comfort picks early. They want to go for the Martis instead though, so it's a solid jungler utility for Vanegod.
I think it's most likely going to go into the jungle, but if it wants to be flexed into the XP lane, it's possible, but up against a glue, that is a very brutal lane to be in. The early game all-in coming in from glue is just so devastating. So Risk Velkhana, they have to try and find a way to mitigate that. Otherwise, Bigetron will be able to use the EXP lane pressure to maybe just spill over into the jungle, into the mid lane, and with a Kaja picked up as well as a Brody, they're looking to go all guns out in the early game, trying to bring Risk Velkhana, beat them at their own game.
Yeah, a lot of pick potential coming in from the composition from Bigetron right now, especially with the Kaja being picked up as well. But as a response, Risk Velkhana will be able to take up the Beatrix, one of the comfort heroes for Taro, because the carry was banned away. And in this particular situation, I don't think the Leslie would work because of
Definitely
the way
not.
that Bigetron have drafted. So best case scenario so far for Risk. And now we're coming into the second phase. Risk Velkhana, they're going to be able to ban out first against Bigetron.
Well, you know, looking at the drafts here, Risk Velkhana will need to use their mid lane prio to constantly be rotating over to the gold lane, who's not going to be in the best of positions here. Matchup-wise, the Beatrix will find it very difficult to lane up against the Brody, especially early on. Once she gets those item power spikes, though, it will be a little bit better, a little bit smoother of a road for the Beatrix. Now we're seeing the banning phase here as Risk Velkhana try their best to try to limit Vival's hero in the jungle. Knowing that they have a Martis pick, there's no real reason to go for something like a Ling ban here because, hey, they want to go up against Assassins. Meanwhile, Bigetron Era, I believe the XP lane is going to be their main target here, especially that Lapu pick can really disrupt the dive that's coming in from their own roster.
With both teams being so aggressive, crowd control is for sure going to be the first priority for both these teams. And so far, Bigetron has a lead on that, but Risk PH, Velkhana has a bit of a wave clear advantage, like you mentioned, so they can abuse that, and if they can use this Martis to try and influence the lane equilibrium for all these other lanes from the jungle, they can try and get a movement advantage, because honestly, when it comes to mobility, I think Risk Velkhana have a few options to play around with, and Bigetron, knowing that they are going to go all in for a dive, will ban out that Lolita just in case, right? Just in case a big Numenon Blast can be used to turn things around.
For me, I think it's a Lilia ban here. That makes the most sense for Risk Velkhana. They need to get that mid control going, and they've already banned out the Yve. They picked up the Valentina. Auto mid control for you. If you let the Lilia go, that's super good clear over, and probably just mid lane prio given over to Bigetron Era.
You're right, you're right. We'll see here. Will it be the Lilia ban like Mirko mentioned before? 7 seconds left on the clock. And the answer is actually not going to be that. It's actually the Akai being banned away. So they are trying to shut down Vival really hard now. You don't want to let her pick up something that she's comfortable with, but she does still have a few options. The Cho is still available, the Atlas as well, but we'll see here. Bigetron Era, the next ban.
This is the issue trying to go up against Bigetron Era, man. The hero pool is just so wide, and now you do see that there's multiple bans targeted towards Vivel, but even then, it seems like she still has some answers. For Bigetron, they're just fearing for the huge 5v5 team fights, so Lolita, Atlas, all heroes, they can try and group them along when they're trying to go for the dive walking together. So for Risk PH, if they want to go for something that, with a bit more AoE, it's in line with their plan, but of course, they have to find a solution for the mid lane as well. Maybe the roamer needs to be someone that can actually help with the wave control, because as Mirko mentioned, the Lilia is open for grabs for Bigetron.
Honestly, looking at this composition, something like a Yuzong would work way better than the Lapu up against the Glue and the Brody. If they really want to disrupt this dive, they need someone who can stop this CC coming down, right? You need someone with that unstoppable ability, and the Black Dragon form from the Yuzong really gives the opportunity to go for that, but they still lock in the Lapu. Another pick that's still a solid pick here up against the Glue, up against this composition. You can still disrupt that back line. Thing is, you're not as efficient, right? If you miss your Bravest Fighter, or if you miss time, your usage of that Bravest Fighter, it's all done. Bigetron Era can completely punish the Lapu with the Divine Judgment that they have.
We'll see what happens here. I mean, right now, Bigetron Era, they could lock in something like the Kadita perhaps if they want to really just go in for that all-in pick-off style. Maybe they can go in for that instead of going in for team fights, which is what maybe perhaps Risk Velkhana want to go for, right? With the Lapu Lapu as well.
Well, if they want to go for that, it's definitely in line with the plans they've laid out so far. Of course, the Kaja can still be flexed, but we don't see that too often. And with all these bans, it's just a bit confusing. Maybe a Ruby can work as well, considering how close range everything is, but it's going to be Kadita as well as a Benedetta for Bigetron, so it's all in dive and a lot of outplay potential that Risk PH need to find an answer for.
And that makes sense, right? Seeing the bans coming in from Bigetron, right? They banned the Atlas, they banned the Lolita, two heroes that has really, really heavy 5-man team CC lockdown. And that's exactly what they don't want to go for with such a dive-heavy composition. So, Risk Velkhana, how are they going to deal with this?
That's a good question now, because with the two roamer bans, Jewel God here, we're going to see what they go for. It's both the comfort picks from Jewel God taken away already.
Yeah.
Risk Velkhana, sure, everyone else has gotten their comfort picks, but now we're going to have to see what Jewel God goes for. Up against this composition, a Diggy is what I think is the best, right? For this, like, if you're looking for a solution to really dive back, something like Ruby can work too here, just for that disengage, but again, up against so much CC, a lot of damage too. The Ruby won't really be able to lock everyone down, won't be able to peel for everyone on the team, but honestly, they don't need the Ruby to be that sole source of peel, because they already have the Martis, they already have the Valentino who can steal the Divine Judgment away too.
And I think for Bigetron, they've drafted a very good composition, and for the most part, right, yes, like a Divine Judgment can be stolen by the Valentina, but everything else is not really big AoE, it's not game-changing, team fight-changing ultimates. So I think it's a very smart composition, and it just makes the Valentina pick just that bit less efficient, that bit less effective.
Well, for me, looking at the compositions here as we see it again live at Sumarikon Mall Bakasi. Blue in a winning lane, Brody as well. Kaja and Kadita with better mid-control. Risk Velkhana taking the deep waters in the early game. That's the big question. Can they survive to get those power spikes and to funnel over to the Beatrix, to Taro, who's their main win condition? Both Bigetron Era and Risk Velkhana are ready. So is the crowd as we jump straight into the portal, into the land of Dawn for game number 1 in the semifinals.
The Indonesian representatives once again going against the Filipino representatives. And up until this point, a lot of things that we can analyze right now, right? The battle spells perhaps is going to be something that stands out. A lot of flickers from the side of Risk Velkhana, even though Bigetron, they have a lot of CC, so no purifies here.
Look at Bigetron Era and the emblem that is brought in the EXP lane. That is a Glue with an Avarice looking to try and get a bit more income coming in, a bit more early of a power spike, knowing, I guess, that later on against a Lapu Lapu, you can't really go in, you can't really trade too hard and hope to out-sustain this Lapu Lapu with the Bloodlust Axe. So it's a very interesting choice, but it also means that in the early game, that EXP lane is not nearly as difficult for the side of Risk Velkhana to deal with.
Rengon's doing a real good job already in the mid lane, right? Zoning Cine away, and that's exactly what you need to do up against the kill pressure. When you have the wave advantage, when you're losing in that kill pressure, use the wave to your advantage where you can actually have more kill pressure here. Good lane management from Risk Velkhana in the early stage of the game. Bigetron era are going to be heavily limited because they usually really rely on this mid control to get the game going. They finally are able to clear out that lane. People's going to be able to actually sandwich Jewel God, who still has the flicker. Jewel God going to be targeted down. That's a stun as well. That's a flicker out, but a final ball onto the back line. Will find the first blood over. Chell will fall as well. A good kill over to Benegod as well as he goes in onto Vivo, who's still able to kite away for a bit. Bigetron era and Risk Velkhana trading equally early on.
That is a roamer for the gold lane though. Shell, very aggressive, trying to find something in the early game, but instead gets taken out. So I think that really favors Risk Velkhana, especially because I think they got the first kill as well. So look at the gold lead, it's just about 500 something. It's about 600 gold, so it's not a big deal, but with that pressure, they're already looking to try and cement the position by trying to get pressure in the turtle pit.
Well, right now, with the advantage, Fumi Echo not going to be able to get enough time in. Split, bringing Benegod back. Final blow onto the back lines right now. Benegod's actually going to be taken really low. Fumi Echo picks up the kill. It's a kill over for the turtle here in the 2nd minute of the game.
Jungle does get taken out. That's not ideal, but it's still pretty okay for Risk Velkhana. So far, everything is in line with their game plan, right? Get their early game going, get some momentum. They just have to be careful that Bigetron era does not outmaneuver them later on, especially with the ultimates available now. The pick-off potential is still a lot higher for Bigetron era.
Right now, though, Risk Velkhana are going to try and use that pressure towards the top side, but they actually might change their mind here. They realize that the rotations coming in from Bigetron era, in particularly Vivian as well as Vival to the top side, they don't want to risk it, so they are going to look for something else on the board. But so far, Risk Velkhana, they have been trading really well here.
They've been trading more than well, right? I mean, it's a pretty solid gold lead early on as a composition who doesn't have as many winning lanes as Bigetron era. The mid control, again, is playing such a huge role in this game.
And look at the Rain God. She has the Impure Wrath coming in that emblem, so it's a lot more independent in a way because it just gives you a lot more poke damage, and it also gives you a lot of maximum mana back every time you use a spell. So it just means that this Valentina that's already independent can be a lot more efficient as Bigetron era goes into the jungle of Risk Velkhana.
Risky play, but it works out for Bigetron era here. Venegod is going to be zoned away completely from her own purple buff. He tries to come in back again, takes the purple buff away with the Retribution. Shang has popped in the Bravest Fighter in the bottom side river. Renegod has the Divine Judgment. They can actually go for this. Fumi with a split, is actually able to get out of the Divine Judgment here in the top lane, though. Chell going to be taken low, taken down by Taro. Vivian forced to back away. Risk Velkhana with now a good lead in their hands.
I mean, we mentioned that that was supposed to be a losing lane, but the way that Risk Velkhana have played it out, now Shell is kind of behind. She has to be very careful. And one of the things that I wanted to mention about the Martis is that's the beauty of the Martis, right? Even though there's so much CC coming in from Bigetron era, even though they want to go for the dive, she is also going to be able to get these objectives, to get her own buff really well because of the anti-CC possibility that she has on the Martis.
And then the gold lane, it's just very difficult for Shell because if you look at the roamer, it's a Kaja up against a Ruby, and Ruby has a lot more hard crowd control, like a stun, like a immobilize on demand compared to a Kaja. So Risk Velkhana can be a lot more aggressive, and they can be a lot more tentative with how they want to approach these fights.
Oh, Divine Judgment in the rough wave. Cine gonna be able to escape for now, but look at the damage coming in. Shell with the torn apart memory snipes Jewel God from the backside there. Taro still all alone. Cine reads it out pretty well. Taro going to be caught here. Venegod forced to rotate back in. That's the conceal play popped in as well. Bene still able to disengage for now. Breath of the Ocean. Not going to be able to knock Bene out. That's the anti-CC. Now Nibiru's Passion by Taro to clear out the waves. Bigetron era still with the gold deficit. It's a good lead held onto by Risk.
Fumi Echo was trying to clear the wave in the bottom side earlier, but she missed one. That allows for some time, but look at that.
The stun, the Breath of the Ocean, a solid dive from Bigetron era in the gold lane.
Beautiful, and that was even before the Clock of Destiny was built for Cine, right? So expect her already at level 6. She has her ultimate. She's really clawing for those items to have that damage, and that's going to be something that Bigetron era can do over and over. And Risk Velkhana, they have to be careful not to get picked off.
This is a disaster. Venet doesn't actually check that bush, and she actually walks away from that bush. Now, let's take a look at the dive. Arashi, break it down for us, because it was clean.
It's classic Shell, man. Go into range, wait for your team to be in position to try and follow up, and go and set them up with that stun on the Brody. But that's on the gold lane. Fumi Echo in the XP lane, just being such a nuisance, trying to always able to escape with the split. And I think for Velkhana, they're just outmaneuvered right here, because Bigetron Era have a lot more escapes. They can be a lot more impudent with how they want to actually approach these fights.
Oh, and that's so much damage. Fumi still able to escape. Turtle cam here. As you can see, the turtle still spawning in. Vivo looking for the retribution, still has it. Rain God trying to deal the damage. Vivo comes in, actually goes for the retribution, steals it away, and it's a kill in the mid lane too. Taro falls. 2-0 in the trade. Vivo still going in. Jewel God now forced back away. Divine Judgment stolen away by Rain God, who has the flicker to play with, but doesn't go for anything too risky just yet.
Bigetron Era, they won a lot there, right? They were able to get that turret in that top side, rotate a little slower than Velkhana, but at the end of the day, they were still able to get that turtle. And remember, Vival is a level above at that particular time. But now, Bigetron on the bottom side.
Flicker instantly, defensive flicker, a good move from Shang. But the gold lane's just going to be sieged down here by that siege potential, the siege pressure that we know the Brody has here. And the purple buff goes to Vival again.
Bigetron Arrow just taking everything, and if you look at the stats, I think if you check it out, the data, Shell has done so much damage to turrets because for the most part, she's being used as a split push machine right here, as Fumieko just is able to take away so much attention from the side of Velkhana, and she's been relatively low death so far. 0.
She's playing the weak side of the map perfectly. Again, clearing out waves, just being a distraction. Meanwhile, her team just does everything, takes every single resource. That's a tier 2 down in the 8th minute of the game by Chell, who's focusing down that tier 2. Again, she can just rotate to the mid lane. That's wide open for the taking now.
The counter rotation coming in from Bigetron Era is definitely on point here. And you can now see that they are changing their focus here. They're looking for a pick off in the mid side.
A beautiful breath of the ocean and a Divine Judgment to lock Jewel God down. Total Power Memory with a fadeaway. Vivian going to be slain here in the mid lane. That's another suppression onto Cini, who's still able to escape. But Viva comes in again under the turret, still finding it. Fumi Echo sandwiching them, still putting pressure down on Risk Velkhana. But now Risk, they finally fall back, giving the mid lane turret, conceding it over to Bigetron Era.
Bigetron is just very smart in picking their engagements. So far, Risk Velkhana has a so much better team fight if there's a huge combo, but Bigetron Era are not letting them group up. With the pressure being exerted on every single lane, they're able to pull away Risk Velkhana from each other, which allows them to just go for those 2-man pickoffs. The 3-man pickoffs, it's just never a 5v5, and Risk Velkhana, they need to try and change that. Later on, when they're just turtling in the base, they will have more of an opportunity. But let's take a look at that replay. In the beginning, it's Green God, along with Jewel God, just caught out in the outside. And Shell with the very passive, right, gameplay coming in from the Brody, just going for utility and going for the kill secure. Nothing extra needs to be done here.
Yeah, you can see that even when they were going in for that team fight, Taro, their main initiator for that damage was still so far behind. So she wasn't able to do anything in that particular team fight, and Bigetron Era were able to come out on top. Now we are entering the 10th minute, 5,000 gold lead for Bigetron Era. The Lord already marching in the top side. And like you mentioned though, Risk Velkhana, they do still have an option, right? Try to use their composition to its potential. But right now, Bigetron Era, look at the way they're splitting the map. The top side, the mid side, and that bottom side is pushing all at the same time.
I would like to actually highlight Vivian. Look at how she's playing here. She's always in the bush. She's never giving that vision over for the IMU. The Divine Judgment hasn't been taken in the last 2 team fights, and Vivian now with a concealed play. Looking for the flicker as well, just zoning the other members away still. No IMU. In the back line, you do see a zoning ability popped in by Cini with the rough waves. With both of the base turrets in the mid lane and the top lane popping in that passive. Bennett's Rage by Taro to clear out the waves. It's still ready there. Still, Rain God finally able to finally steal away that IMU, that Divine Judgment. But look at the way that Bigetron Era are playing these waves. Base turret with the First Lord.
They just moved Velkhana around the map, and they're just a bit too slow to respond, because if you look at the wave clear, the damage is definitely still there. So Bigetron needs to still be very careful. But with 7.2 gold lead, I think they can afford to be a bit more careless, and they go for it though.
That's Simulfended, the massive one there, and Benegod is not going to be able to find it. What? Benegod in the back doesn't find anyone. Meanwhile, Vivo wreaks havoc in the enemy back line. Rain God able to find the Divine Judgment, but that's another Divine Judgment from Vivian, bringing Bene back. The torn apart memory not enough just yet, but Fumi Echo finds the kill. It's a 2-4-1. Shang taken low. Chell forced to back away. A good move by Risk, but still, it's 2 base turrets for Bigetron Era.
That was all perfectly played out by Risk Velkhana. They waited for their opportunity, they went for the right targets with their combo, and yet Bigetron Era were able to survive. Barely though. And now if you look at the gold lead, it has shrunken just a bit, but this is what Risk Velkhana needs to do. You take a look at the items here. For Taro, the BOD is ready, the Malefic Roar is ready as well. Of course, it's a far cry from what she should have at this point in the game, but as you can see, against the right targets, without the defensive items, it's still a lot of damage that Bigetron Era cannot ignore.
It's a lot of damage, but I've got to say it's not enough, right? That makes sense. Risk Velkhana, they took a risk, they used the I'm Offended, it hit onto a lot of members from Bigetron Era, but there was not enough damage to follow up, and instead they were the ones behind. Did you see the items from Valentina? Only a Clock of Destiny, but once again here, Risk Velkhana going for the kill.
A desperate play by Risk Velkhana. Bene gonna be caught down, just taken out by Vivian. They're trying to kite back now, but Fumi Echo finds Jewel God, brings her back to Bigetron Era for the taking. It's a 2-0, make it a 3-0 with the Enhanced Lord taken for free. Risk Velkhana, 3 members strong. Taro still alive too, but again, I'm calling it this Brody. One combo might be able to one-shot the Beatrix. They're going in for the end right here with the Enhanced Lord. That's the Menace raise, but it is game over for game number 1. Bigetron Era strikes first in a best of 3. That was a fast game. That was a statement.
I mean, it was fast, but it also seems like quite long to me, because there's so many things going on from both these teams, equally trying to just counter each other's strategy and come out on top. But honestly, Bigetron Era were just a lot cleaner in their execution. They seem to know what options Risk Velkhana have, and they counter it preemptively by using movement, by using vision gameplay, and using the Lords to its full potential. Like you said, Mirko, taking out the first base turret, using the first Lord, that is definitely an achievement.
They won on rotations, for sure, right?
The macro.
It was beautiful to watch even, and it felt like Risk Velkhana, they were losing at the gameplay that they were trying to put on to Bigetron. So this is match point for Bigetron.
You're right, it's a best of 3.
One more match.
In the semifinals. One more game win, and it might just be over for their finals run here at MWI 2023. Bigetron Era, again, coming in with a statement, saying that, hey, 100% win rate, 100% game rate, it's still here. It's still uncrackable in 2023.
I mean, if they finish this tournament with 0 game losses, then that is unreal. I keep saying it every time Bigetron Era is actually in the picture, but it doesn't make sense, man. It should not be that dominant. But you can see that they have so many tools at their disposal that they just can't help but just get so much success in the early game.
A lot of people are actually wondering if Bigetron Era is fit to go into MDL.
MPL?
Yep.
Might as well be talking about MPL at this point. You see how they're playing the macro game from Bigetron Era, practically just outclassing Risk Velkhana when it comes to the mid to late stage. But that's something that we kind of expected early on when we were talking about the draft and both of the teams. Risk Velkhana plays a very mean early game, but if taken to deep waters in the mid game, that's when they start to fall, when they start to really dip. And you could see in the second turtle when Viva was able to steal the turtle, meanwhile Chell was just knocking on the turret doors or the turret gates of the base. It's just such a clean performance by Bigetron Era from the mid to late stage. Early game, a bit messy because Risk were able to actually stand their ground.
I think on that point, right, I think initially, Bigetron were going to play around Shell, right, around the strong lane, with the roamer, with the Kaja, they can go for the pickoffs. But once they realize that, okay, this 2v2 ain't really working out, they use Shell as the split push instead.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very smart adjustment. I don't know if it's initially planned out or if it just worked out like that, but it just shows again that if you throw issues, you throw problems at Bigetron era, they can find solutions that quick mid-game and make that adjustment.
They just so quick. That was one of the things that I really noticed.
They're robots, programmed to win.
They're robots. And I think one of the main factors why Velkhana were able to get that early game was because a lot of things from Bigetron era, like their composition, the ultimates, they were very reliant on that level 4. They weren't able to get there as fast as Risk, and they were able to use that momentum to their advantage. But like you mentioned, when everything was already out there, they were able to utilize everything. That's when Bigetron era were able to get out on top.
The laning was actually great by Risk, right? The way that they were able to actually even outlane Bigetron era in some cases there, with Shang having a level advantage over Fumi, and obviously that 2v2 going in favor of Risk Velkhana. They weren't able to snowball, to utilize that gold lead to look for objectives, which you kind of mentioned early on, right? Risk Velkhana, that's what they struggle with when they fall in the early game. Even when they get ahead in the early game, when they're up against a team who can really weather out that storm, it's just so scary for them. And here we are going to take a quick recap in the game, taking a look at the item builds first here. 11-4. It's not really like a crazy kill stat, but if you take a look at the turrets, it's a different story.
And for Risk Velkhana, like Eterna mentioned, it's just such a tough situation. Rain God, right, one of the quote-unquote main pillars on the team, because of course it's always the mid lane and the gold lane in the late game, right? But in that late game, only a Club of Destiny, and not even Enchanted Talisman finished for the Valentina. You really see how this hero is not as strong, but in this game against Bigetron era, it's just so much more difficult. And if you look at everyone else, like I said, Tara was able to do some damage, but it's not nearly enough looking at the items of Bigetron era, because they do respect the damage potential from Risk Velkhana, and they itemize accordingly to ensure that any kind of comeback will come at a huge cost. They lost the jungler, they lost Vival in that one play, but they gained 2 members down along with the Lord coming in. So I think Bigetron era, if they allow you to get something, they're gonna trade it back with something even more expensive.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate, right? Because at one point, Jewel God was able to get that I'm offended. But the problem was, because of no follow-up damage from the other members, they couldn't use that as their one moment to turn things around. But now we're gonna take a look at the post-game stats here as well.
Vene took a whole lot of damage though, right? You gotta give it to her. She was able to secure a lot of early game objectives and even fend off a lot of invades that were happening in her jungle alone, Arashi.
Well, the Martis is a very strong hero, and you can see that Venegod did attempt to use that to its full potential. But unfortunately, when everyone else slowly but surely gets suffocated by the rotations, by the pickups from Bigetron era, you can only do so much. And if you look at the damage to tower, like we mentioned, Bigetron just knows the assignment, understood what needs to be done. They go for the pickoffs. When Risk Velkhana plays passively, they go for the dives, they go for the turrets, and you can just see that reflected in the stats. And the MVP for this game is going to be Cine on the Kadita. 100% kill participation. That's ridiculous. And 0 deaths as well.
She has also the highest damage dealt. And that's crazy because technically, her item build isn't even full yet, right?
No,
the lightning trunk
it's 2 items.
Been built.
It's like a utility item. It's like penetration item. It's not even like a holy crystal or something. Like the burst, technically she didn't like get a lot of kills, but 10 assists. Oh my goodness. This is a utility Kadita. We saw it, 100% KP. And like you mentioned, Eterna, 2 items.
2 items. What? I think it's based on the damage that the fact that everyone from Risk Velkhana are forced to focus on other members, because you can see that for the most part, Cine it's not the main engage tool, right? She stays all the way in the back. She doesn't go in the way we usually see Kaditas go. She just goes for these follow-up plays, and she's able to get so much value, especially when the members from Risk Velkhana are concerned about the other engages. So it's a completely different approach from a usual Kadita, but she's able to make it work. And here, she was almost taken out, but it's just too calm and calculated. And I think, as you can, we talked about earlier, Vivian was just hiding away, just being a constant pressure, constant threat. But that allows Cine to just sit back and wait for the right moments to just combo, follow up, and then stay relatively safe from the CC and burst coming in from Velkhana.
Yeah, she like waits when everyone else is distracted, finds that proper target, and takes down someone like Taro in the back line. It was just beautiful targeting, beautiful execution from Cine, and wow, Bigetron era.
If you rewatch the highlights again, man, Cine only popped the Petrify once that entire highlight.
Didn't even need it.
Yeah, she always understands the limits of her hero, and she uses that so well, right? The Petrify was used when she went for the flank, when she got that two-man Petrify, and it literally just disrupted the front to back that Velkhana have developed in the game, where they were able to find a massive combo onto two of the prio targets from Bigetron era. So Cine's always there when Bigetron era needs her to be.
And that's why Bigetron is just so tough such a tough nut to crack.
So efficient.
Because
Even
it's so systemic. They know that, okay, if we're expected to engage with the Kaja, we'll engage with something else. If they are expecting the Kadita to come from behind, we'll use it as follow-up, so they can just identify what we're expecting and completely turn it around. And I think that is, again, a quick adjustment, and it's such a tough situation to be in, because now you have to constantly worry about the rotations, match that speed, and also try and solve that puzzle at the same time. That is such a tall order.
Multitasking at its finest.
What are you supposed to do up against that?
Put them to MDL. Ship them off.
MDL. Yeah, I mean, at this point, right?
I mean, they're already that developed, you know. I think perhaps they might have a really good chance against their male counterparts.
20 tournament win streak. If they win this, it'll be 21. I'm not talking about matches. I'm talking about tournaments. Straight up tournaments.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think we've ever seen a team go on with a 20 win streak in tournaments in the MLBB division, and MLBB is history.
Well, later on we'll see attempts to try and stop this, to try and curb this unreal stat, but until then, we gotta calm it down because we're still in the current matchup. Velkhana, they are a team that also has a very systemic approach.
Yeah.
So now they have a chance to try and read into what will Bigetron era try and do. Maybe set up some traps, because now they know that Bigetron adjusts, right? They can try and maybe pick something to try and force Bigetron to play a certain way, and then try and capitalize on that. Options are available, but ladies and gentlemen, it's a tough situation for sure.
Well, you know, Velkhana here, they still have a potential to upset the odds by evening it out 1-1 and maybe even reverse sweeping Bigetron era. Once you're up there, once you get a dub, again, it's another confidence booster for you. It's a morale boost, but it can be a negative. It can be a, it can be a negative, honestly. It really depends on how the team takes it. So far, we haven't seen the confidence from Bigetron era get into their heads. Meanwhile, for Velkhana, you mentioned it too, L's stand for not losses, but learns, right? So they've just learned in game number 1. Here, they can utilize what they've learned and come back stronger. But honestly, they need to start making those mid-game adjustments.
For sure, they need to be moving more efficiently, because otherwise, Bigetron has shown that as far as speed is concerned, they are a lot faster. When it comes to pre-planning, they're faster as well. So it's easy for us to say that they have to do something for sure, but the fact of the matter is, if they don't have any kind of adjustment, they don't find the aspect where they have a lead over Bigetron, this is looking to be a bit of a similar situation. They might do a bit better, but unless something critical gets changed, it's hard to imagine that the results will be that far different.
How much time do they need to adjust, right? Because
yeah,
the amount of time from game 1 to game 2, it isn't that long.
No, not at all.
So they need to be able to prioritize. And I don't know how far they can go with that. Like, they only get a few minutes to just readjust from that. I don't know. What did you think? Did you think that their objective take was a little too much? Were they too greedy when it came down to it? Were they losing on rotations from Bigetron era?
I think they were a bit too systematic, right? You mentioned systematic.
They're
a bit too
readable.
Systematic. So yeah, it's a very textbook kind of playstyle, right? They were setting up with the waves constantly. They were never really looking for those forced errors, where they were, but the forced errors were always readable ones. They're always just clearing out waves, setting up in the same bushes almost every single time. And when Bigetron era got the read as to how they like to play these setup games in that turtle or in the river side of the map, that's when they really started to struggle, right? Early on, it was great because Bigetron Era still had to read it out. What's going on here? Wait, Risk are setting up really well. Again, that's the Filipino systematical playstyle that they really have that they can utilize here. But again, it's about how you utilize the default play and you think one step ahead.
Exactly. I was about to say almost the exact same thing. They have a very textbook approach, and after a while, it becomes easy to try and see that what rules they are not willing to break. So for Bigetron, I said this before, I think, on the English desk, but you need to know the rules well enough to know when to break them, and I think Bigetron shows exactly that. They know that Risk Velkhana, they're going to do things a certain way, and so slowly but surely, they're able to actually picture what is going to happen in the future and get advantages first. So for Risk Velkhana, I think something they can really utilize is to try and switch it up and keep Bigetron guessing. The same way Bigetron were able to try and switch up how they engaged, how they picked off, right? Is it going to be the Kadita or the Kaja? I think Risk Velkhana needs to do the exact same thing. Is it going to be a normal Lord pick, or is it going to be a dive to try and get a team member, a numbers advantage before the objective, or are they going to do something completely different?
Predictability, definitely one of the main issues right now for Risk Velkhana as they are at match point. One more game for Bigetron Era will mean that their tournament lives will end here, but looking at their faces right now on screen, they are still discussing here, but they don't look disheartened, right? They still look in the game, they still look motivated to get this, so they might be able to. We might be able to see Risk Velkhana just going against all odds and being able to get this one-to-one.
Yeah, I mean, they're right behind us, right? So we can literally see them here, and they look still pretty confident. You can see Venice, though, talking, communicating with the team to really find that strategy to come back. But on the other side, we're also seeing Elephant Milk.
Elephant Milk himself, still coordinating with his team. He looked very cheerful before the games begun. I saw him in the corner of my eye. So, like I said, he's also a very good mood maker. So I think he's a great addition. So we have to see. I'm a mood.
Yeah.
Arashi mood.
Arashi mood.
Well, I don't know what kind of mood Bigetron Era is in right now, but as you mentioned,
probably pretty good.
They've been so dominant, but they've never let that overconfidence become a huge issue.
No, they haven't.
So I think that's credit to the coaching staff as well. And even now, after such a dominant performance, they are still talking. They are still strategizing. When you can get all the questions out of the way before you're in-game, that makes your in-game, in the Land of Dawn, so much cleaner.
I mean, right now, you can see the crowd here in Sumarekon Mall, Bekasi, Indonesia. They are pumped, and it's amazing to see just the crowd here in attendance. Even Bix! Hey, it's Bix!
It's Bix?
It's Bix!
Bix traveled all the way here too?
Oh my god,
Hi,
to
Bix.
a different planet, Bix. Bigetron Era still on the on the blue side actually with the same exact bands. No changes necessary. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But for Risk, they went for the same 3 bands too. It's gonna be the same pick clue for Bigetron Era.
Either Risk Velkhana are gonna change it up later on in the later stages of the ban, or they really believe that we had the early game, all we have to do is not lose it. And we've seen matches where this happens, right? The exact same bands and picks come out. It's gonna be a very bold move against Bigetron though, because they are the ones that has shown that they have the advantage when it comes to the speed of which they can read their opponent.
Well, it's still the Valentina here.
Now,
they
that's
locked
the
in the
thing.
Martis last time.
That's the thing, that's the thing.
Oh, it's a Brody. Okay, there's the change you were waiting for.
Yeah. My question is, once again, like you mentioned in-game, right? The Valentina wasn't as impactful because of how Bigetron Era were able to rotate around the map. They were able to hide, just disallow that Valentina from getting any priority ultimates. And I'm questioning how impactful that this Valentina can be for Risk Velkhana this time around. But the main change for now is going to be that Brody. But there's still a lot of heroes in that gold lane that can win against Brody. Do you think this Brody pick was too early?
Picking a gold lane this early, I guess it's a Brody that doesn't really have a lot of bad matchups, but I think both teams need to take into consideration which hero, which lane they want to use as the tip of the spear for their at least early game engagements, because that is where they have to try and get a difference. Because for both these teams, if the tip of the spear gets denied, gets deflected, gets shut down in the early game, you can see that their tempo slows down a lot more. For Bigetron, they can adapt. For Risk Velkhana, it seems like they really need to get that going. So I think picking up one of the important laners this early, it's a bit dangerous, but it's possible.
Now it's kind of scary though for Risk Velkhana because they picked up the Brody Valentina too, two early game heroes. Especially for the Brody, doesn't really scale well into the late game. They had some late game insurance with the Beatrix in game 1. If they really want to go all in the early game, it does seem like they're going for that mid game power spike here. Valentina, Brody, and Lapu. If they, fall off, if Bigetron era can take the early game, it's going to be a disaster. If Bigetron era can weather the storm of that mid-game power spike that Risk will have, it's also going to be really tough for them.
I think if Risk Velkhana wants to go and match Bigetron in the early game yet again, for sure they will require a lot of forethought in who is going to be picked in the roam position. We saw earlier that the Ruby pick was able to swing the gold lane in favor of Risk Velkhana in the early game, and now if they want to be this aggressive and bank everything on the mid game, they need an aggressive playmaker that can set up and force Bigetron into weird situations and catch them off guard.
Benedetta ban, though.
Exactly. So respect ban coming in for Vival. Benedetta gets taken away, but now Bigetron, they are going to have the chance to ban away heroes from Risk Velkhana as well. The answer is going to be Lolita once again.
Why not?
They really are just trying to do the same thing over again.
Atlas again, I'm predicting, right? But for Risk, at this point, I think it's going to be really tough here, right? You have kind of a dive comp. Last time they banned Fredrin and Akai. I think Akai is the better ban here up against this kind of composition. But I think going for the Fredrin is a smarter move here because of how good Fredrin is in that jungle. So Fredrin does get banned out here. Bigetron, again, we saw this before. It's the Lolita, and it's most probably going to be the Atlas next.
They're just wanting to make sure that there's no real counter-engage, massive counter-engage. And of course, the Atlas and the Lolita also provides a lot in terms of wave clear. So I think for Bigetron that has taken advantage of the clear speed a lot of times, I think that's something that they really want to try and make sure does not happen, and Risk Velkhana cannot use to its full advantage. Of course, this last ban might not be that Atlas though, but of course, that's a risky situation because Risk Velkhana requires that playmaking, like we just mentioned.
All right. Let's take a look at the ban here again. I do believe it is going to be that Atlas to round it off, but actually, it does feel like Bigetron era might want to go for a little bit more dive with that ban there. Ruby ban will mean that they do not want to go up against that disengage, right? So maybe they might go for the Kadita again. Risk, though, at this point, right? Atlas has been left open. I think because Bigetron era have picked up the Kaja, just pick up the Atlas last.
I mean, there is a possibility that they do prefer the Atlas than the Ruby because they want to bring a really heavy assassin, right? I think the Ruby is really great against something like the Ling, perhaps. It's a little bit more dynamic rather than Atlas, who has to rely on that ultimate with a really, like, it has a cooldown. Which it's not as dynamic as the Ruby. So Risk Velkhana, they could still pick up this Atlas up. They might use that to their advantage, or what else? Are they going to prioritize here?
I think leave the roam to the last pick here. They pick up the Grok early on already. I was thinking maybe last pick the roamer, let Bigetron era choose what they want to go for. If Bigetron era goes for the assassin, like for example the Ling, they can always just go for a Hilda and bully the Ling out of existence. A Franco could work too, just to add in some lockdown. But not Bigetron era, I believe, up against the Grok, it's a bit easier to pull off the Ling. It's also a signature pick for Vival. In the mid lane too, if they really just want to get some pressure down, again, Lilia can work. Kill pressure, still go back to the Kadita.
I think Lilia is a good idea here because with the Grok, there's going to be a lot of wave clear available for Risk Velkhana as well. And they require a lot more time, I think, a lot more speed because if they try to engage on the Grok, the anti-crowd control can work against them. But wow, the Ling is actually for Risk Velkhana. Bigetron, they're going for this Lunox pick. Spicy.
So we expected the Ling for Bigetron, but no. Bigetron ended up with the Mardis. Going to be able to deny that CC coming in from Risk as well when it comes down to those objective takes. And the Ling might have a hard time going against the Divine Judgment coming in from the Kaja, right? So depending on how these things pan off, they are going to be able to counter one another. And the Lunox, a signature for Cine, going to be able to just melt down that Grok in that front line.
The Martis against a Ling, though, in the early game at least, that is a recipe for bullying, man. I don't think it's going to be easy for the Ling to actually be dominant. And with the roamers available, maybe some plays can happen. But of course, that Kaja Divine Judgment, as you mentioned, Eterna, will shut down the playmaking. So they have to be very, very careful in which kind of engagements they decide to go for.
Fun fact, when we're talking about mid-control too, Lunox actually wins against Valentina. The sustain that she has when she's on her yellows, the brilliance, is pretty absurd, right? She can actually out-sustain, out-trade the Valentina super easily. On top of that, you have a Kaja who's there to help zone and to help deal damage to clear up the waves. The Grok is definitely going to be a little bit of help to the Valentina, but we will see here with better mid-control and, like you said, that early game advantage when it comes to the jungle matchup. Bigetron Era have set themselves up for early game success to snowball in the game. And ladies and gentlemen, game number 2, match point for Bigetron Era. Will they end it here, or will Risk equalize 1-1?
Their tournament lives are depending on this, so they really need to go big, or they will go home, literally, as coming into these first minute even. Venegod gonna get taken so low, forced to retreat, and that is gonna disrupt that early game rotation.
That is a Ling so vulnerable in the early game. And that was a very interesting, I think, unique rotate coming in from Cine from the mid lane. And it, I think, pays off. It delays for so long, but...
They took the entire topside jungle. Ooh. This is a disaster for the Ling, Arashi.
It's a disaster for sure, and this is what happens when you go for a vulnerable assassin and no real backup. So now for Risk Velkhana, they're already down.
Don't tell me. Okay.
They kind of okay. There's something there, but they're already down in tempo in the jungle division, and in the mid lane, it's going to be a different situation.
It's just so rough. I'm a Ling player. I can relate, Vene. I can relate, man. Again, holy moly, Shang as well. They're utilizing the winning lane. They're already rotating up top, and Shang is going to be bullied out of the lane. They're actually going to deny minions here in that top side, cutting the waves again to deny as much XP as possible. And they're leaving the weak side to Chell now. They know that the Brody wins out. They don't need to rotate over. And they play along for the turtle too. It's just a brilliant move by Bigetron Era early game. Like we said, they've set themselves up for early game, and they've got it. Even in the weak side of the map, Chell's actually winning the trade.
And it's a lot easier for the Beatrix to actually play safe here because of the range, because of the wave clear. Of course, Velkhana will try their best to try and get something in the strong side, quote-unquote. But with a Beatrix, with some items here, 1 or 2 ultimates will be able to clear the wave completely. And we talked about how much value wave clear has. And for Risk Velkhana, they've been trying to push that the mid lane as well. But Cine has been able to clear that and be a lot more active in those rotations. So Bigetron already changing their approach and using the mid lane as the tip of the spear.
Fumi Echo, look at the rotations. A beautiful move to pin down Rain God. With Fumi Echo set up all the way from cutting the waves, going for the split as well. Jewel got with the wild charge. Unstoppable, gets out, but the mid wave is going to be pushed in, and they will be able to pick up some scraps here. The Decimation Jewel stayed a bit too long, and it's absurd because it's under her own turret. But this is what Bigetron does. Now with the slam, Shang, she pushed away, but she wasn't able to get anything done up there. Meanwhile, Chell is just munching on the turret, Eterna.
It's disastrous right now for Risk Velkhana in the early game, right? Because we mentioned that Risk Velkhana, with the composition that they have, the way that they're able to get that power spike, but wait a minute.
Still?
All right, he's still able to get away. That's the beauty of the Lunox, right? Very independent, even though it's against a really aggressive jungler like the Ling, still able to survive. But this is what we mentioned, right? Bigetron Era, they're going to be able to get that early game lead, even though Risk Velkhana wanted that mid. It doesn't seem like it's possible right now with the way and how Fumi Echo has been rotating. You see that Lapu Lapu is trying to mirror Fumi Echo's movements, but even that is not going to be able to buy them enough time. And to top it all off, Vival is going to be able to outmaneuver Venegod in her own jungle.
Out of vision, by the way. That was in the bush. She read it out. She took it away with her retribution. She's now 2 levels ahead, and that's perfectly timed with the turtle now spawning in. That's the chaos. And it's Vival who picks up the kill with a decimation in the weak side of the map. Now it's Chell, 1v3. If she wins this, I don't know what to say. Stunned up, and Chell will fall. To the wild charge, though.
That's a lot of resources you can use to try and shut down one person, and spending so much time in the gold lane means that the mid turret will get taken out. So Risk Velkhana, they're trying to set up their gold lane for success, but without enough crowd control to try and set everything up, it's just not possible. And look at the damage coming in. Cine is just all over the place.
Yeah, you don't want a Lunox to snowball, okay? You don't want Luna to snowball. Already in the early game, she already has that Clock of Destiny, 5th minute of the game, and she's already dealing so much damage. Imagine what she can do with her full item. This isn't looking too good for Velkhana, realizing that they are trying to rely on Jewel God to make that main play with the Grok. But even before that setup, she gets chunked down so low, it actually deters them from getting a proper plan out setup for themselves.
If you take a look at the kills again, it does look pretty equal, Arashi, but then you look at the objectives and you're like, okay.
Yeah, not quite. And look at the gold advantage as well. 4K at 5 minutes in the game is definitely not what Velkhana was attempting to do. And their strong side, Taro, has not been able to make any crazy meaningful plays. And their setup is going to be on a Grok that's so one-dimensional, so readable. But Cine goes in and Shang just can't catch a break, man. Fumi, Echo, Cine, everyone.
No way. 2v3, Taro going to be caught. Wild charge as well. Taro's still able to flick around, but he does no damage. Viva picks up a killing spree with a decimation. Now next onto Jewel. Vivian, Cine, everybody rotating down below. The snipe connecting onto Rain God. They're all in disarray. Velkhana forced to back out. Bigetron era complete control on the map. 6 minutes in. Tier 2 falling in the mid lane in 6 minutes.
5,000 gold lead.
Oh my goodness.
Even that isn't enough to express how dominant Bigetron era here is in the early game. You can see that Venegod was trying to get jungle away from Bigetron era, but even so, he is still 2 levels behind Aviva.
To make things worse, man, the longer the game goes, the more the clock keeps ticking. It's not like Velkhana has any real range, but Fumi goes in 1v3 for now.
She dodges away from the wild charge. That's a split taken away. Now Fumi, Echo, coming back in. Short power memory dealing nothing. Fumi is just distracted, and that's a free load. He jumps it back in. What? No way. Rain God super low. Vivian's back in here. Jewel God doesn't have the wild charge. Vivian can go for it. Doesn't go for it just yet. Oh my goodness gracious. How was Fumi able to completely just disrespect everything this game? 7 minutes in. Under the turret, base turret passive gone in the 7th minute, Arashi.
Look at the gold lead now. In just a few minutes, it's already up to 6K for Bigetron era, and they're just having so much pressure around the map. Velkhana has nothing to play around with.
Flicker conceal. Shang caught, still able to disengage with the bravest fighter. Mini waves cleared out. Velkhana staying strong here, but again, that was just one wave that came in. The base turret passives have been popped in. Now they're gonna go for more. Wall placed. Fumi Echo still in the midst of it all. Jewel God gonna be forced out of her own base. Kane super low. That's a torn apart memory as well. Chell is just gunning the turret down. A quarter of HP left, and Chell is gonna be able to finish it off with the render shots.
Yeah, the runner is such an obnoxious weapon to be used, Eterna.
Yeah, it's insane right now, right? You can see Venegod just really struggling even with her items. Shell just being able to get all the utility onto those turrets just with complete ease. This is a complete destruction for Velkhana right now. They're being taken off the board everywhere right now. You can see the turret falling in the bottom side. And this is what we mentioned, right? The item builds. Right now, Valentina once again not having a good time here, Rashi.
This is a corrosion side build by Venegod, so was she intending on chasing or slowing someone down? That's a bit weird, as Vival here still just untouchable. Every single tanky member on Bigetron era can just do whatever the heck they want. Velkhana does not have enough burst or crowd control to ensure that they can secure a kill onto Fumi Echo or Vival. And Bigetron era is completely abusing that fact. They have full control. And look at that snipe! What?
That's an AoE. That's a real big AoE, right? I mean, this is a nerfed Beatrix, by the way. I believe if this was the old render shot, that would have been a that would have been a goner. Vene is level 10, Eterna.
That's just painful.
Wow.
Level 10, well, level 11 now.
Yeah.
Well, good for her, honestly. But Vival is level 13, 3-0. And it's not like the matchup gets any easier the later in the game, especially with the corrosion side build. I'm not sure if with the full items, Venegod can even 1v1 Vival later on. Well, if the game drags on, we'll see. But for now, it's a 6-kill game, and Bigetron era is up 10k gold. They are not letting Velkhana catch any breath of air as the Lord comes in. This might be the final play.
You're right. This is a relatively low kill game, but look at how Bigetron Alpha, they're going to go for it here. They're going to go for the base.
Oh, Sydney!
Oh!
Flickering under the base, and the base is wide open. Julga charge doesn't find anyone. Now it's people who wreaks havoc in the back line. No mini waves to play with, but they're still forcing it in. No minions. Vivian forced to back away. Base turret taken down in the top lane. Look at a good cut from Vene, saving the game for the team, but now it's still one wave up top. Risk Velkhana with Vene rotating back, recalling back to the base. That was such a good clear from Vene, saving Risk Velkhana in the 10th minute. It could have been a 10-minute end from Bigetron era.
But it seems like it's going to delay the inevitable here, Miracle as well as Arashi. I mean, 3 lanes pushing consecutively.
Vene.
They're going to start in the bottom side here. Venegard going to be the target.
Oh, that's a snipe still connecting. She just basically went for a 360 no-scope there. Trick-shotting, maneuvering the skill shot away, Arashi.
The circle of death for Risk Velkhana right now. But look at that, it's just so systematic. And the Fumi Echo has a glowing wand! What is going on?
Fumi with complete disrespect now under the base with the split goes out the venue, doesn't have the Tempest of Blaze. Flickers out, Shang looks for the stun, doesn't even get it. And it's still Bigetron era with the concealed shell now, getting Shang down, taken really low, no minion waves available. Oh my goodness, Bigetron era are gonna back away. The minion waves are gonna crash down again with Risk's hero or minion waves coming back up. They're gonna focus down the purple buff, taking it away from Vene again.
You know, at some point of that siege, I thought that Bigetron era was gonna make a mistake, right? They were acting way too overconfident there. That could have been capitalized by Risk Velkhana, but no. After those second waves hit, they retreated. They decided to retreat, and perhaps they're gonna go for a pickoff or even go onto the Lord. But man, I thought that would have been that window of opportunity for Risk Velkhana, but it might still be here.
Oh man, I don't know about this pickoff here. Divine Judgment and everything was popped in. Fumi Echo chained up, has a split, doesn't survive. Risk Velkhana with a brilliant pickoff. That was super risky because it was a glue. It could have gone so wrong. But Risk, they found something here in the 12th minute.
The perfect crime from Risk Velkhana, sneaking a kill and then concealing out smoothly. That is what they need to be doing, but it's only against the XP laner. They can do that against the gold lane or the mid lane. It's going to be a lot better, but this is what we've been talking about. It's so difficult because Bigetron doesn't stop.
Now you see the roamer, now you don't. Now Venegard with a steal. Will she be able to find it? She uses the retribution early. She is 2 levels behind. Now caught. Vivian recalling. They're chasing Vene down. The flicker forward from Chell to pick up the kill. Sumarikon Malbakasi is going wild for Bigetron era as they pick up a 2-for-1 trade. They get the Lord as well, which is spawning in the mid lane. The first enhanced Lord in the 12th minute of the game. Base turrets all down already.
It's not looking good. This might be the final stand for Risk Velkhana if they can't make a miracle work here.
Another snipe. Chell is looking for it. Jumps in. Taro gets smacked. Sydney finds the kill. The wild charge isn't enough. And it's Bigetron era who proceeds to the grand finals 21 times in a row.
21 times in a row. It does not get any better than that. Literally. Bigetron era in Sumarikon Malbakasi makes the whole crowd proud. And you can just feel the energy, man. That is insane.
That was
2-0.
Yeah, just another level of performance, right, from Bigetron era. Beautiful. They were able to secure that first ticket into the grand finals, but of course, GGWP to Risk Velkhana, the representatives from the Philippines. We are really excited to see what your next performance will be, right? Because they've done so well so far. They were able to progress so far into top 3, maybe top 4, top 3, depending on the bronze.
Confirmed top 2. Grand final slot for Bigetron era and for Risk. There you go. 3rd or 4th, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna have that bronze match later on, Eterna, but if game 1 was a statement, game 2 was complete annihilation. My goodness.
You just saw Bigetron switch it up, man. It did not look like it's the same team. It's a whole different playstyle. And they were just that dominant and that clean in that performance. It's a lot wilder, for sure. But like we were saying earlier, for Bigetron, if, as Eterna mentioned, Risk Velkhana were able to capitalize on that mistake and maybe take a Fumi Echo, at what cost? Bigetron era, my bad, are just ready to punish that kind of aggression.
They are alphas
get
at this point, right?
alphas.
At this point, they're sigmas, right? I mean, Bigetron era, 21 grand finals in a row, 20 trophies in a row. They can make it 21 trophies in a row as well, because now they have the chance to in the grand finals. For Velkhana, they've played their best. That was still a brilliant performance. I can't believe it, right? That was still a brilliant performance against Bigetron era, a team that's still so dominant here, not just in Indonesia, but in the women's scene.
I think if you look at the context, right, you can't say that they didn't perform well. They were using the right strategies. They were using the strengths of their composition in the early game, and they have lanes that they can try and bang those plays off. But in the mid-game, the adjustments are just different levels, man. Bigetron era are just that good. There's a lot of great moments being made by Velkhana. Like even the last pickup on Fumi Echo, right? That just shows that they were able to just assess risk and go for risky plays and get something when Bigetron were 10k gold ahead. But it just was not enough.
But you know, we're talking so much about execution, right? And of course that makes a huge factor, but we've mentioned about even the drafting phase where Bigetron era, they drafted themselves in a way that they were able to get it from that early game. And maybe that's something that Velkhana can adjust the next time they play in a tournament like this, right?
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to, again, that Brody first pick, right? Was it really worth it to pick up the Brody early on?
Forcing the Lapu-Lapu as well.
Forcing the Lapu-Lapu. The Ling wasn't the last, well, it was the last pick. Again, it was up against that kind of composition. Remember, Lunox in the mid lane with a Kaja. That's instant mid control, gain over, unless you're a Lilia, right?
Right. Yeah.
If you're a Valentina, you're up against that Lunox, you're not going to win trades, you're not even going to win in the clear game because the Kaja and the Lunox are just going to completely zone you away. Grok won't be able to help you out that much, and when you have a Martis who can clear 2 camps in the first minute, you can basically say goodbye to your second camp if you're the opponent, right? The orange buff, yeah, that's not yours anymore. You choose the purple, that's what you get.
I mean, I think logically speaking, these vulnerable heroes need assistance. So against a team like Bigetron era that will for sure punish you for leaving your vulnerable heroes exposed, it's just way too risky of a decision. And now we take a look at the item builds for both these teams. There was a huge goal discrepancy, about 12, 14k, more or less. And we take a look at that Ling pick from Vanguard, and you can see that there's a corrosion scythe which we have not seen. It's also Killing Spree Ling. So it's a Ling that wants to be a lot more aggressive that unfortunately just lost the buffs in the early game, and it's just way too difficult. And if you look at the rest of the team, yes, now Ringgod has a Clock of Destiny as well as a Lightning Truncheon, but when is she ever gonna have the chance to go in the back line without getting denied by the Divine Judgment by Rival on the Martis? So effectively, Bigetron era, they have a dive composition that can work as a front to back because everyone in the front is just so menacing.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, from all the members of Velkhana, I think Ling suffered the worst, right? She had such a hard time, and
look at the gold.
And I mean, technically, it's not really her fault, right? With the way that it was drafted, right? Martis just had so much more power, had way more clear with, like you mentioned, the choice of emblem as well. We have the Demon Slayer for the Martis. It was just so difficult for Vanguard.
At this point, we are 1 match away from the big question that we asked early on. Indo finals in MWI 2023. Will it be a repeat of last time? Remember, last time was also Indo in the finals. Now GPX, again, we'll be facing off against Omega Empress very soon.
Technically, right, this match was our #1, right?
Yep.
Indo #1, Bigetron era, #2, PH Velkhana. But second match, it's gonna be Omega Empress, right?
They're really good.
They're the dominating team in the Philippines, whereas GPX always comes as runner-ups to Bigetron era, so it might be a completely different story there.
There's definitely a lot of questions for the next match. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. But man, I can't get over the fact that Fumi Echo built a glowing wand. What is going on? Like, she didn't even finish the Curse Helmet. She just goes for it. You know what? I can get burn damage, DPS using this as well. Let's go for it. And, you know, on cue, she is going to be the MVP, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. 70% kill participation. And man, this approach with the Everest emblem is very unique. And I think Shang tried to copy it, but Fumi Echo just has everything down to a T. It is a glue with the flicker as well, not exactly the sprint or the vengeance that can be an option. So she just knows that she needs to be a nuisance and she needs to have a bit more flexibility in how to escape from those dangerous situations. And boy, did she do that.
Did that.
Wow. Again, Fumi Echo with a wonderful performance here in game number 2. Game number 1, it was Cine. Still, I think everyone really performed well. And it's basically when Bigetron Era wins, you gotta just roll a dice, right? Who's gonna get the MVP? Because everybody plays their part. Fumi Echo definitely was the standout of that one.
Yeah, sorry, I gotta say that I remember casting MSC and I saw Anti-Mage do that, like a 1v4, 1v5 play, and that just gave me like flashbacks to Anti-Mage.
That's the thing, right? Everyone is just so good. Because remember, why this was so brutal for the side of Velkhana was that Cine was all over the map again and again.
As a Lunox.
She's not a Lunox in the early game.
Hero.
A Farsa, maybe. A Lunox? What?
That's clear.
Does your Lunox do that? My Lunox doesn't do that.
Lunox is slow, man.
No, mine just dies.
Yeah, that's
how.
usually the story early
There's no
on.
damage.
I don't know how you deal damage on, well, I do, but like not to that extent. How are you roaming? All right, damage, sure, okay, but how are you roaming across the map? Let's just take a look at it again here. Arashi, again, Fumi as well. She was so active early on, cutting waves and always being present in these team fights.
This is the pressure that Bigetron Bigetron Era uses, right? Getting used to this now, that's not good. But look at that, they always have an advantage and they know when to push it. If they have a gold advantage, they'll take a fight with inferior numbers. If they have a pressure advantage, they don't mind just trying to pull away their opponents away from each other. And Fumi Echo, if she knows she has an advantage, she does not mind going in 1v3, 1v5. And here, you can see that Velkhana identifies that as a factor. They take advantage of it, but it's just too little too late. And for Bigetron, they just go for the right maneuver at the right time, and they were able to just slowly but surely ensure that Velkhana just do not get even any windows of opportunity to try and mount any kind of comeback. And credit to Velkhana, they were able to clear the waves before this and make the game a lot more competitive, but look at the damage, it's just not enough.
Yeah, I mean, with how much map pressure that Glue had, I'm surprised that they didn't even think to ban that out in the second game.
They went for the exact same bans,
Broken.
and that was, you know, we were concerned about that, right? And then they picked up the Brody up against the Glue, which is just not a good matchup because you can't really shred the Glue at all when he is on the split. You know, I expected something maybe like the Claude here, something that can actually utilize the split to get a little bit more of the passive stack so that she can actually deal more damage, maybe even provide that damage with the Blazing Duet to kind of, you know, stop that crazy front-to-back dive that they have. Because even when they're diving, they were diving front-to-back until the very last moment when Cine decides to break formation and then, you know, obviously jumping in under the base. But, you know, aside from that, it's a front-to-back. It's crazy though, it turned out.
It is.
How do you feel after 2-0?
I need a break, honestly.
You need a break?
I need a break.
Well,
I need to get ready for match number 2, dude.
Same. Arashi, you too?
Absolutely. There's so much more to break down in that next match as well. We're not even done here, and I'm really like excited, maybe a bit scared. So, I mean, well, it is what it is, man.
For Mirko, Etern, and Arashi, we're throwing it over to our hosts for the interview.
Thank you sekali lagi kepada Om Awa, Oji dan juga Cipi di sana. Thank you so much.
Once again, thank you so much to our amazing caster, and once again, give applause to
Bigetron Era. Wow.
Congratulations.
Dan kita akan bergabung bersama mereka.
Yep.
Brenda.
Okay, so. Oh, biasanya mereka harus berada di tengah. Usually to our winner have to be in the middle, but it's okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to having a little chit chat with our first match winner. But please allow me to do in Bahasa, and then my amazing partner will translate it into English.
Alright.
Selamat kalian semua, congratulations saya.
Yay, congratulations guys.
Kabarnya ya kan. Oke, aku mau tanya dong kira-kira nih. Pasti perasaannya seneng dong ya untuk memenangkan first match kali ini karena habis ini kalian akan maju untuk ke Grand Final. Betul sekali. Nah, kira-kira nih untuk Grand Final nantinya persiapan apa sih yang akan kamu lakukan?
Alright, so Brenda is asking about the preparation they are having for the Grand Final.
Oke, boleh ulang lagi. Jadi persiapan apa sih yang akan kamu lakukan untuk grand final nanti? Wih,
wow.
Gak apa-apa nanti nanti ditranslate sama teman aku gak apa-apa.
We happy, we
Ya, nyanyi, jangan.
Menyamankan handphone.
menyamankan handphone.
Oh, menyamankan handphone, hati, pikiran, dan raga.
They try to make their phone comfortable. Oh salah ya itu ya.
Bener sih.
Bikin handphonenya nyaman.
Oke.
Oke.
Easy to use, ya kan? Itu dia ya. Nah, kira-kira nih, kamu mungkin ada nggak sih yang pengen kamu sampaikan untuk para penggemar kamu, para supporter kamu yang datang jauh-jauh dari Indonesia Timur tuh ada semua tuh ya datang ya kan? Oh datang beneran tuh dari sana Indonesia Timur ya kamu ya? Jangan bilang
ya.
Jakarta bagian timur itu deket sayang ya. Nah kira-kira ada nggak sih yang mau kamu sampaikan untuk keluarga kamu atau supporter kamu seperti itu?
Maybe you guys have something to share to your fans or to your family or anyone who's supporting you guys until right now.
In English or Indonesian?
Bebas, bahasa juga boleh. Nanti ditranslatein sama Brenda, nggak
Betul.
apa-apa. Brenda jago translate.
In Japan.
In Japan,
Oke,
yakin
boleh.
lu ya? Bener ya? Oke. Rotasi. Nah silakan. Mohon maaf lahir batin.
Ini ajang ini ya.
They operan. It's okay, okay.
Thank you for everyone that has arrived in the venue and of course support us Bigetron era. Keep on supporting us until grand finals.
Keep on supporting until grand final. Once again, boleh kasih tepuk tangan yang luar biasa untuk Bigetron era.
Give a big round of applause to Bigetron era. Wow, once again congratulations and good luck for your next match for the grand final. Oke, boleh istirahat dulu sayang. Boleh sambil berbincang-bincang manis untuk menyiapkan strategi selanjutnya. They are going to have a conversation to discuss about the next strategy for the grand final match.
Betul sekali. Dan tadi juga katanya akan ada quiz-quiz buat teman-teman semua yang hadir di sini ya.
Oh oke.
Akan ada quiz-quiz seru, so pastikan kalian pantengin terus sampai grand final nih.
Betul
buat semua
sekali.
yang datang ke sini ya.
So to all of you please stay with us because later we are going to have a quiz.
A quiz.
And then we are going to give some special merchandise from us.
True. And also once again, congratulations to the winning team. That is Bigetron era.
Yep.
And what a great fight ya for both teams.
Yes, for both teams. And let's see how the Bigetron era will perform in the grand final.
Exactly. And sadly, we have Velkhana ya.
Yep.
They are going to they have to admit their defeat but I think they could do something better maybe for the battle for the third place, right?
Yeah, and I can wait to see who will be the winner of the third place and also the winner of this competition.
Exactly.
But before that,
And
for your information, there will be a match for third position, but it will be off stream.
Betul. So, but before that, we will go to the next semifinal between Smart Omega Empress versus GBX Basreng.
So don't go anywhere, please stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time. I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E-Forte ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E-Forte, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Battle of Guardians. Download now.
Ready? So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi, melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi, membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. I4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. I4T, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Battle of Guardians. Download now.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E-Forte ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E-Forte, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
Ready? So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E-Forte ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E-Forte, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Battle of Guardians. Download now.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor.
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we Go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational 2023. SMB mana suaranya? Kasih tepuk tangan dulu dong.
Kurang kencang mana suaranya?
Wow, cool. All right.
Glad to be back again with me, Brenda Kwan, and also my amazing partner.
That is true, and now we will go to the last semi-final of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women Invitational 2023.
Yes, and we are going to see the match between the strongest team from the Philippines will fight the super aggressive GPX Basreng.
Exactly. Could Chin Chow bring her team to the grand final?
Or could Amori bring distractions to her enemies?
We will find the answer soon enough.
Yeah.
So, let us invite the first team to join us on stage for the second match today, Brenda.
Absolutely. There has super aggressive team from Indonesia. They are ready to smash all of their opponents. Please welcome to GPX Basreng.
And their opponent, the strongest woman team in Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports Philippines. Please welcome Smart Omega Empress.
Okay, so we are going to start the match soon. And I will allow to both of the teams to do the fist bump as a sign of sporty Vita.
Please, GPX Basreng against Smart Omega Empress. Okay, we will have those both team ready to have their second matches or the final of semifinals today.
Yeah, and I believe you cannot wait to see who will be the winner of this second or the last semifinals today.
Exactly.
And let's go to the casters to accompany us in this second semifinal. To the casters.
Let's go, casters.
Please take it away.
Will it be an Indo-Indo Grand Finals, or will we see Smart Omega Empress take down one of the tournament favorites in GPX Basreng? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MWI 2023 for the second semi-final match of the day. Still with your English casters, Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi. How are y'all feeling for match 2?
I can't wait.
Can't wait?
I'm so excited. I want to see what happens here.
That's Donnie's line.
It is, but he's not here, so we gotta represent him a little bit, right?
He probably can't wait as well.
He probably can't wait as well, and I dare say why, right? I mean, coming into this match, we are supporting both of these teams, but honestly, personally, I'd really like to see Omega come out on top here. We need to see some new flavors in the women's scene. We've seen Indonesia be so dominant over the past few seasons, and it would be great to finally see someone else from a different region come out on top.
Bigetron certainly is looking for a bit more spice, if I do say so myself. But honestly, Omega Smart Empress, they've been doing really well, and they excel at punishing mistakes, I think more than that really stands out from their playstyle. So against GPX, who we've seen get a bit overzealous, go for some crazy plays, it might just be the perfect matchup for them to just show that they can beat an Indonesian team despite all odds.
They're a very aggressive team, GPX Basreng, right? They're known for their aggressiveness. Obviously, with their two main players, for me, it has to be Funi and Chin Chao. These two sisters who have been literally the identity for GPX for such a long time here. But with the addition of some newcomers like Tao, it seems like GPX have found their best five here, right? And with this, they're trying to find that formula to get the dub up against a very safe and passive Omega in the early game. A team that really enjoys playing it with that, you know, the Filipino systematic approach that we've all come to see and love. The way they form around the turtles, around the neutral objectives, setup is the main win condition for them. And that's how they've been able to get all the way to the second place in the groups here into the semifinals as well.
And remember, but that's something that we saw happen in match number 1 that really didn't pay to their favor, right? Because that systemization became readable, right? It became predictable, and it became easy for a team like Bigetron Era in that first game to be able to read that out. So coming into this match, we need to see some more dynamic movements coming in from this team. Can't be too textbook, because going against a team as formed and formidable as GPX Basreng, it definitely can be taken advantage of.
I think it's also a clash of styles here. Do they want to adjust and wait for a mistake from their opponents, or are they going to try and force those mistakes instead? Because GPX, they don't wait for for momentum. They take it into their own hands and go for dives. If you try to play passively against the dive, they try and go for invade. So I think GPX will have a lot more tempo going in. A Smart Omega, they're the ones that have to try and find a solution, try and wither out the initial storm, and find those opportunities they like to go for in that mid-game.
Speaking of opportunities, we're going to take a look at the playoff bracket to give you guys just a quick look at what has happened in match number 1. If you guys missed it, Bigetron Era were able to take Risk Velkhana down 2-0. Now we're all the way in the second match. Smart Omega Empress up against a GPX. Again, there's two matchups. It's Indo-Philippines in the semifinals. An Indonesian team, first place Indonesian team, has taken down second place Filipino team. Now, it's up for the second place Indonesian team to face off against the first place and one of the most dominant, if not literally the most dominant Filipino women's team we've seen in a long time. Smart Omega Empress, the way that they were able to perform in the C-Ball qualifiers, it was unreal. It was Bigetron-esque.
Yeah.
Right? Bigetron game loss against Risk. That's it. That's all they took. And here, we're going to take a look at today's schedule. Again, updated here. Smart Omega Empress in the second match up against GPX Basreng. And in the finals, there's a team waiting up there.
Yeah, it's going to be either Smart Omega Empress as well as GPX Basreng. But remember, GPX still sitting at 100% win rate as well, alongside BTR, whereas Omega, they were forced to suffer a loss last time around, and they are still sitting at 75% against BTR. So when it comes down to these data, their winning conditions, not conditions, but their winning streaks, it seems like GPX Basreng has it in the bag. But when we took a look at the data, it might actually speak differently, but we're now going to take a look at the official team lineup of Smart Omega Empress, starting with Amore.
Well, if you look at the roster for Smart Omega Empress, Amore, not Ayanami, wink wink, Shinoa, Keishi, and Mirai. Everyone is just so calm and calculated, but the key player in this team seems to be Amore and that mid lane. We saw earlier how Bigetron Era were able to use mid lane pressure, mid lane control to get so much of an advantage. Smart Omega can attempt to do the same if they want to try and somehow, right, pick a late game composition and yet still get an excel and get a lead in the early game.
Well, here, we're also going to take a look at GPX Basreng with their main 5. Funi in the mid lane. LW in the XP lane. It's a name I've seen before somewhere. Chin Chao in the gold lane. Caramel, the jungler. Also a move from Evo's Lynx to GPX. Tao, obviously, the roamer previously on MBR, now on GPX. There's been so many transfers here from GPX. They've been trying their best to form an all-star lineup. And this has been the closest they've gotten in a long time. Smart Omega Empress, though, we're going to take a look at the role prediction here again. Shinoa in the gold lane, Murray in the roaming position. We have Amore in the mid lane, Keishi in the jungle. And who's that XP laner?
Not
Ayanami.
So
who could it be?
I'm not
so
sure.
who is she?
It's not Ayanami.
It's not Ayanami. Okay, that's it.
But the thing that we'd like to clarify here from the role predictions is that 4 members from these teams, they've been together for quite a while, right?
They have, yeah.
They also represented Philippines in MWI 2022, where they lost to Brand Victors. But on the other side here, the role prediction for GPX Basreng. And even despite them not being like Omega Empress, where they've been together for so long, even though there are a lot of transfers coming in, it seems like they really got that chemistry just really perfected.
I mean, a team that wants to be as aggressive as GPX wants to be needs to have that kind of synergy, that kind of communication. And to highlight Thal in that roamer position, every time you have an aggressive gameplay, you always rely on the roamer to actually be the main engage tool, usually, right? And I think despite all the pressure, all the expectations the fans and the opponents and the teammates have put on her, Thal has been showing that she can actually stand toe-to-toe, shoulder-to-shoulder against the rest of the teammates and actually get some really solid early game performances. So I think we won't see any different in today's match.
Well, again, right, when we take a look at both of these teams, it's a stacked lineup for both Smart Omega Empress and GPX Basreng, but one lane matchup personally that I have will be revealed later, because we're going to take a look at the team head-to-head first here for our second semi-final match of the day. Again, Smart Omega Empress, 83% win rate, only losing once to Bigetron Era in Group A.
But all the other stats, if you take a look at it, total damage is quite similar. First tower rate, 83%. First objective rate, 66% as well. What are the odds of that, man?
Even,
they're just toe-to-toe in that situation. But look at the most picks. For GPX, it's going to be those aggressive side laners. For Smart Omega, Joy technically a side laner as well, but they have that mid lane because Amore, like we mentioned, is key. She can actually start to snowball. She can start to make a huge impact because we've seen that in the right hands, with the right heroes, that mid lane can be such a devastating position as we take a look here to the player head-to-head.
Oof. This is it, right? The XP lane that... This isn't the lane that I wanted to highlight, but here we're going to take a look at it first, right? Not Ayanami in the XP lane up against LW. This is a very good matchup too. Average KDA, when we take a look at just the KDA and just the statistics here, it's actually still very, very even. Both these XP lanes plays really well into the weak side of the map. They really like to play strong side gold for both Smart Omega Empress and GPX Basreng. So it's a battle of the weak side XP laners here, who usually just act as a distraction, very similar to how Bigetron Era played their matchup with Fumieko.
Yeah, but from the statistics, we could also see a different play style, just a little bit, right? I mean, the statistics show how much, based on how many times they've played.
Yeah.
It's not too much. They played 6 times, both of the teams, but we can see a slight difference, right?
Slight difference.
You can see that from the side of GPX Basreng, she prioritizes her lane a bit more than the side of Omega, right? It reflects on the GPM and it also reflects on the KP, and maybe that is going to be something that we can look out for when it comes down to those differences in rotation.
Another thing we can look out for is definitely the mid lane matchup here, because like we mentioned, for GPX Basreng, one of the standout players has to be Funi in the mid lane. Now, she has been an incredible mage player for such a long time. Started her career at EVOS Lynx, where she was able to capture a lot of trophies, right? Here at GPX, trying to find that same success. Up against Amore, though, another highlight player in Smart Omega Empress. The mid lane's the lane to watch, Arashi.
I do think that there's a bit of a contrast here, right? Because for Fumi, we see her play a lot of these mages, play long range, whereas for Amore, she likes going for these playmaking heroes, which is a lot more dynamic. So I think that when it comes to threat level, Fumi is there, but we see her do a lot of things as more of a utility player, whereas Amore doesn't mind taking things into her own hand. And in the matchup this destructive in the early game, I do think that having that much more dangerous kill pressure in the mid game, in the mid lane as well, would be something that Omega can actually take advantage of.
I mean, that also sets the tempo, right? That's why mid lane pressure is so important, because it allows you to help those side lanes. And we've talked about the EXP laner, we've talked about the mid laner, but the gold laner is also something to be terrified of, and specifically for GPX Basreng. Xin Zhao has been performing out of her mind, even securing her own Savage. And when she gets that power hero, when she gets her comfort heroes, like the Wan, she just tears through the Land of Dawn.
Arguably the best gold laner in the women's scene. Xin Zhao has been, like you said, tearing it up in the gold lane. She's been the highlight when it comes down, especially to these team fights, right? Mid laners here, they are more of the setup. They're more of the secondary carry, the main core in this current meta. If it's not an assassin jungler, it has to be that marksman who takes the game into their own hands, where, well, when they get those item power spike. It's about when they get that though, right? That's the reason both teams here really prioritize going for the strong side in the gold lane, just to get that gold laner ahead in gold, where they can really get into that comfort zone, where, you know, the gold laner just rotates over in every single neutral objective and plays with team. That's why you're seeing a lot of different kind of gold laners here in the women's scene. More Brodies, more Beatrixes who can really siege down turrets and participate in team fights more often than just split pushing in general.
And talking about those stats, you do see again that there's a bit of a discrepancy. But before that, look at the semi-final talent prediction here. You see a good mix, kind of.
Well, it is literally a good mix. I mean, the Filipino casters, Leo and Chantel, went for Smart Omega. Empresses, Indonesia, went all for GPX. Here, we're also going to see us on the desk. We all went for GPX.
Yikes.
But Malaysia went all for Lafel. Lafel, if you're watching this, Lafel, I don't know. I just want to say hi.
What do you want to say?
I just want to say hi to Lafel, you know. I miss him.
So, Khmer and what was it, Myanmar, was it?
Yeah, they're pretty mixed. Yeah, I think it's a
bit of a
1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 for both the casters there. So a bit less biased, I guess, in those countries.
I mean, Malaysia shouldn't be biased, right? Because it's a Filipino team and Indonesian team. So again, they went for Smart Omega Empress for a reason. Now, what could that reason be, Arashi? Based on the group stages, what do you think?
I think it's about how more balanced and calculative the Smart Omega Empress is. Because if you look at the stats, right, it's a lot more balanced, and everyone seems to have an equal number of KDA ratio per se. So everyone can actually show off. But here, let's take a look at the keys to victory for GPX. Basreng could play recklessly and wait for them to make plays and sabotage Xin Zhao's early game. If they can rotate faster and stick together here, they have a chance to actually use Xin Zhao in the early game and sabotage the plays of Smart Omega Empress, because we've already said that they require a lot of setup, and if it gets disturbed in the early game, that might be something that they struggle to recover from.
You're right. And I'm actually curious to see the keys to victory for Omega Empress. I think there was a lot of emphasis onto Xin Zhao, like we already mentioned. She's one of the key players, one of the key cores later on when she gets that power spike. And there's also emphasis on the fact that GPX Basreng, despite them being so aggressive, one of the main fallouts is the fact that they can make mistakes, and that's definitely something that they can take advantage of.
Well, here it is, the keys to victory, right? Like you mentioned, play around Xin Zhao. It's literally exactly the same. As you mentioned, Xin Zhao and her early game, her laning phase, is what is the scariest. Because usually when you're a gold laner, you just play passively, but Xin Zhao wants to trade, wants to 1v1, even sometimes taking 2v1s on her strong side picks.
If they want to be aggressive, they have to be more calculated with their approach as well. And I guess for GPX, right, don't give Amore her early kills, man. If they can go with that calculated aggression and get Amore snowballing in the early game, maybe on a Kadita with, let's say, 2 or 3 kills, that could be the start of a devastating snowball coming in from Smart Omega Empress.
You're right. That's definitely something they also need to take advantage of. And I'm wondering, when it comes down to it, right? Sure, there's a certain safety in that methodical type of play style, but how do you think that pans over GPX, who has such an aggressive play style?
I think they just have to curb it a little bit and understand that they can go aggressive when they know all the cards, right? If you try and go in blindly, that is exactly what Smart Omega Empress wants. They like to counter-engage and punish you for over-aggression and overextensions. So if GPX can identify all the factors in an early game play and execute accordingly to what they can see and garner from the situation, they have a good chance of snowballing themselves against a team that wants to take it a lot slower. And let's take a look at the statistics here for both these teams, and as you can see, it just seems to be a lot more aggressive, a lot more dive heavy when it comes to the side of GPX. And on the other side, actually, for Smart Omega, there's a bit of a mixture here.
It's a mix, but again, right, when you have a Leslie and a Yiv, you're playing mostly to go for that front to back. The dive is only just it's a distraction. It's to create more space for the backline that is already present within their compositions. Meanwhile, for GPX, that's what we're going to see. We're going to see a whole lot of just dive and priority on to Chin Chow. Here in the draft, we're entering game number 1. Smart Omega Empress on the blue side, a GPX on the red. Instantly, you can see that the priority for GPX is taking that Eve out, a hero that can really control these front to backs properly. Meanwhile, for Smart Omega Empress, they notice how Funi enjoys those long distance mages, and the Farsa just becomes such a solid option here to take out.
We also see a lot of respect coming in from Omega, right? The Hayabusa taken out here in the first phase. Huge respect for Caramel in particular, as it is one of her comfort heroes. But the last ban coming in from GPX, it is going to be that Valentina. And this leaves a lot of options open. But they are going to be prioritizing that 1-1. They don't want to give it away to Chin Chow. So much emphasis once again onto Chin Chow. And I think this is a really good move.
It is. It's great because you leave open the carry here when you're Smart Omega Empress, right? And guess what? The carry doesn't lane that well up against the Wanwan. Wanwan's going to have much more of a better time here in that gold lane. So GPX are currently baited into that situation where they're forced to pick up the carry or let it go in the first game. They decide to go for the Fairness and the Kaja, 2 picks that are very good actually up against that Wanwan. So you can see the direction GPX are going for here. They're trying to make the Wanwan a non-factor, but Omega, a good read on the situation, picks up the Lolita, a hero that can counter the Wanwan. And it's not just a deny pick, but it's a solid pick for their composition that usually wants to go front to back.
You can also see that the roamer from Omega Smart has more wave clear compared to GPX, and along with that, they go for the Fredrin flex pick here. So it's pretty solid. Get a 1-1, deny a 1-1 counter, pick a Lolita that Mireille has shown a lot of potential on to go for those counter-engaged Numenon Blast, especially when the members of GPX are crowding around for the Cult Altar from the Feramis, and now they have a Fredrin they can kind of like juke around with in the drafting phase. For GPX, they've already shown their cards technically by showing that the Kaja, the Akai, and the Faramis, they're all pretty clearly going to a particular lane, so they won't have that much mind games to play around with in the second phase of the drafting phase.
Perhaps, right? I mean, the Kai can be flexed into different lanes,
technically,
but technically,
yes.
Right? It can
Kaja
go in the
too.
EXP, it can go in the jungle, it can be a roamer as well. Okay, but technically there's Kaja and there's Faramis, so that kind of locks it out. But there is still some sliver of flexibility there. Although now we are coming into the second phase of the drafting, and the Xavier is actually going to be taken away by GPX for Omega, so they really don't want that burst type of mage in that mid side. Kind of doesn't have as good of a wave clear, I think, in comparison to someone like the Kaja and the Feramis, who is going to be in that mid lane. But of course, he does have a very dominant presence, especially with his global ult.
It seems like both teams really dislike having that long-range mage that's poking around to try and deal with, especially in the early game. So I'm curious to see what kind of marksman will GPX pick up, because if they pick up a Beatrix here, that is a lot of range advantage they can try and use to play around with. And for Omega, they might try and just secure a very solid laning phase for the 1-1 by banning that Irithel, narrowing down the gold laner hero pool just that much smaller. Because for a 1-1, I mean, Mirko would know this, but it's a very hit or miss hero. If you get an advantage, you can try and snowball and be so dangerous and so much outplay potential available to you. But if you just get wrecked in the lane, it's going to be a bit difficult.
They're going to go for the Beatrix ban. Again, yes, the 1-1 has a terrible time up against the Irithel, but the Irithel is just super weak in this current meta, right? You do counter the 1-1, but you don't deal enough damage even when you're ahead. The 1-1 can just keep on farming, and the 1-1 is going to be able to outscale you on that Irithel. So if you're an Irithel here, I just don't feel like it's going to work. They need something with a bit more damage output. It's not safe to go for the Brody. It's a very dangerous lane up against the 1-1 here, but a hero that I personally think can work but is kind of risky is the Melissa, or Chin Chow can go for her signature Kimmy.
I mean, Clint?
Which is very risky.
Moskov?
Clint can work here. The Moskov doesn't really work against the 1-1. It can work just if you shove the waves and constantly rotate across the map. But again, they will go for the Brody again. This is the signature pick for Chin Chow in MWI. Up against the Lolita and the 1-1 though. That's my concern. That's why I said I personally don't like the Brody here.
I do kind of consider GPX and how they want to be aggressive early on. With that Brody, we saw that it can be used as a setup tool instead of just follow-up. So expect a lot of aggression coming in the gold lane. But of course for Omega, that is going to be the signature Kadira coming in for Amore. And so far, there are targets available, but with a Cult Altar, has GPX already have a, kind of formulated a counter before the pick even came through?
I don't know. I'm wondering, right? With the heroes that they've actually picked up, I don't know if GPX has enough damage up at this point. The Yuzong going to be the last addition for Omega Empress. The Yuzong going to be able to disrupt that backline, in particular Brody. But clearly Brody is a little bit more versatile because he has a little bit of a stun. But going against something like the Yuzong after the Black Dragon form, after he gets really pumped up, it's really difficult to go around it. But GPX. Now, this is what I was saying, right? I thought they had not enough damage, but with the addition of the Phobius to be able to perhaps counter that 1-1 in the later stage of the game, that just might be a strategy that could work.
It could work, but we have seen that the Phobius isn't exactly a hard counter for the 1-1. It can be difficult to deal with, but in the right hands, the 1-1 can absolutely outplay that. And in addition, this Yuzong in the hands of Ayanami is absolutely deadly. We've seen her pop off by only getting 1 or 2 kills, or even small ganks that give her a lead in the lane, and she's able to leverage all that into very, very dominant team fights in the neutral objective takes. So Smart Omega will have an edge in that situation.
GPX are coming into this with a very, very scary composition. Again, not just for Omega, but even for themselves to pull off. Remember, this Phobius, like you mentioned, Arashi, he needs to be able to at least go even in lane against a lane bully in the Yuzong. And we mentioned not Ayanami. She is a menace in the lane. We're going to jump into the portal, ladies and gentlemen, for our second semi-final match. Game number 1 in the Land of Dawn. Here it is, Omega Empress starting on the orange buff. GPX doing the same thing. Both of these junglers going to cross paths very soon.
Once again, we're going to see the... Oh, but wait a minute here. Amore gets caught really low. But what I wanted to say is we are going to see the PH representative once again going against and head-to-toe with the Indonesian representative. But the problem is, Smart Omega Empress with their draft, sure, it's very aggressive, but it also needs to wait for that ultimate power spike, right? They need to be able to wait till level 4 before they can go aggressive, and it seems like GPX Basreng, even in the early game, they're trying to take advantage of that.
Breath of the Ocean, Caramel knocked up. That's the damage coming through. Caramel with the shield. Still able to get out here, not Ayanami, already rotating over. Funi getting the Stampede down, winning the trade once again. Tao still being a menace in the enemy jungle, but the purple buff will be claimed by Smart Omega Empress. That invade did not amount to much.
Didn't amount to much, but it does set the tone for how GPX wants to play this. They clear the mid lane, they go aggressively and almost takes out Amore, and afterwards, instant maneuvers towards the vulnerable areas of the map. This is what they want to be doing, and once they have their ultimates, it's going to be a lot more dangerous, but keep in mind, Smart Omega has also very game-changing ultimates on their side, so that level 4 is going to be massive for GPX, but also very dangerous if they get caught in the wrong situation.
There you go, heavy spin, and that's going to be the pin down for the side of GPX. Not enough damage just yet, though. Shinoa with the Inspire gets out just in time without the Torn Apart Memory. Chinchao cannot finish Shinoa up. Now, clearing out the waves, going for the Torn Apart Memory. No, Shinoa is 1 HP! So close with the stack still on her. Meanwhile, though, Smart Omega Empress not staying still. Already looking for the trade here as they will be able to secure the first neutral objective in the game.
Rotation-wise, definitely worth it for Smart Omega Empress, right? GPX Basreng was not able to get anything out of the box there in the bottom side. And I thought that Smart Omega Empress was going to go for a little bit of a bully onto the Phobius, but instead they redirected their focus onto the neutral objective. So right now, they are going to be leading in terms of that rotation, but interestingly enough, economy-wise, they're still equal.
Well, Shinoa did lose the entire wave down below, and that's going to definitely impact her gold here, how she's able to farm. Chinchao also just constantly shoving the wave isn't really going to be a good time for her because the Wanwan's going to outscale her at some point.
Later on, GPX will have to try and make a play happen for Shinoa, but in that mid lane, this is where GPX's strategy just takes place here. If they can keep pushing like this, they also limit the amount of impact Amore can have all across the map by locking her down to that mid lane, and then that allows their more flexible, their more aggressive composition with more crowd control, more pick of ultimates to try and get plays to happen without any interruption coming in from that Breath of the Ocean.
I mean, you can see as well, right? Even from the flip side. Oh, there we go.
Divine Judgment though, but that's all the weakness points popped in. Shinoa's gonna be able to fly here with the crossbow tang and Inspire. 1 kill over, first blood, 2 Smart Omega, that's another kill over, another one. Keeping the tempo, Smart Omega, Empress wins out in the trade. GPX gets 1, but it's Omega who find the better trade across the map.
3-4-1 trade, and before that play happened, what I wanted to mention was GPX Basreng. You can see that the way they're rotating, they're looking for a pickoff on the bottom side. Thal just hit that level 4, but it got instantly just taken and turned onto them instead.
It's a tough situation for GPX for sure. I mean, even LW on that Phobius, trying to get that power spike as soon as possible using the Avarice emblem. It's not really working out because Ayanami is just relentless already with 2 assists. This could be all she needs to try and get an advantage. Shinoa as well, now with the corrosion side, means that that gold lane is getting more and more dangerous if GPX wants to try and use their playmaking abilities to make something happen.
They can't target the roamer. Now with the Black Dragon form, not Ayanami going to be able to actually target down Tao right there. Called Ultra placed down, but it's asking to be a massive resource spent already. That's going to be now blast charged in, canceled out. Not Ayanami going to be falling here to the hands of LW. LW still jumping across the map. Demonic Force across again. The turtle will be taken away by Smart Omega as LW zones Keishi away from her own jungle. The stun comes in. Caramel forced to disengage. GPX have equalized in kills, but are still down in objectives.
And it's surprising, right? Because Keishi was actually a level below Caramel at that point, but the way that Smart Omega Empress was able to zone out the members of GPX, it kind of made it a little bit too difficult for them to actually be able to secure it out. And on the flip side, when we take a look at the mid, already so much pressure, it's almost been taken down. And once they are able to have that, GPX Basreng will have a little bit of a better time in terms of that rotation and mid control.
They're definitely relying on Chinchao to output that early game damage and take down those structures. Everywhere she's been, it does seem like she's wreaking havoc, but it's just not enough without the item power spikes. So they have to try and make more plays happen. And Smart Omega, if they really want to go for these 5v5 team fights, they must find ways to pressure GPX into sticking together, because otherwise they are the ones who are comfortable just splitting the map like this, and you can see action happening on both sides.
Siege down below. Mirai has popped the Bulwark in. Tao's looking for the Divine Judgment flicker out, but that's another flicker from Tao, bringing Mirai back. Torn apart memory, going to be able to follow it through right now. It's actually Shinoa pinned down on the wall. Whoa. Crossbow attack clutched by Shinoa, but in this dive, Shinoa still able to win in the weak side, backing off. Will lose a lot in turrets though, as GPX who are back in control of the game.
They use that tempo advantage. They go for the play onto the key member. As you mentioned, Mirko, the gold lane is where all the action is so important right now. But look at that dive in by Amore.
Uh-oh, so much resources already placed in. That's the Petrify as well. Not Ayanami has used the Black Dragon form, and Chinchao is just finally rotated over. Torn apart memory there, cancelled out. Ayanami using the timing of that Black Dragon form back to his normal form to escape the damage. Turtle back up. Now it's Turtle number 3.
Turtle number 3, but both of these teams, they don't have their ultimates up just yet. So we're going to see what exactly they're going to be able to pull off. I mean, for the moment, Shinoa already has her crossbow tang, but they're looking for an engage once again.
They're collapsing on the Tao. Well-placed called alternate on Blasto coming in. That's not Flicker. Caramel jumps in with a heavy spin, now locking Keishi down. Mirai trying to help her jungler, but will be choked in. That's the Divine Judgment to lock her down, as Shinoa will be targeted, isolated from the team by LW. The crossbow tang has been popped in, but the Demonic Force follows it through again. Funi finds the kill onto Mirai, as that's LW getting the damage to zone Shinoa, and that's the first neutral objective for GPX. Keishi with a nice strike, but Caramel with a solid retreat.
Oh man, I thought something could have happened there, but GPX Basreng just had the better setup in that moment. They were able to win that team fight. Shinoa had the crossbow of Tang. It got popped off on Phobius, and it did little to no damage. And afterwards, man, the Phobius just went ham onto her. It was very difficult for her to utilize her abilities and her damage onto the right targets.
With everyone so clumped up there, it was just so many opportunities for the Demonic Force from LW to output so much damage. Already with the Clock of Destiny, that is a significant amount of damage, and we saw that Shinoa was struggling to deal with it. She wasn't taken out, but she was definitely in a tough situation, as Caramel was able to just walk out here. She is tanky enough in this situation, and I think, ooh, this might be a bit too much though.
Uh-oh, Tal again with the conceal now, goes over the Divine Judgment onto Mirai. No Guardian's Bulwark already. The Torn Apart member is going to be able to find it, but Mirai finds it, a massive, massive play! Funi has saved GPX with a Cult Altar again. It's Funi versus Amore. That's the mention that we said earlier on. Ayanami now chasing the backline down. Chin Chao still able to kite away for now, but it's going to be a shutdown for Ayanami. Funi now on the escape with the Shadow Stampede, and GPX gets out. It is a 1-0 for Smart Omega.
What I'm realizing right now, right? When you get knocked back by the heavy spin from Caramel, you actually trigger the demonic force. So you can actually LW has a lot more chances to jump in right here, and that is something that I haven't seen, and it's definitely making a huge difference in these big team fights.
We're gonna go in for another fight, it seems here, but man, that damage, Funi. I think at this point we might actually just call Funi the main carry. The amount of damage and the amount of utility she's providing for her team, it really does feel like Funi has been carrying this team here in this particular match.
Her timing has been impeccable, right? It sucks when you draft yourselves a composition that's very heavily reliant on your skills, and when it's not available, you hit the Cult Altar and then you have nothing left in your arsenal to put onto the enemy. And I think that's what's been happening for Smart Omega Empress every time they go for a team fight. Luckily enough, not Ayanami isn't too heavily reliant on that, so she is still able to deal out that damage towards the backside and hence being able to take Chin Chao down. But the question is, does Thal have like something with Murray? It seems like she's always using her Divine Judgment onto Murray and not onto Shinoa.
Targeting is going to be very important here, Arashi, especially up against this 1-1 who's constantly scaling, but that's going to conceal. Tal's looking for the engage already, has the flicker, doesn't go for it just yet. They get position and they bait out the Black Dragon form. Now, Ayanami with no Black Dragon form, they might actually be forced to jump in, but Divine Judgment is going to be able to lock her down right now as Caramel zones the other members away. Trying to find memory, locking her down. Funi with the Cult Ultra, but Shinoa's going to be able to pop into weakness points here. Only out to LW, still buying so much time. Chin Chao falling in the back line, but LW doing the same thing. Crossbow attack popped in. LW was in the world. Still able to zone the members away. Gold lane taken down for XP lane. It's a 1-for-1, but Smart Omega still have their damage dealers.
Oof, that was an intense situation, and Mireille is still being targeted, but GPX, with their more common, calculated style, less alt-reliant style, they're able to actually get that Lord as well. That'll be a huge pickup for GPX, and you can see that the team fighting is just so much neater, so much more dynamic for GPX Basreng.
Yeah, definitely clean for GPX Basreng. Unfortunate for Smart Omega Empress in particular in that team fight, because Amore did exactly what her job was. She was able to take down Chin Chao, but unfortunately it wasn't enough, as we also take a look at the instant replay here.
After the Black Dragon form, Ayanami just gets pulled back, and that's just a lot of damage. But look at LW alone, going in the back line, using the Flame Shot to proc more demonic forces, and then outplaying, still tanky enough because Shinoa is just losing steam right here from that very advantageous gold lane. So GPX, they're pushing the tempo. This is that mid-game where the Cult Altar is just so much more beneficial, and they're making sure that they use every single bit of it before Smart Omega maybe just outscale them and make things a bit more difficult.
It's so important, I believe, for not Ayanami to be present in those team fights, right? Because usually not Ayanami, even though she's not the main damage dealer, she's able to disrupt and just break away the formation from GPX Basreng to make it a little bit more messy, because at this point, if not Ayanami gets taken down first, GPX Basreng are pushing Smart Omega Empress into the same way that they want them to. Like, they're playing exactly into GPX Basreng's cards. But here, Amore.
Ooh, Amore with a great position to flank. Still looking for Caramel, gonna be able to pin Keishi down. Black Dragon 4 popped into Black Blast, the flicker finds Funi! With the Cult Ultra, she's able to survive for a bit, but Funi's gonna be caught, flickers down, and look at Amore! With the flanks, able to find the team fight. Caramel in the midst of it all, caught in the Appraiser's Wrath. LW with the Demonic Force now, trying to buy some time as Caramel jumps out with no Chin Chao. It is Shinoa who's gonna be able to wreak havoc for free. It's a double kill over for Smart Omega Empress, who are now taking the game back into their hands.
Beautiful, beautiful play by Amore, being able to take down Chin Chao, their main damage dealer. And when it comes down to it, in those prolonged team fights, Smart Omega Empress has a lot more in their arsenal to play around with to be able to win that over. And Amore, in addition, has just secured that Divine Glaive, Arashi.
We just talked about that weakness from GPX, right? Having the crowd together for the Cult Altar also means that Smart Omega, with 2 Petrifiers, both used in that fight, are able to get a huge combo win, and now the gold lane has equalized, and we take a look at the items. Amore, the key player, that's more than enough damage to burst down anyone unfortunate enough to get caught in that big combo. And for Ayanami, going for something a bit more conservative, Hunter Strike straight towards the physical and magical defense. So it's going to be a lot more difficult to deter her from just jumping in the back line towards Chin Chao. And Chin Chao doesn't really have an answer just yet.
I mean, at this point, if I was Chin Chao, Athena Shield.
Athena Shield, for
straight
sure.
up, right? Because you're literally the person that your team is relying on, and that much magic damage onto you, that much burst from the Kadita is just make it or break it, right? Chin Chao needs to be able to survive, and the only way to do that is try and build those defense items like that magic. She needs to start respecting it.
Well, the issue is if she wants to go for those magical defense items, she still has to contend with Ayanami just diving at her, and we can see that how devastating that Black Dragon form is in the right situation. And now with the Lord up here, this so important Lord at 14 minutes, both teams will be looking to try and get an advantage. But look at Amore, yet again, sneaky.
If GPX don't start to read this out, they are going to be in a world of trouble. This has happened twice now. GPX in the bush still, just playing around the Lord's side. They're not opening up towards the other side just yet. Chin Chao, not even gonna go for the Lord here. They're just playing with the Lord, just trying to bait Omega out of position, but the bottom side has been cleared by Smart Omega Empress. So far, it does feel like GPX are losing in that wave management battle. Despite having a lead in turrets, Keishi has gone back control of the Lord here, taking it back over, playing it around Smart Omega's side, but this is where I want to mention that the Brody has started to fall off as well. Level 15, full items, not going to get much more powerful than this.
They have to try and get a decisive end to this big team fight. But look at the wave on the top side. The only wave where the base turret from Smart Omega is still full HP. It's pushing towards the side of GPX. So now, slowly but surely, that calm, calculated approach from Smart Omega is showing its results. 800 gold lead now for the side of Smart Omega, and GPX are the ones that need to find a way to surprise Smart Omega, to catch them off guard, which is going to be very difficult because all the cards, all the playmaking tools, the big combos are on the side of Smart Omega for sure.
I'm getting nervous here, right? Because the top lane is pushing. You can see it's stacking in favor of Smart Omega Empress right now. And that's going to take another turret. Meanwhile, all this is happening. Smart Omega Empress, they just need to buy enough time, put GPX Basreng as idle as possible, and they're going to be able to get those side lanes really, really easily.
Oh no, it's a bit late here for Chin Chao to rotate up top. I think at this point, they might as well just let that lane go because it's going to be the base turret who can clear it out and build a slow push for themselves. Now with Brody up top, this is it. Omega with a trigger. Going in already, Caramel can be caught, still able to actually dash away for now, but heavy spin cancels out all the weakness points. Now they're coming back to find the position, but up against a Kadita, it's very dangerous. LW finds it just there. And when that flash charges in, no flicker, but it's a 4-man stun from Mirai. The petrify as well to comboing through, but they're all still silenced. Caramel gonna fall. That's still gonna be Chin Chao free hitting in the back line as LW jumps over to the demonic force. Now with the crossbow tank popped in onto LW, still able to sustain for a bit. Chin Chao is free hitting again and again. GPX finds a way back into the game with a team fight against all odds. The Guardians bulwarked by Mirai to get back out. It's only a 1-for-1 despite the fight going for such a long time.
But remember, GPX Basreng now have lost their jungler, so I don't think they can commit onto this Lord, especially with Keishi still around. Even though they did win on that team fight, I don't know, it still feels equal for me.
Still equal, but the side with the jungler definitely has a bit more to say in the situation. 4 more seconds, the Caramel is even on the map. Smart Omega can force a fight here. Amore already looking for an opportunity. Might just work out.
Amore, a bit of a misstep there. Chin Chao going to be able to get back into position right now. No torn apart memory. That's the engage onto Fudu. Still able to bring them back right now. Amore is taken low. She's so low. The members from Omega get out with a sliver of HP. Keishi gets brought back. The demonic force isn't enough to take her down. Shinoa's running onto Caramel. No one is dying for the side of Omega and also for the side of GPX because Foodie has just spawned back in. Shinoa now caught out of position. Still has the Inspire. Divine Judgment from Tao. Here it is. Can she outplay it? She can. She finds every single weakness point. She's going for it, but she is going to be caught in the Divine Judgment now. That's the damage placed in. That's the Immortality popped out. Shinoa not going to be able to find enough damage, and that's going to be a Nyanami who gets stunned, pinned down, but now it's a follow from Mirai who finds them now blast. Only onto Caramel. Foodie now with a cold ulcer, and that's the re-engage from GPX. Again, onto Chinoa. LW forcing these dashes, gets another proc on the demonic force. LW is massive, and without Ayanami, GPX look for the enhanced Lord.
Yeah, they can't risk it. Shinoa's too low. Can't commit onto that one. If they do, they are going to lose that gold laner, and that's going to buy GPX Basreng way more time to be able to come out on top. But wow, that was such a prolonged team fight there, Rashi.
There's so much pick potential from Smart Omega Empress, but GPX somehow maneuvers around all of it. Even though they get hit by a 4-man Numenon Blast, it does not matter. The Cult Altar is way too massive. The late game, these long team fights where LW can get so much damage out, where Chinchao can just be so
dangerous.
safe. It's so good, but look at the top side though.
Shinoa, this is very dangerous right now. Casey! With the Lord Steal up against 4 members! 5 members, make it 5. Look at the top lane. Shinoa with the back door. Now everybody running back to the base. Caramel going to be caught by Amori, finds the kill. Shinoa against everybody. That's the flicker. Shinoa still trying to outplay right now. And that's going to be Chinchao who finds the damage. The crossbow tag by Shinoa buys enough time. Shinoa finally going to fall to the hands of Chinchao. But with that steal, Smart Omega have regained control again.
They have the Lord as well in that top side, marching down. GPX Basreng, though, without Caramel, they need to buy a little bit more time. The fact that Caramel is on Yakai is going to give them a decent amount of disengage when Smart Omega Empress want to go for an aggressive play. But because of that, they need to be a little bit more careful.
It's just 20 minutes right here. Shinoa is a key member for Smart Omega to actually come out on top in these fights. So GPX has a window where they can go and fight with a DPS advantage, provided that Chinchao does not get picked off. With the Lord here though, Omega has all the opportunities and the pressure to try and go for that sneaky flank, but they will just go for those turrets as GPX now spawning in will have the say in what they want to do.
They need to be careful, right? Shinoa is not there. It doesn't seem like they want to commit onto it just yet. They have the inhibitor in the top side, the second tier turret in that mid side. And I think they should go back. Stay as disciplined as they were. Play the game better than GPX Basreng. And they might be able to come out on top. I mean, right now, they're still sitting at a 3,000 gold lead.
Oof,
what a game.
Beautiful.
20 minutes in, 13-10, as equal as ever. Take a look at the items here. The Athena already built up with the Wind of Nature. So 2 answers to 2 problems or 2 questions that Omega have been asking the entire game. Chinchao though, this is the problem for her. That's it. She's falling off already. You can see with full items, the Wanwan has been able to output damage more consistently throughout these team fights. Chinchao needs to find that burst. They need to find these pickoffs because if not, GPX are really going to get outscaled.
They have to try and find a way to catch Shinoa because now LW was a big problem, but with the Sea Halberd, it's getting more and more difficult for LW to try and be that presence in the back line because Shinoa, with the full items on top of the Sea Halberd, is shredding her down way too much, especially with everyone else from Smart Omega just playing cover, just CCing LW as much as possible. So GPX, this needs to be a concentrated, calculated 5-man effort to ensure that in this late game, right, they get the target that they require because anyone else will not cut it. Shinoa needs to get taken down.
That's it. That's their main winning condition right now because when you were talking about late game presence, I was thinking about LW, but yeah, you're right. The Sea Halberd coming through is going to be a little bit more difficult for LW to have the damage and the impact that he was supposed to have. She was supposed to be the main carry because the Brody falls off. But with that being said, how do they do that? How are they going to be able to target Shinoa with everything that's going on? Like, they need to be aware of the positioning from Amore. They need to make sure that she doesn't get a 3-man knockup. They have to be aware of the ultimate coming in from Murray as well. There's just so many things that GPX Basreng really need to think about unless they play for pickoffs.
Well, they can try and go for pickoffs, but at this point, it's a bit too difficult with all the waves, especially the one across the Lord, just not in their favor. And looking at the Lord Pit, Omega is very hostilely contesting this Lord Pit, but look at the top side though.
There you go.
Whoa!
This is a good pick again. GPX going to be able to find Amore's immortality now, going for more damage right now. That's a torn part memory to shut her down. But meanwhile, GPX here with the Cult Altar place. Fooni going to be able to buy some time as LW jumps in with the Demonic Force. Again onto Ayanami, who gets the Furious Dive. Crossbow Tang onto LW, onto Caramel, now translated over. Winner crunching by not Ayanami. Again, Tao still in the midst of it all, trying to soak in as much damage as possible. Onto Chinchao, gets stunned up again. Keishi not able to find a follow-up just yet as Tao still has that immortality. Will be popped in the last second. Chinchao now not able to find the range to deal more damage. GPX and Smart Omega still in a stalemate.
Man, Murray, that Numenon Blast was beautiful, right? And you can see that Jincha was trying to follow that up with the tornado memory as well. But unfortunately, it barely did any damage here. Remember, we are entering the 23rd minute of the game, and it seems like this damage diff is just being a little bit too evident here. Smart Omega Empress gonna have a way better time as once again the Lord take will ensue.
Oh man, they're trying to get desperate here. You could see it with the conceal play. They tried their best to look for Shinoa without it though. Now no conceal, no surprises from GPX. Caramel, red out in that bush, spotted out. Now Numenal Blast again. Tal gonna be able to get out of that one. Another massive resource has been popped in. Omega playing it slow, knowing they have a bit of an advantage when it comes to skirmishes, but with the poke now, they're gonna have to be forced to jump in. That is Tal, who gets slain in the back line, flickers back to the cold altar, gets knocked up, not Ayana, gonna be brought back now to the Divine Judgment. Chinchao able to burst her down. Caramel with the steal back now. Chinoa brought back, slain by LW. 2 members have fallen from Omega, and everybody keeps on going. Chinchao able to slay another member as the mall has gone. Indonesia erupts for GPX.
3 members taken down for Smart Omega Empress. A Lord Envoy in the bottom side. Can Amore and Keishi to defend this against the 5-man team that is GPX Basreng.
Amore with the rough waves again, trying to clear out it. They are able to get it down, but without minion waves, GPX axe their way through. They secure game number 1 and match point.
A back and forth situation, but GPX somehow, some way find that victory. That was a bloody game for sure, man. At any moment, it could have gone to either team, but GPX, we talked about the X Factor, the dynamic gameplay. It comes out for GPX.
Oh man. Geng Kapak is their name, and they couldn't have played truer to their name. Oh my goodness, that was a game full of action. Get it?
Yes.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Wow.
Right now, GPX leading the series. We're back to the same situation we were in match number 1. GPX Basreng, match point. Omega Empress has one more game to prove that they still have what it takes to stay in the tournament. But that was close. That was the closest game we've seen so far.
And it was amazing. Hope we get more of that. Hopefully at this point, I'm just wishing for this to go all the way, right? Just give us a best of 3 games, because that was amazing. Not just from the games, but even the crowd. They were so invested in the game because of the fights that were happening, the moments that were happening in the game, and the atmosphere here at Sumarikon Mall Bekasi is amazing. Holy moly. If you guys want to catch it live, you guys can still come here. Remember, there's still the grand finals later on, and there's still 2 more games here that I'm hoping for from this matchup.
I mean, that's what you want to see, right? From the
It's free,
crowd.
by the way. It's free.
It's free, so you come in and experience this atmosphere where when the team you're supporting is starting to lose, you can just feel the sound slowly but surely get lower and lower. And then once the plays happen, just roars from all around. It's insane, dude. This is the kind of atmosphere we live for as casters. What was that? It's such a good game.
And it's amazing to see that this is happening in the women's scene.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Because this is the first offline event for women.
It is.
And it's, you know,
It's delivering. What a good start.
It's delivering.
A good start for women's MLBB internationally here. First time ever that the female teams are being flown over as well. Smart Omega Empress, well, you know, this is home ground advantage, technically, right, for the Indonesian team. So they're going to have to be able to claw their way out of that pressure, because when GPX were knocking on that base, you could feel it. The roars from the crowd is erupting. The chants saying Abisin, which means end the game, finish it. Definitely got into their heads at one point, but it was still such a solid performance from Smart Omega Empress. Again, remember, no prior experience playing live in front of an audience like this, and they're performing like this, up against tournament favorites, up against the home turf advantage.
Mentality is important.
Massive.
Mentality is important. It's massive, and they've got it. I mean, they've been playing for so long. Perhaps this is the first time with a live audience of this energetic, I would say. But they've done really well. And the thing is, it's not to cover, it's not to say that GPX didn't make mistakes in that game. And there were so many times that Omega were able to capitalize on that. And I think coming into game number 2, if they're still able to do the same thing, and if GPX Basreng still performs the way that they did, it does give GPX Basreng a chance to win this next game.
Well, we talked about that huge matchup, right? Is it the versatility and the aggression, the unpredictability of GPX, or the calculative nature of Smart Omega? And in true intense game fashion, 14 kills for both teams. You can't write a better story than this, but let's take a look at the items here, because at the end of that game right there, LW went for that Divine Glaive, and I believe that is one of the big factors that allows her to actually just destroy the whole backline, because she's been able to get there, but she can't stick onto Shinoa because how mobile 1-1 is. But with the Divine Glaive, the burst damage will be enough, and Shinoa was not expecting that at all. She got bursted down completely, and without the 1-1, we've talked about it, the main damage dealer with 6 items, Smart Omega were unable to match the damage output, especially because for GPX, remember, they have 2 health bars coming in from the Cult Altar on top of the abundance of crowd control that they can use to get an advantage. It all came down to that one moment, man. That is crazy.
Yes, she definitely sacrificed the sustainability, but because of how much damage she had, she was able to get that impact out finally, which is really great, and it paid off.
The in-game adjustment, though, by Chin Chao. She only had the Athena and the Wind of Nature, but she bought the Brute Force, selling one of the damage-dealing items to get some more defense in, to survive in these team fights, to survive the dive. But in this game, it is Funi who was, honestly, in my opinion, the MVP. She was able to find so many holes, and the burst that you saw to Shinoa, the last burst where Shinoa was taken down, it wasn't purely just LW, it was also Funi finding that first skill with the Shadow Stampede, getting the movement speed, and obviously with the perfectly timed Cult Altar. I think the only time she missed the Cult Altar, the timing, was just once, but that was when it was just one person who got caught, right? Funi has constantly been playing in the back line, waiting to come back into the team fight with that Cult Altar to turn the tides. And honestly, the team fights were everything for GPX in this game.
Well, it's like we talked about Funi being a more utility player, not really going for those crazy, aggressive, flashy plays. But on the Faramis, right, the Cult Altar, like you mentioned, is just so critical. It was so valuable in both the early, mid, and late game. But the MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's going to be Chin Chao on that Brody. 100% kill participation here, because for the most part, GPX was struggling so hard in the early game, but they claw that victory back from the verge of defeat. And honestly, you can't help but keep saying it. What a great game.
And it's insane, right? Chin Chao won the MVP despite that at almost every team fight, she was the one taken down first. And like you mentioned, the adjustment that she made was beautiful. And at the end of the day, she was able to still deal out the damage, even though she only had 2 damage items, right? She had the BOD.
She only had the BOD and the Malefic Roar.
And the Malefic Roar.
That's it. Penetration and pure damage, right? The base damage could work out. That's it. That's when you have Brody. Thing is, though, it was very risky because technically it's not that risky because they have a lot of other damage to play with, right? Obviously, Funi and LW, despite going for a lot of tanky items, still, with the base damage on Phoebus, you deal a heck of a lot when you get into that late game. Up against the 1-1 who's constantly dashing, that's free damage.
I mean, you have to think, right? The only 2 damage items, but for the most part, they are very concerned with the damage, the magical damage coming in from the Faramis and the Phobias as well. So when they are all concerned about magical, I guess 2 damage items, 1 being penetration, would be enough for that base damage and the execute passive coming in from the BOD to be enough for Chin Chao to make a huge difference in how the fights played out. And now let's take a look at some of the highlights. And in the early game, talked about it, you have the Cult Altar, but you luck out in damage, and when everyone is just crushed together, it's a bit difficult. And look at that heavy spin, just allowing LW to get so many more demonic forces. And with that advantage, GPX, they're trying their best. And you were asking Eterna, why do they keep going for Mireille? It's because when they don't, the Luminant Blasts are just way too difficult to deal with.
There were so many moments where, again, it could have been so bad for the team, but because Funi was there with the Cult Altar, they were able to escape. This was a moment where Omega pulled the trigger at the right time. Knowing Funi was so far out of position, she could not actually, give that utility back to the team. But every single time that Chin Chao and Funi are untouched, that's when GPX finds the dub.
Beautiful. And even though GPX
this was a crazy
were
steal,
very aggressive, that's what I wanted to mention. Big, huge props to Keishi She was able to steal a lot of objectives under the nose of GPX, even though they were in the upper hand. And Shinoa...
Good macro play from them, right? I mean, so many moments were decided just by these mini decisions. Here as well, good flicker from Tao, good communication from the team to get her back to safety and even to bait Ayanami out. Caramel finds a moment for herself, redeeming herself for the steal that happened earlier on, which was honestly still baffling to me. Remember, Keishi was 1v5. 1v5 steal.
Well, logically it should not work, but anything can happen, man. This is why we love Mobile Legends. You can never know what's going to happen next. It's never over till it's over. Because again, on paper, GPX was not supposed to win in the late game either, but yet it happened. So this is the top level of competition where it depends on execution. The logical on-paper stats, they matter, but not as much.
Guys, do you feel how hyped it is right now?
It's getting hot.
We're not even in the grand finals yet.
Yes,
We're still in the semifinals,
right.
and we're not even at the end of the semifinals. We're still game 1. Remember, it is a best of 3. There could potentially be 2 more games ahead of us, but already so much hype that we're feeling from the audience, from you guys at home as well. And I can't wait to see what happens next.
There's a lot of glimpses. We got a whole lot of glimpses, a whole lot of moments from Smart Omega Empress, and honestly, it would be a shame if they went out this way, 2-0. I want to see a full game series, right? Smart Omega have made the adjustments in this last year, improving so much. Remember in MWI 2022, they lost against Bren Victress, another PH team in the semifinals, and they were not able to make it past that point. This time, they've already gone further than they did last tournament, showing progression and showing the improvement of the women's scene in the Philippines. If it's anything like the male scene, they can come back.
They can. Because that's what we saw. That was a pattern, right? At some point, the Indonesians really dominated the scene, but eventually the Philippines just, you know, I don't even know the word for it.
They just
I can't say dominant.
They took over.
They took over.
They took over.
It was literally a PH takeover in the male scene. So this definitely could be the start of the same thing happening once again. Because like we saw, even though we saw that like BGR, they're really good at adjusting, but we saw the same thing being reflected from the gameplay
from both
of Omega Empress.
And as Terna mentioned, the more you lose, the more you learn. So having tough games like this just means that when they do eventually, inevitably, maybe reach the end of the tournament in that grand final, they'll have a lot more experience, a lot more knowledge under their belt, because that's how you get better, right? You play against the good teams and watch your strats get destroyed so that you can amend them and come back with something even better.
A wise man once said, 2 L's create a W, but I think in this case, 2 L's and you're out. So there's no more chances for Smart Omega Empress here. Best of 3, match point for their opponents, and it's going to be a rough road for them. The drafts is going to matter a lot, and the decision from the coach, what is it going to be? Do they want to stay on blue side, or do they want to swap to red side to, to contest for more heroes early on in the first phase?
I think with how they like to play strategically and tactically, having more options to counter, right? I think it suits Smart Omega, because honestly, if you look at their composition, a lot of times they pick something because they saw something on their opponent's side. So I think first pick is still okay, but for the most part, if they want to change up and go aggressive maybe, I think having second pick would be something they can play around with as well.
The crowd's going wild. I'm trying to figure out what's happening here in the crowd. Maybe a popular figure, maybe the owners of GPX have come out, but I don't see anybody just yet. Just the crowd having a good time with the Indonesian casters here. We're live at Sumarekon Mall Bekasi with us too. So if you guys want to, again, watch it live, it's free. Just come over, enjoy your time, because the atmosphere is phenomenal.
It is, and I wasn't really expecting this much energy in a mall.
In a mall, I mean...
We're outdoors, by the way, so if you think it's all air-conditioned, no, we're all sweating here, and yet the audience does not care. But look at that.
Hey, because y'all have been so good, there's a redeem code for all of you guys right now.
I can read it for you.
Okay, you do it.
224LS6 FOM.
224LS, I can't do it.
Oh, it's okay. Maybe Arashi can try.
Arashi?
Yeah, that was better.
That's worse. That's so much worse.
He just, he didn't read the last 6 letters or last 4 letters.
You just couldn't hear it, bro.
Yeah.
It's just too fast.
It's too fast. It's like one of those fast book readers, you know? Just
the skimmers.
mumbling everything. and then saying, yeah, I've read it all.
Yeah.
That was me in high school when the teacher told me to read. Anyways, here, back at it again, the crowd. I wonder who they're supporting.
Definitely don't know.
In the
They're
end,
supporting you, Eterna.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
I mean, in the
That
end,
means a lot.
it's still Indo pride, so I think there's a clear bias here, but we've mentioned it already. Funny enough, we saw some supporters for Omega as well, so a
it's
lot of
amazing.
sportsmanship
They were
here.
screaming for Smart Omega earlier.
I think that's, again, props to the crowd here in Indonesia, right? I think we saw it in M4.
We did.
Philippines Grand Finals, full crowd. The Indonesian crowd showed up, supported both teams. Here you're seeing it as well. Even though there's more supporters for GPX, when Omega stepped on stage, there were no boos.
No. That's a beautiful thing, right?
Yeah.
There's no
Everybody
limit
was
to region.
going,
We're all
Omega,
here
let's go.
for the
What
love
time
of the
is it?
game as
No,
well.
that's the wrong.
Wait a minute. It's the wrong team.
One shot Omega, there you go.
Guys,
Miracle
Miracle
getting
needs some
heat stroke
coffee.
here.
Somebody
Seeing
come
things.
over to Bekasi and fan Miracle, please.
It's different here. We're on another planet. I have not adapted to this region or this planet just yet. Bekasi is on a different planet. That's a meme here in Indonesia, ladies and
How
gentlemen.
far
if you're,
it is.
Yeah,
It's
if
so
you-
far away.
It's not that far away.
It's pretty far.
It's just, it feels far because it's a different planet.
That's true.
Well, fun fact, from where I live to this place, it's about 23 kilometers, so it's pretty far, Mirko. It's pretty far.
23? That's far?
Mine's 32, bro.
What?
Yeah.
No way.
Are we getting, competitive right now? Are we competing for the longest
I mean,
distance?
we're seeing how competitive these teams are.
Right, we're getting the
and then
competitive
we're getting
spirit.
like the competitive spirit. Because that game, once again, was so close. It could have gone either way. But on screen, we see Caramel. I'm so used to saying Evo's Caramel that she's not on Evo's anymore. It's GPX Caramel.
She's doing really good on GPX so far, right? Again, first tournament on GPX. Well, in GPX's lineup, she was able to capture the first runner-up position at WSL Season 6, qualifying here to MWI. We're also taking a look at Omega. What do you think right now is going through their minds, their heads?
They want to win.
I think they want to win. They're trying to talk about who exactly is going to...
I wonder who wants to lose, Eternal. Like, I mean, of course they
I
want
like
to win.
losing.
Oh,
Because the
really?
lose is a learn, remember?
Yeah, but
yeah,
I
back
don't
to
think
the-
it's keep learning. Yeah, they can't be learning here, I think. Like, I think game one, sure. But it's a best of 3. Remember, the 2 L's don't make up a W in this case.
You're right.
Yeah, and from the looks of it, they're just really strategizing and talking about how the game was possible to win earlier and how they need to make sure that if the same opportunity presents itself in the next game, they need to take it because, as you mentioned, Mirko, this is the last opportunity. So everything is on the line here.
What are they here to do?
To
prove.
Prove.
They're here to prove. There you go.
And represent.
I like how he wanted to go for represent, then he said prove, and he was like, oh yeah, prove.
Close enough, close enough.
Close enough.
Close enough.
It's all good here. But yeah, they are definitely here to prove, and honestly, I feel like they have proven in that game. That was such a close game, such a close series. I hope that this is going to end up being maybe with Omega taking game 2, and then whoever takes game 3. I just really want to see game 3 after the first game, right? I want to see more of that 24-minute game. Maybe possibly we can
Hopefully
get like a
longer.
50-minute game. 60? You want to go for an hour?
60 is a
Archie?
little pushing it.
I mean, we're talking about breaking
No.
the records,
No.
right?
We're
Might
talking
as well
about
go
breaking
for it.
records here.
Yeah,
We're
go-
here
go
to
for it.
prove, Eternal.
All right, they are here to
We're
prove.
not here for just a random time. We're here to prove.
We're here
Not
to
here
prove
for a
that
classic game.
we're here to prove that games can go up to 60 minutes, man. It's serious out
All
here.
right, all right, all right. We'll see if we get another long game, if possible, 60 minutes game. I hope they can hear us right now, but I don't know. I'm sensing a little bit of distress coming in from Smart Omega.
For sure. I mean, if you think about it, right,
Understandable.
the game number 1 is essentially a comeback victory for GPX. So
True.
it must be a very tough...
They came back from the comeback. That's basically what he's trying
Yes.
to say. Eterna's confused if you guys don't
Yeah.
know. But yes, Rashi.
It's a
That's
bitter
why.
pill to swallow. Like, you had it, you know, and on paper, it all makes sense, but somehow you let it slip. It's going to be very tough mentally, but if they can get past it, though, that's going to be a big breakthrough for them as well. So, a moment of truth right here for every single player as well as the coach, because now he has the responsibility, but We're looking at some ninjutsu here coming in from GPX.
I don't know what spell that is that she's trying to do here. Funi out here.
It's a heart, kind of.
Oh, it's a heart.
But
it's a very unique heart. I've never seen. I usually see the the pointer finger with the thumb. Is Albert here? Is that why she's giving the heart? I mean, I think if Albert comes here, and he's gonna, oh man, that's a lot of people. I don't think he wants to be visible if he does come here. But yeah, I don't see him in the crowd just yet. Maybe he's hidden somewhere, right?
Maybe he's in the tent.
Maybe he is in the tent, right? Just waiting. But here, we're seeing Smart Omega Empress too. They're fully focused. No ninjutsu from them.
No.
They have to be, man. It's a tough situation. And they're against a team that is just so confusing. You did see that in game number 1, it's classic GPX. But if they want to switch it up, they are still able to do so. So for Omega, they have to be careful not to over-adjust to what they saw in game number 1, because game number 2 might not be the same situation.
Well, we're going to take a look at the player stats here. First for Smart Omega Empress. Let's dissect a bit as to how they like to play. You can see that a lot of them actually got their comfort picks, right? It was just Keishi and Amore who were forced onto different picks. The Yves, obviously, always going to be respected. I think it's always going to be the first pick prio for these two teams. Funi and Amore, both Yves players. And for Keishi, the link just did not suit that composition, right? You were up against an Akai, you were up against a very aggressive composition who can invade you. I think it was a good choice going for something like the Fredrin instead.
Yeah, the Fredrin was a really good choice. I mean, we saw even though the odds were stacked against her, I think we've mentioned this multiple times already, but how amazing was that play when she was able to steal that Lord away? It bought Omega so much more time. It didn't really sign their death note just yet. And it was beautiful play coming in from Keishi.
It's definitely one of the big moments that equalize the situation for them. And they have to look for more plays like that, man, where it's just unexpected. Even GPX, you can see, we're kind of surprised, like, wait, really? And then it worked out, you know? Sometimes it all comes down to those miracle moments. That's what makes or breaks the big highlights of the tournament as big as MWI.
Again, still here, looking at both of the teams. You can technically see us there just earlier in the shot. Here, GPX, again, they're looking calm. They're looking very calm as they walk back up onto the stage. I believe we are having some technical difficulties here. That's why we're unable to start just yet, but the players are getting ready slowly but surely. Again, fair play is our #1 priority here at MWI 2023. So we're trying to just check again our referees, our league ops with the players. If they're all ready to go, if the devices are all done and good.
Dusted?
No, not dusted. You don't want to be done and dusted with the devices just yet.
Not yet. But right now, we have the player stats on screen, GPX. Anything stands out to you here, Arashi?
Karma with a turtle rate of 0.57. It looks kind of minute, but I mean, if you look at how they play, sometimes the neutral objective is almost secondary because they can just go in for that back line. So for Chinchao though, GPM on the Brody. I think that despite the tough situations, Chinchao is one of those players that can just find a way to make it work. If she's on the Brody and she's just a bit too squishy against a Kadira, against a Yuzong as well, well, just go full with all the tanky items and somehow, some way still have impact in the game. I think that kind of adaptability is what really makes Chinchao stand out as a gold laner.
Versatility for Chinchao. And that maybe that's one of the reasons she's the key players from GPX. I mean, other than the fact that she can make crazy plays happen out of nowhere, she's also able to sustain in her lane even though she loses the lane in those particular cases. And even though she's behind and she's the one being targeted throughout the entire 32-minute game, she's still able to get that MVP. And let's not mention that she won a Savage earlier on. But what I really wanted to ask to you guys is, what do you think GPX feels right now, right? It's been so long that they've always become runner-ups. They've never won against Bigetron era just yet. And I'm wondering how that's affecting their mentality. Like, do they still have the drive to win this? Do you think they're gonna settle for, you know, top 4?
I think it makes them even hungrier, right? The fact that they've lost in the finals a lot here just gives them more motivation to actually get all the way to become champions. Up against Bigetron era, I think that's been their rivals for such a long time, and obviously falling short in the grand finals that many times is going to be a little bit demoralizing. But
tilting.
Again, Arashi, we speak a lot about hunger and how that's super important for every single team. The fact that you haven't found success just yet just keeps pushing you forward.
Well, the hunger, the drive, that is what allows you to improve, allows you to stay motivated and grind through the hours and hours of practice. Because let's be real, guys, Mobile Legends is fun, but once you start playing it for like 6 hours a day, 8 hours a day, it gets very tolling. And these players go through that to try and be the best, not to be the runner-up. So once any team that just starts settling, right, being content with just being second place, that's a dangerous spot to be in. So I do believe that for GPX, if they want to just rest on their laurels, they wouldn't go this hard, they wouldn't fight so hard for a game that looks so lost in game number 1. That just shows that they want to go all the way for sure, and if they do make it in the grand finals, they are not there to just somehow make a good performance against Bigetron. They are there to take it out, to end that win streak.
There you go. You like that answer?
I love it.
That is an answer, ladies and gentlemen.
Answers we have all day.
Answers we have all week, all month, all year. Right, Eterna?
Right. I mean,
you know what?
This league.
You know how?
Huh?
You know what? Wait, what's happening? Oh, we got a couple on. Oh, not on stage, in the crowd. Wow.
Is it Arashi's girlfriend?
Where's your girlfriend, Arashi?
She's working. Unfortunately.
She's not here?
No, she's not.
Where's your boyfriend, Eterna?
What boyfriend?
No boyfriend.
You're gonna shout out the shout out.
Shout out to Eterna's boyfriend Xavier in game because I see your streams. You play a lot of Xavier, so I just assume, right? Like,
shout out to our partners out there if you're watching. Oh, and you see love for both these
Oh, he's
teams
wearing
right
an
now.
alter ego jersey. Hey, all right. He's supporting
okay.
GPX and BTR.
And don't cry.
But he's wearing an alter ego jersey. It's all good here. Hey, we found another couple.
Man, our Indonesian counterparts are so good at like crowd work. It's ridiculous.
Hey, we have really good cameramen, okay?
Yep.
Indonesia, we have the best cameramen. Did you watch M4?
Why?
Oh, we found everyone.
You found everyone.
We found everyone. Our
Every
cameraman,
single person.
Everyone.
Wow.
Eagle eyes on our cameraman here with insane accuracy.
Look at this.
Can't hide.
We're just having a little bit of fun here with the crowd, still waiting on the issue to be resolved in the game. Also, can you read what's on your screen here, Eterna?
No, I need glasses.
Are you nearsighted
Thank you
or
for putting me in
farsighted?
the spot like that.
Are you nearsighted or farsighted?
I just can't see on any other screen except for a Samsung screen.
Wow. It's just next quality display, man. That's why.
Samsung.
That's why we need it.
I mean, last time he did that, he got a secret lab, so.
Oh, interesting.
A Samsung?
Is that a secret?
Well, maybe
What does that say?
Okay. Why the you see, it's a poem in Indonesian,
Yeah.
all right, ladies
We
and
can't
gentlemen.
translate
So
it.
I'm trying to translate it, but it will not. Well, it'll make sense, but it won't rhyme. It doesn't sound good.
I think it wasn't rhyming either. He was saying that, why do geckos just crawl silently? And the answer was like, yeah, because if you're just sounding like Fumi, that's me. It's like, what? What is going on?
Hey, man, there you go. That's the support you see. But we're jumping into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, finally into game number 2. Smart Omega still on the blue side. No changes just yet. Phoveus now banned out, though. They're already trying to force that issue on GPX. We left the 1-1 open, but now with the Phoveus banned out, I believe the 1-1 is going to be targeted down. That's another respect ban towards the Faramis. But it does leave the Hayabusa and the Farsa up for grabs.
Haya, Farsa, Beatrix, Carrie. There's just so many things that can be utilized right now. Even, okay, the glue's banned away. But that actually gives GPX, just do a respect ban and try and contest it in that first phase.
When it comes to flexibility, Omega Empress has shown that they can be a bit more crafty with it. So if they just go and ban each other's comfort heroes, I do feel like they have a bit of a lead. But of course, it all comes down to how they weave it together with the rest of the picks. And the first pick's gonna be a Joy.
This was banned out, last ban in first game for GPX. But now with the Joy pick, honestly, just pick up the carry and the Kaja, 2 heroes that are really good up against the Joy that are left open. Again, I mean, technically they can go for something else. Technically they can go for the Farsa, but I think just going for the Kaja is the way to go. And yeah, it's Kaja carry, it's the double K, it's the Prio picks, and it's a good reception from the crowd based on those two picks.
This Joy, though, is such a menace in the Land of Dawn. We've gone against it ourselves in our ranked games, and it's just really hard to deal with. It's possible, but it requires so much attention from the rest of your team. And a team like Omega, they can do mind games, right? They can force you to think about so many things at once. Having this Joy at the disposal is definitely something that's going to be weighing down on GPX.
Definitely, but now they have already secured a Kadita once again, so they are trying to rely on Amore, on her comfort hero, on her prio hero, where she was able to deal out so much damage. Really great pickoff as well. But it's not going to be as easy as going against a carry, who I believe is a little bit more mobile than someone like the Brody. But we're going to see here the last pick from GPX.
You want to know something interesting? You want to know who demolishes the Joy in lane?
Terizla. No,
Terizla can, well, Terizla, if they're just trading, yeah, Terizla wins. But the thing is, Joy just clears out the wave and runs away, right? Who can follow the Joy and who can actually win in the trades and even out-clear the Joy? Hilda. Hilda is actually a really good option up against the Joy. We've seen it multiple times as well. But I don't think if they want to go for it, they go for it now. They already have the Kaja. They can just utilize this as the last pick, as they did in game number 1 with the Phoveus, right? With the Mortis Band, or picked up already now, that's a little bit more utility in their composition. Better clear equals to better or faster rotations across the map.
Yeah, but I don't know, because that's assuming that the Joy is going to be placed in the EXP lane.
True.
For Omega Empress in particular, Keishi likes using this Joy in that jungle, so that makes sense, right? And GPX
that's what
now
GPX are going for, yeah.
banning out the Yuzong as well. We'll see here the Farsa also being the choice of ban from Omega Empress, trying to limit down that mid lane. But remember, GPX still has a lot in their arsenal. If Omega want to go for this route, GPX can still pick up someone like, oh, Valentina is still open actually.
It is? Honestly, right now, it wouldn't really be a crazy pick because there are no big ultimates just yet, but it was banned out by Omega in the first phase already. Haya, whoa, banned out here for GPX against Omega. Farsa was banned out earlier, but honestly, looking at this, they're kind of already trying to force the Joy into the XP lane, right? They banned out the Yuzong. If you go for the Lapu here up against this composition, I don't think it's going to be really good, knowing that the carry can just melt you down. The Kaja can act as like a great peel tool for GPX, and they still have 2 picks left here to play with. There's still, I feel like right now for Omega, a bit too much emphasis on dive. They need to get a solid roamer to set it up, maybe even to disengage from some of the fights that GPX might force on them. There you go. Yeah, okay, so just based on that, I think we can kind of confirm that the Joy is going to be in the XP lane.
The XP lane Joy with the Vengeance is definitely something that's a bit tough to deal with. But on your point about the long range, I guess they have the Beatrix, they have the Kadita, Breath of the Ocean as well. But for GPX, they come up with that Masha, equally oppressive, a bit like the Hilda, right? If you can't really out-damage them, if you can't really out-clear them, then you can just outlast them with a lot of HP. I think that is what Hilda and Masha excels at, but Omega, again, get that Lolita that was so massive in game number 1.
With the Lolita here, up against the carry, what do they pick up? Fredrin in the jungle, still staying true to game number 1. Just, you know, minor adjustments being made here. It's still the same trio mid, but we're seeing the Beatrix, we're seeing,
Whoa! So risky.
It's a very risky move to pull out the Sicilian.
Against
on
Joy?
top of that, you already have a carry, so 2 late game carries here. The early game is definitely going to favor Smart Omega by quite a bit.
So risky, dude.
Unless the Martis can actually do something and be a huge force in the early game, you know, in a way, right, with the Masha and the Kaja, there are moments that GPX can take advantage of, but against a Fredrin, against all the card control and tankiness from Omega, it's going to be very difficult, and Omega have ways to mitigate that kind of aggression from GPX.
Personally, I'm not a big fan of the Sicilian. Unless GPX can withstand the aggression from Omega in that early towards that mid-game, this composition is just too late game for it to work.
You have to play like a proper front to back now with the carry and the Sicilian, and that's exactly what the Joy was picked for. Kadita, Lolita even, just to not only split them up, but also to soak in the damage with the Bulwark. But ladies and gentlemen, match point for GPX means that Omega have no room for mistakes. Welcome to game number 2 as we enter the land of Dawn. Keishi on the orange buff, Caramel on the purple.
Oof, a bit of a clear difference here in the early game. But look at the battle spells. 2 Purifies on the side of GPX. They understand the threat coming in from the crowd control that Smart Omega Empress have been so good at utilizing. And on that note, you can see that Caramel with the Demon Slayer as well will be focusing on clearing. And already a bit of a back and forth here in the XP lane. It's something you've come to expect from both these teams. Pressure is what they need.
Now this is what I'm confused about, right? Because we're used to GPX being very aggressive, but they've chosen a draft where they can't do that. Are they going to be able to stay disciplined enough to stay patient until they reach that power spike?
That's the question we all have right now. So I guess we'll just have to see GPX answer it for us. With this performance so far, they're doing pretty good. Again, in the early game, there's not going to be a lot of kill pressure to be played with anyways from Omega. Their main source of kill pressure and pickoffs is in the mid lane, the Lolita and the Kadita, and they're trying to collapse onto the Masha. Now LW is actually, overextended a bit too much now. They're trying their best to lock her down. That's 2 HP bars. And that's the sprint. So she buys enough time, plays the weak side perfectly as GPX tries to, again, play with their play style. Strong side gold. Funi is rotated down below, again, helping her XP lane who doesn't have sprint anymore.
Well, on the other side, you do see pushes and plays being attempted from both these teams. But as we mentioned possibly earlier, GPX, they can go for something completely different, and that's exactly what they do. So they have a good mix here of heroes that can excel in the early game, but for the most part, 2 very solid late game carries as well. We'll have to see if they can dare to even contest the turtle, though, with such an aggressive team come on the side of a Smart Omega.
Seems they want to go for a Sanguine Claw. It's going to be popped in with a bad impact. Caramel not finding it. It's Keishi who wins in the Retribution battle in the first turtle.
That's a bit peculiar here.
Yeah.
They go for the turtle, and once they get it, they just back off, right? Usually we see a bit more aggression, and for Smart Omega, I think that against a Sicilian and a carry, yes, getting objectives is great, but you need to leverage that and try and get something more, because GPX, they are perfectly content just farming up like this, because even their jungle isn't being abused by the presence of weaker laners on their team composition.
You're right. Smart Omega Empress, despite them being able to play more aggressive, they're playing it really safe right now. They're just focusing on the objectives. They're not going in for kills, but I don't know, maybe a setup here from Smart Omega Empress on the mid side here. Funi hasn't been taken down. They need to be able to shut that down. And Caramel still being able to farm really well.
Good steal by Keishi there, taking the orange buff away. Talon Caramel baited out, has the second skill, gets out of the Numenon Blast, and back again, Martis. Just with that anti-CC, so good at getting out and even sometimes disengaging, canceling that Numenon Blast out. Keishi, though, now going to lose out on that little creep as it's a steal from Caramel. But still Keishi who has the lead here. Caramel needs to be very careful. Murray is going to be able to stun her up. Disengaged over. Amore looking for the play. Bottom side, just a 1v1 ensuing. But oh, there you go, first blood over to Keishi. That's what we said. Smart Omega with the early game.
Such a stark contrast from game number 1, right? 3 minutes and 30 seconds before the first blood was even secured, and it's still very, very close, razor-thin margins. But of course, Smart Omega, like we mentioned, has the benefit of having the stronger early game, and they have a lot more tools to start making the plays with before GPX. So GPX is just stuck waiting, and now you can see that Omega feels like they get some momentum. They have a bit of a gold lead. They go straight for the buffs to try and leverage that lead.
Caramel gets it there, I believe, with the purple buff. But I'm not a big fan of Purify on Chin Chow. Personally prefer Flicker myself. They're very vulnerable. Once you use that Purify, sure, you get out of the CC, but you're very vulnerable to everybody else.
I mean, I guess that's because Carry has a dash. Maybe that's what they're trying to vie on and trying to build on in terms of that gameplay, micro-wise. But once again here, Omega gonna start opening up the map, trying to set up properly, but Murray here might get caught.
Oh, that's a flicker too by Tal. Good reaction time by Shinoa to flicker out of that one too. 2 flickers burnt for 1. It's a worth trade for GPX, but still, in terms of gold, it's still Smart Omega Empress. More controlling it, better setup as well. Onto the first or second turtle here. Caramel is 2 levels behind of Keishi. If she's able to find this Retribution, then that'll be super impressive. But again, it's just Keishi who finds it here.
Ooh.
Not Ayanami dealing a whole lot of damage to the roamer. Tal, wow.
Well, going for the battle spell, by the way, Purify, I guess in a way, it gives you a way to just deal with the pick-off potential coming in from Amore. And in a way, in a real difficult situation, you can use it to deal with Narei as well. So there's definitely value there, because sometimes these threats come in before you see it, right? It comes in from out of vision. So Purify is a more defensive one for sure. And I think Chinchao...
Safer.
Exactly, shows control, but look at the damage though.
Bursted down. Not much you can say about that. Smart Omega Empress now looking to sandwich Chinchao and Caramel down as Caramel jumps in, able to actually shove the wave away from the turret. Bottom side still, both XP laners clearing, cutting their waves in. But this will give Funi a bit more room to play, to stack in the mid lane.
This is looking tough. Like, even though Funi, let's say she gets her items, right? Let's say she, oh, but wait a minute here, Caramel on the top side.
Chance to sandwich them down. Caramel taking low, stun up already. Chinchao with the Purify and the bait. Tao finds the Divine Judgment. What was that damage? Holy moly. Shinoa. That's Mortis with a quarter of health left. That's a lot of damage, man.
Taking a Renner share to the face, that will do it to you. So Caramel gets taken out twice already. Not the start they wanted, but of course, considering the laners here, 2 deaths isn't too bad. GPX can still kind of maintain the situation, but that gold lead is growing further and further. 2K right now as OMG will take the advantage to ensure that Caramel gets further and further behind.
Yeah, I mean, like, what did they expect, right? Choosing something like the Sicilian in the mid lane, that early game is going to be brutal for you. And once again, you can see Funi just being the target constantly and always.
Still though, I think with this late game composition that they've built for themselves, just being 2,000 gold behind in the 7th minute is good for them, right? Again, their main win condition is scaling, and so far I think they're scaling pretty well. I think Chinchao is the only one who's really struggling because Smart Omega, Empress have been putting a lot of pressure down, well, up top in the gold lane. Second turtle, though, secured by Smart Omega. Third, actually.
It's still a 2.3k gold lead, but Tal, they take it very low.
Murray not going to be able to find the Luminant Blast, but that's the Petrify again with no Purify. It is Chinchao getting slain in the gold lane. Caramel forced to back away as well. That's another objective, a structure for Smart Omega Empress.
Oof, I don't know. I was just about to say that at least their main carries, Funi and Chinchao, has not been taken out yet. But as I say that though, Omega understands that they cannot let these late game heroes scale without a fight. Funi now with the Lightning Truncheon will be able to do more clearing, be a real threat here. But until maybe one more item, Omega still has the momentum. Now with the 4k gold lead, they have to try and translate this into structural advantages here, because they will require that vision to try and maneuver with later on.
Ayanami already putting some pressure down onto Caramel's purple buff. Oh my god, she gets it! Caramel misses the retribution, and LW now is forced to back up. But no blast! Finds 4 members! It's a disaster for GPX, but wait a minute, Funi is able to actually cut away. Divine Judgment finds Murray. It's a turnaround somehow, some way. 3-man Numenon Blast, it did not matter. Holy moly.
Ooh, that Renner shot barely missed, but if it did, it would have been worth it for Smart Omega Empress in a way to be able to take down someone like Funi. But remember, 8 minutes in, the stacks should already start to show. And when we looked at the items, right, already the Clock of Destiny and the Lightning Truncheon will mean that the damage is already starting to show.
And speaking of the gold lane earlier, you can see that Chinchao is at an item disadvantage, sort of. But Shinoa is 4-0, doing a lot of damage. I didn't think Funi was going to be able to survive in the previous engagement, because she was right front and center from the Numenon Blast. But somehow, some way, GPX turned it around, and they have that Divine Judgment to punish over aggression. So far, it's only been used on Mireille. Later on, they might use it for someone else, maybe Ayanami on that Joy. But they have to keep in mind that if they do so, that Numenon Blast is always a constant threat coming in from the sides, and Murray has been deadly with it.
And that's what I think is concerning for me, for the side of GPX. They only have one reliable source of engage, which is the Divine Judgment. Perhaps the claws from the Sicilian, but other than that, they don't have much to play around with, but here we go.
That's the burst. Immortality bought just in time. Ayanami is still able to actually escape for a bit, but that's the Sanguine Claws connecting. The decimation from Caramel finds it. LW onto the back line. Zelda Shino is still able to pop the Nibiru's Passion, but it's only onto the roamers for now. Chinchao going to be caught, but it's an amazing cancel onto the Numenon Blast there. 1 for 1. Funi for Ayanami. Still, I feel like Smart Omega gets the dub here in terms of the trade. They're able to actually push in that bottom lane as well. That's tier 1 targeted down. Chinchao looking for the same onto the mid lane turret, but that's GPX who actually finds it without minions there. Cleared out already. Chinchao finding a good trade here in the 10th minute of the game.
And this is what I'm trying to say, right? Because if you use the Divine Judgment on one person from Smart Omega Empress, they still have so much... Oh, but wait a minute.
LW.
Okay, she's still able to get out. But back to my point, Smart Omega Empress has so much in their kit that they can utilize even though one of them gets taken out. Let's say you target Amore. Murray can still use the Numenon Blast to hit and become the initiator. So there are just so many answers and there's so many questions that GPX Basreng only has one answer to.
That's the tough situation for them right now. That is how you have to play against a very aggressive composition like this. They have Caramel to try and be a front line, but LW just starting to get a lot more damage right here, and she was impactful in the previous game. But
look at the pick-off. Wow. Great play there by Tao, finding Amore. One of the core members when it comes down to the pick-off game that they have to push the tempo. 11 minutes in, the gold lead slowly coming back here. Bennett's Rage popped in, Tao forced to dash away, but that's a lot of resources. Two ultimates there from Shinoa. Both Nibiru and Bennett popped already. Caramel gonna be stunned up, but buys enough time to actually back off now. GPX still just, again, slowing the tempo down, playing it super slow.
And keep in mind the gold difference has been shrinking quite a bit. It was 4K and then some, but now it's 2.9. So GPX is definitely starting to come back in this game. 11 to 12 minutes. This is where the real late game heroes still have a bit more to do. But Keishi steals that gold, the gold buff. And in the team fights at least, Funi now has the Ice Queen's wand, so more utility and a lot more sustain as well, according with Sicilian's kit. So in a team fight, GPX might not be that far behind as Smart Omega Empress might think. So this might be a dangerous situation if they try and overextend.
Yeah, she needs that, right? She really needs that Winter's Truncheon and trigger discipline. If Amore goes in, hides in the bush, goes in for the backline, she's going to be able to get out. But here, Ainami.
Oh, she baits in so many resources there. She popped in her own vengeance, though. Now it's a collapse from the side of GPX. Oh my god, Amore finds the Petrified, but it's going to be purified away from. Funi is going to fall on the backline, but Chinchao's free hitting once again. That's Keishi who finds the retribution, but again, it's Chinchao in free hitting against Amore in the back lines. You see Ainami falling, Chinchao winning the fight, LW still in a 1v3 surviving. Appraiser's Wrath not connecting GPX, winning in the team fight, but losing the Lord.
Oof. That's the first Lord, so GPX able to actually get anything at all there is massive, let alone Amore, the key player, and Ayanami, who is supposed to be one of the biggest tests they have in this current game. With that play alone, they haven't equalized just yet, but the gold lane that Omega has painstakingly built is once again reduced down to back to 3K. And if you look at the items right here, very defensive from the side of GPX. They understand that they need to wait, and there's even Athena being built by Chinchao. So they are respecting it, and once the one-shot, the pick-off, the burst and dive potential from Smart Omega is mitigated, DPS-wise, you saw Funi and Chinchao, they have the damage now, so Smart Omega needs to be a bit more careful with how they want to approach these fights.
Right now, it is looking quite tough, right? The Lord is on the way in that bottom side, but interestingly enough, I do understand that Funi hasn't really reached her power spike yet, but none from the side of Smart Omega Empress has actually opted to go for that Athena shield.
It's an interesting choice for now, right? I mean, there's not a lot of magic damage that they need to be wary of except for Funi here, so maybe that's the reason. But you're right, once it gets to that late stage, once Funi gets those her power spike, that's where Smart Omega Empress needs to buy those magical defense items. So far, it's a good siege from Smart Omega, but also a solid defense from GPX. They're able to minimize their losses, not losing. And he makes sure Shinoa's gonna be caught, but the Red Blast finds a lot of members. LW is gonna be able to cancel it out. Funi finds a shutdown onto Shinoa. The Guardian's Bulwark not available just yet. Chinchao knocks them down. Keishi low, brought back by the Sanguine Claws. Caramel looking for the decimation. Amore in the ball to the hands of LW. One fell swoop is all GPX needs. The gold lead has been nullified. It's back to dead even in the mid lane. They're pushing it in. They're looking for sieges.
Oh, Chinchao is just melting through the members of Smart Omega Empress just effortlessly. And at this point, she's already reached that power spike, right? She's a level below, but look at this, another siege coming in from GPX Basreng.
Ayanami buying the time right now, but a cannon mini is still alive in the mid lane. GPX not going to go for the end just yet. but they have taken the lead back to their own hands, and this is where the tides shift. That late game they were waiting for, they were weathering the storm in the early game. It's finally hit Arashi.
And what better way to announce that it is our turn now than going for Shinoa. 0 deaths so far despite all the pick of threats, and there GPX find the moment. Thal flickers in and gets that Divine Judgment. That was massive. That cannot happen again for Smart Omega if they want to continue the lead they have so far. And now GPX, they have options to play around with because honestly, they have some range advantage using Funi with the back impact as well. So this next Lord, the next Lord take is going to be so dynamic because for GPX, this is now a time where they can actually match the aggression and damage from Smart Omega.
100%. Like the items are starting to build. Chincha already with the wand, so even if Beatrix wants to go for an aggressive engage onto her, she can pop in that wand to be a little bit more sustainable and just prolong in that team fight. But once again, the Lord battle has begun.
Wow, Caramel. That's so brave. As a jungler here, she's still in front. Frontliner trying to open up the map. Remember, if Caramel gets picked off, it's a Lord for Omega. GPX still just controlling the waves. Now that they have the tempo back in their hands, there's no need for them to actually force these objectives. They can just play the slow game, but in the bottom lane, you can see the stun coming in onto Caramel. Still just a frontliner, Chin Chao and Tao trying to split them up here. That's the Guardian's Bulwark. That's the bad impact, dealing so much onto Ayanami and Mirai. LW has a good position to sandwich them up. Ayanami still with the immortality down to a quarter of her HP. Miniway is being cleared out. GPX have found another advantage here. They're gonna go back to the Lord Pit.
This is why it's so dangerous, right? For the side of Smart Omega Empress, they need to be paying attention to how they want to use their crowd control because both the late game carries now scaled up already. Chin Chao and Funi cannot be left to just free hit essentially from the back lines. But Thal is just a constant threat offensively and also defensively. If Smart Omega goes a bit too recklessly, that is going to be a Divine Judgment used to just pick one of them off, and in that late game, one member is all it takes.
I mean, on this note, right, a lot of burden on Amore's shoulders right now. I think she's one of the only heroes that can go into that backline and look for a pick-off.
Only in the mid lane, forced to pop in the Bat Feast actually. But look at the Masha, look at LW. Tao just buying some time here for her team. The Lord's not low enough for them to actually go for the full commit just yet. Chin Chao still in a good position. Ayanami in the back lines. Again, disrupting them, but with the pressure, with the flank here. It's going to be dangerous. Ayanami losing immortality. Not enough time just yet. Luminam blast on the back line. Going to be able to find one member. That's the winner. Twitch and the purified from Chin Chao. Funi's still able to cut away. Rough waves popped in. Funi going to be taken low, but still alive. Amore now. The damage is coming back onto her. Tao still opening up the map for the team. Chin Chao back in the Lord Pit again, as that's going to be the top side pushed in. Keishi and Caramel! Oh! Caramel finds the retribution! Amore running for the hills, chased down by the likes of Chin Chao and Tao. Running into the enemy territory, Amore is so low. She doesn't have the rough waves. The breath of the ocean is dodged away from. Chin Chao with one more hit seals the deal. Amore is down. It's a 1-for-0, and GPX now are gonna go for the end.
They come out on top once again here, as the Lord is gonna be pushing in that mid side. With Amore taken out, they're one member down. Can a Smart Omega Empress actually defend this time around?
Shinoa is up and the ultimates are available, and Ayanami can buy a bit more time, but with everyone just doing so much damage here, particularly Chin Chao and Funi both still up, it's a good mix of big damage, and GPX goes for it!
The Divine Judgment finds it! Caramel cancels out the Numenor Blast! Chin Chao's wreaking havoc! The base is wide open for an Indo Finals, and GPX have done it! They've axed their way through to the Grand Finals to face off against Bigetron Era.
Once again, reminiscent to last year, MWI 2022, it was GPX and Bigetron who were in the Grand Finals, and it looks like the same is going to be done against today. Will history repeat itself, or will GPX be able to finally break that code?
What a performance. Like we said, it's not only about being good in the early game, the late game is solid as well. They found everything they need to try and come out on top there. And unfortunately for Omega, they went for a similar approach. It did not pay out. It did not work. And they are forced to accept defeat against GPX. So congratulations and nice try for Omega for sure.
Definitely nice try, right, for Omega
GG,
Empress.
well played.
Made it to top 4. Once again, we'd like to remind you that there is going to be a bronze match to see who is going to be 3rd and 4th place, but it will be done off stream. But coming into that top 4 position, that was a long run and long journey for them as well, right? But you can see here 2-0 for GPX. Well, I'm impressed, right? They drafted themselves in a way that they were so far behind, but unfortunately, Omega, they weren't able to, you know, finish it out in that early game.
Exactly. We talked about how they might be a bit too passive. They were struggling to find the right kills on the right people because Chinchao and Fumi, for the most part in the early game, were not having that much pressure exerted on them. So they were able to just farm up items, stacks for the Sicilian as well. And it's only a matter of time before GPX, at about 12 to 13 minutes, find their item power spikes, find the opportunity, and they announce it by going for the shutdown onto the Beatrix. Like, that is poetic.
It's so unfortunate, especially for Shinoa, because she was playing super well early on. 0 deaths, then
4
1
kills.
Divine Judgment, another Divine Judgment. Tao just had an agenda against Shinoa, and she was able to find these picks constantly throughout these team fights, and that's actually what brought GPX the dub again, right? Shinoa opposition in that first fight, but I think all the other catches were just impressive by Tao.
The composition is just so dangerous, man. If you don't lock down with crowd control, Fumi or Chinchao, right? Carry and Sicilian can both end the game right there. And in the final fight, neither were locked down, and the need for them to be locked down under some kind of crowd control in that late game was just too much. The only realistic way is a massive Numeron Blast, but at this point, GPX is used to it. They've seen it again and again, and you can see the adjustment in this game. The Numeron Blast was maneuvered around. The Purify that we questioned quite a bit actually comes out on top in that final fight where Chinchao on that carry was able to purify and then turn the tables and take the kill onto Amori, chasing her all the way to the top side. It's just great execution. So some people have they made up their mind who's going to win the grand finals? I'm just saying, man, they have a good chance.
They do, they do. I mean, highlight on execution, right? Because I mentioned in the drafts, I think Omega Empress had so many things that they could utilize in their kit to be able to get that back line, right?
Sure.
We mentioned it, right? It was
a lot of dive.
We're like, Sicilian, isn't this a little too risky? They had the Joy to be able to do that. They had the Kadita to be able to do that. They had the Numeron Blast on top of that as well. But somehow, the 2 core members from GPX, they were able to outmaneuver that. So, not based on, it wasn't a bad draft from Omega, but it was just really, really good execution by GPX.
I think a missed opportunity for Omega has to be not picking up the Yu Zhong earlier on in the drafting phase, right? They saw the carry. One of the ways to counter the carry is to zone with CC, and Yu Zhong has both, right? When Yu Zhong was banned in that second phase, and when they banned Lapu for themselves, it really set themselves up for just Ayanami, who really needs to find that back line, for Amore as well. If they aren't able to, then it's super hard.
And looking at the items right here, there's Athena as well as an Immortal on Chinchao, so very much respecting the potential for any kind of damage flying in her direction. But everyone else, they just go for the tanky build, and LW in particular on that Masha, doesn't matter. The health, the tankiness translates into damage as well. And we saw that was one of the issues, right? In the mid-game, LW on the Masha was able to just run down Shinoa, force her to back away from these big fights, and it just means that the main damage dealer, the 4-0 player on Smart Omega, cannot output that damage onto everyone at the same time. She's forced to pour all those item and gold advantages into Masha's HP bar, which is not ideal, and in that late game, in the mid to late game, it just wasn't enough. If we look at the items here, it's still a very good burst, but it's definitely not meant to deal with a Masha with this much HP.
Yeah, a lot of pressure definitely on Smart Omega Empress. It was very difficult. They even had to build double. They did Radiant as well as the Athena shield to protect themselves against GPX Basreng. But this is the post-game stats where, oh my god, guys, Shinoa is both the rich guy and the carry.
She was doing super well again in the game. It wasn't like she just did not perform. She was performing. She was really good in the game, but unfortunately, 2 mistakes. Just no, 1 mistake was enough for GPX to take back control of the game, and that just really set them up for success for GPX. And for Smart Omega Empress, when Shinoa got caught in the top side in the gold lane, that's where it all kind of ended, right? 3 members were picked off, and it was Shinoa, it was Amore, and it was Keishi or Mirai. I really forgot who was the last member there, but still, it was one of the frontliners as well. When you have 3 members like that taken down, you don't really have a lot to defend with, and guess what? It was a 4-0 Shinoa, so it was a shutdown too. There was a lot of gold just funneled back into GPX with that mistake.
There's also a lot of pressure on Smart Omega to actually do well in the initial team fight, because once they lose momentum, let's say once they lose Shinoa, there's no way they're gonna outrun a Martis, a Masha, right? All these very mobile, high-speed heroes from GPX.
Even the Sicilian.
Even the Sicilian. So if they don't do well, they don't have a way to recover from the situation, and that just means that any small moment becomes fatal, and that is exactly what we saw. The MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's going to be Chen Chao on this carry. All that action, all that aggression coming in from Chen Chao as well. 1 death on a short-range hero like the carry.
On 2 games in a row.
Back-to-back MVP, and a 91.7% stat KP for a gold laner
She had 100%
is impressive.
last game. She had 100% last game.
See,
so
that's not normal for a gold laner, right?
That's unfair.
We're expecting that in the early, the mid, and maybe a little bit into the late game, that they're not too involved in the team fights, right? They're going to be there to, of course, deal out the damage, but they're not usually always there. But how is Jin Chao able to participate that much in those team fights and stay involved?
Well, maybe it's just pure skill. So we'll take a look at some of those moments coming in, the highlights of game number 2, where initially these Newman on Blast were just so massive. But look at that. Caramel was able to survive, and over-aggression. We talked about over-aggression that can be very easily punished by a Divine Judgment. And again, the Kaja is a very solid pick against the Joy for this exact reason. Usually, you'll have trouble catching up to the Joy, let alone doing enough damage. But with the Divine Judgment, that all changes. The Masha pick was also critical in ensuring that the formation of Omega Smart Omega, they just couldn't stick together because the Masha is just pushing away their main backline, and everyone is forced to back away, and that results in more space opened up for Chin Chao and Funi to do a lot of damage. And this is that moment we've been talking about. That's that flicker, Divine Judgment, and the Sanguine Claws for a good follow-up. The shutdown is picked up by Funi actually, but at that point, everyone slowly but surely gets chased down and run down, and this is what we're talking about. Omega does not have recovery, and eventually, that's again another Divine Judgment onto Shinoa.
Shinoa
so good.
Went from 4-0 to 4-2-0.
That's painful.
2 deaths, and it cost you the game.
It's difficult.
That's like you played perfectly all the way. You get caught once. That's acceptable. You know, you're up against so much dive, so much poke, and you still. That's one mistake up top.
Okay.
GG,
nice
well
try.
played to both Smart Omega Empress and to Risk Velkhana. Both of these teams will be competing for the 3rd place match that will be off stream. What will be on stream is going to be our next match, which is the Grand Finals. Best of 5 Bigetron era will be taking on, facing off against GPX Basreng.
This is the spicy one.
It is. Whew. It's something we've seen before.
Yes.
It's kind of a pattern now because of how dominant Bigetron era and GPX are in their own regard. But I want to see, will history repeat itself once again? Will BTR be the one to win MWI once again? Or will GPX say otherwise?
Well, maybe our host has something to say with an interview with GPX. Let's take it over to them.
Once again, give a big round of applause to
GPX Basreng!
What a great
wow,
gameplay.
A very fierce battle between those two ladies, yeah?
Once again, congratulations to GPX Basreng.
And we'd like to invite GPX Basreng to come along with us on the stage, please.
Yep, because we are going to do some little chit-chat.
Yep.
And maybe we are going to ask about what Are they prepared?
Sure.
To
The grand final.
Yes.
Well, once again, congratulations. Hello GPX Basreng.
Hai.
Boleh minta tepuk tangannya dulu teman-teman?
Supporter dari GPX Basreng, mana suaranya? Cakep.
Wow. Brenda.
Yep.
Sudah bergabung bersama kita ada teman-teman dari GPX Basreng ya.
Yes, betul sekali.
Wow.
But so ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to do interview with Bahasa
Yes.
and
I will
as
do the
usual.
translate as usual, oke?
Yes, oke.
So kalian juga bisa jawab pakai bahasa nanti, biar
Yep.
aku yang translate atau mau jawab pakai bahasa Inggris juga bebas, oke?
Betul, oke.
Siap. Brenda silakan.
Oh ya siap kalau begitu ya. Biasa woman empowerment ya,
Ya,
harus
you.
ini benar banget.
Boleh.
Oke, selamat kamu masuk ke grand final, ya kan?
Congratulations.
Dan waduh benar-benar ya, ini tuh kamu berarti abis ini kalau misalnya benar-benar kamu menjadi the champion, itu berarti udah yang ke-20. Ya.
Ini yang pertama buat mereka.
Oh, maaf nih, salah server.
Iya nih.
Oh oke, salah server ternyata ya. Oh iya, mohon maaf
Mereka mau
ya.
mematahkan kemenangan ke-20 dari
Memenang,
BTR.
oke, kemenangan
Itu.
ke-20. Oke, siap. Nah, kira-kira nih, kamu ya, ke depannya kan ini kan akan melakukan grand final. Apa sih yang udah kamu persiapkan?
Oh. So what are you guys going to have for the preparation towards the grand final?
Kita udah bonding sih sekuat mungkin.
Oh.
Communication is the key.
Bonding ya, bonding.
Bonding harus gini banget ya.
Bonding.
Oke. Nah, kira-kira kamu ada nggak sih pesan-pesan yang ingin kamu sampaikan ke supporter kamu gitu?
Buat yang hari ini datang buat dukung GPX, makasih banget. Terus dukung kita dan doain kita semoga kita bisa juara kali ini.
Amin.
Amin. Please pray for them and keep us supporting them so they can be the winner of today Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women Invitational 2023.
Keren banget. Jadi good luck untuk kalian semua. Sekali lagi congratulations karena kamu akan menuju ke babak grand final pastinya. Ya oke, silakan kalian istirahat dulu. Sekali lagi selamat. Jadi persiapan dulu ya Say untuk melakukan grand final.
Good luck ya for the grand final, oke? Good luck guys. Sekali lagi boleh minta tepuk tangannya untuk GPX Basreng. Alright, thank you so much.
Yes. Once again, that was a fierce battle between the ladies, right?
Exactly, there you go. We have the GPX Basreng and also BTR.
Yep.
Bigetron era. They're doing the All Indonesian final. So, guys, there will be also an off-stream match for the third position, and we hope for the best for you all, guys.
Yeah.
And for the viewers, let's take a break for a little while before we going to the grand final. And once again, can we hear some noise? All right, see you back soon.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor.
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi, melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi, membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. I4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. I4T, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Battle of Guardians. Download now.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor.
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi, melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi, membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. I4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. I4T, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Battle of Guardians. Download now.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor.
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E-Forte ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E-Forte, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Battle of Guardians. Download now.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor.
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. I4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. I4T, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Battle of Guardians. Download now.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi, melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi, membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E-Forte ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E-Forte, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mentok. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to
Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women Invitational 2023.
Tepuk tangannya mana?
Alright, Sumber Rekon mau Bekasi sekali lagi boleh kasih suara yang lebih kencang.
Sebentar, sebelum kita mulai aku mau dengar suara supporter dari Bigetron Era. Mana suaranya?
Alright, dari GPX Basreng, mana suaranya? Wow, cool.
Okay.
Alright,
We are
so-
going to switch in English.
Back to English again and back with us.
Yeah.
Your host, me, Darius Drew, and also
Brenda Kwan, and now this is the most important moment in this tournament.
exactly who will be the queen of Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Oh, I'm so curious. And this is the 11th match up for Bigetron Era and GPX Basreng in Grand Final. And in 10 Grand Final since 2021, GPX Basreng never win against Bigetron Era.
Alright, let's see who will be the one who will win. Will they break the codes or they will be Bigetron Era who claim their 21st title?
We are going to see
There you
who
go.
will be the champion of this tournament. So we are going to introduce to all of the team. The first is Bigetron Era. There has Vivian as roamer, Vival as jungler, Fumi Eko as EXP lane, Chell as gold lane, Chini as mid lane, the monster who ready to reign their 21st championship, Bigetron Era!
Wow! And we also have GPX Basreng. We have Elway as EXP lane. We have Funi as mid lane. Chinchao gold lane. Carl, Romer, and Caramel as jungler. Again and again, they are fighting with their biggest demon.
Yeah.
Will it be this time for them to break the code? Here they are, GPX Basreng!
So, both of the team are ready to fight. They are here to brew.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
GPX Basreng and also Bigetron Era.
Once again, give some noise. Berikan tepuk tangan yang paling meriah. And please allow me to pass this session to our caster. But before that,
wow, once again, boleh kita minta tepuk tangannya untuk kedua tim kita yang hari ini bertanding. Boleh semuanya kasih tepuk tangan dulu. Alright.
Support of the team who will battle in this grand final.
Exactly. Can I hear for GPX Basreng?
Supporter Bigetron Era, mana suaranya?
Alright. We love the hype. They are ready for the battle.
Yep.
We are also ready for the battle, and we will be the witness who will see who will be the queen of Mobile Legends today.
Yeah, and now we will pass this session to our caster to give to the main event in this evening.
All right, casters, are you guys ready? Take it away, guys.
Bigetron Era versus GPX Basreng. Both teams here to prove. Welcome back to the grand finals of MWI 2023. Still live at Sumericon Mall Bekasi, here with a whole crowd in the mall in attendance. Still with you, accompanying you through the best of 5 in the grand finals. It's me, Mirko, joined here by Eterna on my right and Arashi on my left. How are you feeling? Grand finals, baby.
Feeling hyped. I mean, the crowd is really helping with that energy. There's so many people, there's so many supporters, and it's just another beautiful day of Mobile Legends.
We've seen so many crazy games already, Arashi, but what are you expecting for this one?
All-out war and a different approach every single game. We see that each team generally does one single playstyle. All these teams right here, they can change it up whenever they want. So you can expect a lot of weird drafts, a lot of flexibility. And touching on the crowd right here, I feel almost claustrophobic. I thought we had a crowd earlier. It grew. There's even more people now.
Say goodbye to toilet breaks, Arashi, because we're not going to get anywhere here. We're going to stay on put with the players just to bring you guys the best show possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk a little bit about history here because these two teams, it's all about history. Indo in the grand finals again for the women's MLBB scene for MWI 2023. We've seen this happen in MWI 2022, so it's a repeat. But for these two teams, they have their own history here, Eterna.
Yeah, 100%, right? You can say that they're besties up until this point. Every time they go into a different league, it's always the same too. And for the past 10 matches that they've seen each other, Bigetron Era have always won. So will this be a repeat, or will GPX change things up?
10 matches, Arashi. GPX haven't been able to break the strategy that Bigetron Era have been constantly using here, but you can't really blame them. No team has been able to do that.
Well, they're also like well known, and this is why it's credit to Bigetron as well. It's easy to get to the top, not easy, but you can get to the top, but staying on top, that is the mark of a great team, and Bigetron Era have delivered so far, but today GPX has a chance to rewrite history, kind of.
Well, it's time to take a look at the brackets once again to give you guys a recap of what has happened through MWI 2023. We started off here today with the semifinals. First match where Bigetron Era were able to get a clean sweep over Risk. And then we were followed up by GPX versus Omega Empress, where GPX were able to clean sweep Omega for the grand finals here. Full Indonesian teams.
Yep, and both of his teams have yet to be taken down. Both of them are still sitting at a 100% game win rate. So, will this 100% be taken down by Bigetron or GPX? Because one has to go.
There can only be one and a tournament, so this is, you know, it's sad because I really support both teams. They've shown great performances so far. But as you mentioned, there can only be one. And ladies and gentlemen, if you missed today's schedule, this is what has happened throughout the day. Bigetron against Risk, Omega Empress against GPX, and now finally, what we've all been waiting for, the grand finals to decide who reigns supreme on top of MWI.
Oof. Bigetron versus GPX. Again, we've been saying Bigetron GPX, I think, for the last 2 years. There's so many Bigetron GPX finals. Even just literally last tournament we saw in the women's scene was WSL Season 6, where GPX were defeated in the grand finals 4-0 in the best of 7. But even before that, they met in the upper brackets where Bigetron Alpha 2-0'd them. So here we go, the most winningest lineup of all time in the women's scene so far. Bigetron era with Sin in mid lane, Fumi Echo in the XP, Chell in the gold lane, Vival in the jungle, and Vivian as the roamer.
These women are all-stars in their own right. We can't say there's only one particular highlighted player from this team because all of them are able to pay their dues, right? We have Shell, who's been outstanding in that gold lane, Vivian always being able to pave the way for their team. And on the other side here, we do have the team lineup from GPS Basreng.
We have Funi in the mid lane, LW in the EXP lane, Chin Chao in the gold lane, Caramel as the jungle, and Thal in that roam position. And this squad we have just seen earlier, so dynamic, so crazy, and somehow, some way, they find a way to make it work. And honestly, it's a playstyle I really like. I enjoy watching it. I think it's effective. But against Bigetron, they need to clean up quite a bit because at any point, if they make any single mistake, Bigetron era are known to just hang on to that mistake and not let you forget about it all the way till the end of the game. So the execution needs to be flawless.
Looking at both teams here, we're going to take a look at the role prediction, but I do just want to talk a little bit about both of their performances in the semifinals, right? I think looking at it, Bigetron era, they're looking unbeatable, untouchable so far in the semifinals, in the playoffs. Meanwhile, for GPX, though, yes, they are still sitting at a 100% game rate. They look vulnerable, especially in the game up against Omega, Empress, literally just before this.
There's a certain layer of spice for Bigetron era in particular because they're able to adjust so well to the game style and the gameplay that the opponent is playing. Whereas when we're talking about GPX Basreng, we're going to expect them to be aggressive. But with that being said, is this going to be the layer that GPX Basreng needs to develop, right? They need to be able to be more unpredictable as Bigetron era if they plan to take this best of 5 series. But now we're going to take a look at the team head-to-head between both of the teams as well.
You can see that for GPX, the Brody and the Martis, right? For Caramel as well as Chin Chao, that seems to be the way they like to go. Having a strong, solid gold lane they can use to make plays, not only, and at the same time, right? You win your lane, but you shut down your opponent's lane as well, and you get a strong jungler to ensure that the neutral objective take is always solid regardless of the rest of the roster. Whereas for Bigetron, that glue pick is just absolutely insane, and the Kadita as well. We saw that Amore was able to actually have so much pressure, so much threat towards that backline on the Kadita pick, and Bigetron era has shown that in a way they are superior in that sense when they can use the vision and the map pressure to just continue to find opportunities. And we take a look here at the player head-to-head between Vival and Caramel in the jungle, and so it's not too far apart, honestly.
It's not that much, like, not a lot of difference here, obviously, because again, we've seen both of these junglers perform, and it's literally dead even, I feel like, based on the skills and based on how both of the players play. The difference is, for me personally, is I feel like Caramel has matured a lot since her performance back in Evo's Links, right? When she usually likes to go for these assassin picks, now you're seeing her mostly on utility junglers, similar to like a Carl Teasy, who used to be known as like the assassin king, maneuvering over, moving, maturing to that utility role. And I think for Caramel, that's what we are seeing here in MWI as well.
And that's important, right? Because as the meta shifts, you need to be able to evolve with the meta as well. And so far, every time we see an assassin being picked up against a utility jungler, like the Fredrin, like the Martis, it does seem like these assassins fall kind of behind. And therefore, this is where utility junglers have more shine to them. And we saw it. She was able to execute it really well. But now, Caramel and Vival in particular, who do you think has the upper hand?
Ooh, considering that we have seen Vival on some assassins and come out on top with a very solid performance here, I must say, as of right now, it seems like Bigetron era have the more flexible, the more adaptable jungler, but what is this?
I love that poster. It's a 1-1 Chin Chow poster.
It is a 1-1 Chin Chow poster. Unfortunately, we haven't seen a 1-1 Chin Chow on 1-1 here on MWI just yet because it's always just banned out, right? But here, you can already see as well, the grand final. Oh my goodness gracious.
Wow.
Grand final talent prediction from Indonesia, Philippines, and Myanmar. All unanimous decision for Bigetron era.
Are you really surprised though?
Wait till you see the next screen.
Okay, we'll wait till the next screen, but according to data, according to the stats, I know that there is more to the game than those numbers, but
Okay,
it makes sense, right? English, Malaysia, and Mer as well.
Right.
Unanimous vote for Bigetron era, and I'm not surprised, guys.
It's there for a good reason. They are dominant. They are the ones who've been paving the way right here. Just again, on that crazy, unreal tournament streak. People go for game streaks, match streaks, tournament streaks for Bigetron. So it's not surprising, but of course, as always, we are very excited to see if GPX can subvert our expectations. That will be very welcome as well.
There's always a chance. There's always a chance, but the audience, the casters, we're all just having fun here, enjoying the event, the offline event, the first offline event once again for women. But if Bigetron era win this, that's how many trophies, Mirko?
It's 21. Man.
21.
21?
Literally unreal. They will have cemented, well, they already have cemented a legacy for themselves here, but we're going to take a look as to how GPX stops them from taking that 21 trophy in a row.
Here's the victory for GPX. Protect Chin Chow at all costs. We do see that they falter quite a bit when Chin Chow cannot be as aggressive, cannot be as crafty in how she wants to be aggressive, even though her role should be passive in the early game. Don't make any mistakes because Bigetron will punish every single one of it and try to play defensively depending on the situation. They're usually aggressive, but against Bigetron era, they know how to deal with that kind of playstyle. They are known to just stall for so long. So GPX, I think, bottom line, needs to be more adaptable. If they want to be aggressive, make it work, adjust depending on what is picked in the composition. If they want to try and play it a different way, again, make sure you adjust because Bigetron era, they have all the experience here, being on top, dealing against every single attempt towards their crown.
I mean, to be fair, we're known to see GPX play aggressively, right? But in that game against Omega, in that second game where they picked up the Sicilian and the carry, they were able to stay patient. So that's definitely another layer that we can expect from GPX as well. And I just love seeing the keys to victory. Like, it seems like it's so easy, but it really is way more difficult to implement in the game, as now we're going to take a look at the keys to victory here for Bigetron era.
Maximize its biggest strength, team synergy, play fast, and utilize the versatility of its players. Notice how not a single player is named in the keys to victory because any player from Bigetron era can be utilized by the team to guide them towards that victory. This is what makes it so difficult, and this is exactly what GPX needs to prepare for. Everyone, and the adjustability that comes with the fact that anyone can lead the charge.
I mean, just look at this, right? You're just seeing 3 ways to victory here. Because if you look at Bigetron era, the way that they've won, like in just the last 2 matches, we don't even need to take a look at like the entirety of MWI. Let's take a look at just the last match up against Risk. It felt so effortless. It felt like they just understood the assignment all the way from the get-go. They understood what to do with their compositions, and they always stayed composed. They never fell under the pressure despite having this massive crowd, despite having that the massive pressure, the burden to carry on 20 win streaks, to keep on going as #1. If you fail, man, there's going to be a lot to say with every single caster predicting Bigetron era, with everyone thinking it's a sure dub for Bigetron era. They're going to have to, take that.
We've been wrong a lot.
We've been wrong a lot.
We've been wrong a lot.
I have never been wrong in the women's scene.
Yeah, that's how difference of the gap there is between Bigetron and all the other teams. But other than the execution, once again, I'd like to highlight Susugaja, right? What do you call him? Elephant milk.
It's a translation, guys. Susugaja means elephant milk in Indonesian, literally.
But I rarely see them lose in drafts.
Right, he's very flexible and he's very open-minded. That's the big deal, right? He doesn't shy away from picks that don't really make sense until he's tried them out and then seeing the value of it. And that is what I think makes Bigetron Era also so flexible. And fun fact, if you want to know the source of his name, I got insider info.
Oh.
There used to be a bunch of people with different kinds of milks, so like buffalo milk, cow milk, but they all stopped playing the game. So only elephant milk is with us today. It's a bit of a sad story, but
you know, he's
The
a
last milk standing.
he's a very good coach, right? Maybe it's because elephants are big brain, question mark?
Elephants never forget either, man.
That's true.
Elephants never forget, especially when it comes down to milk. But here, let's once again take a look at the players, right? Because it looks like both teams are very confident. You can see all smiles right now from Funi, Chin Chao, and Tao. On the other side of the table, though, different approach from Caramel and LW. They feel like, you know, straight face, want to just... It's literally a contrast, right? You see Tao and Chin Chao just joking around, and then you see Caramel, she's dead serious, looking at the phones. She wants to win.
They need to be careful with the phones, though.
What's
It's starting to rain. I think this is the first time that I'm casting under rain.
As long as I am covered, we're good.
So we stay dry here. We've seen some rain droplets sneak past, so there's that. But these players, like you mentioned, Eterna, need to pay attention, make sure their devices stay safe, but also pay attention to their mental state right here. You cannot be too happy or too serious. It's all about finding the right balance. We can be as happy as we want, man. That's the benefit of this job.
Beautiful.
But they need to try and get into the flow state where everything is just balanced just right and get into it, because that's what it will take to deal with a test of this magnitude.
Well, you're also going to see the faces right now of Chell and Vivian. They're looking confident, again, just smiling. The Biget Troopers here as well. Oh my God, there's a lot of comments here from the Biget Troopers. Very confident, that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, they're still mentioning the 21 trophy thing.
Yeah.
If they're able to win this one. But you're right. The situation for Bigetron, all laughs, all smiles. You can see Vival as well, just having a really good time. This is really important. And they're looking confident, and they're confident for a reason.
I mean, if
Unanimous
you win
vote for casters. From
I
the
don't think that,
casters.
you know, I think that is like a minor confidence boost. I think the 20 win streak is the biggest confidence boost,
Wow.
obviously winning and also not dropping a whole. They haven't lost
Single
a
game.
single game. Not just in MWI. They haven't lost a single game in 2023.
Wow.
At this point, we're going to have to like ask for their scrim results to actually see if they've lost at all. I don't understand. It's something that we've only seen here. We've never seen this kind of stat line. 100% game rate. Match rate, sure. Okay, we've seen win streaks before, but game rate?
Well,
Unheard of.
There's a chance for GPX to actually contest that today, right? They've been performing really well. And I think even though all the casters predicted Bigetron, we're not expecting a one-sided affair here. It's going to be quite close.
We're hoping for a close match.
Exactly. Not just for games, for matches here. We want to see GPX at their best going up against Bigetron, and want to see how far can GPX push Bigetron, because this is where they get really tested, and this is where you see if they're made out of champion material. When your stats don't work, when you get countered, and yet you come back stronger with something even better than before.
I mean, to be fair, if anyone should have a glimpse and insight towards Bigetron Era, should be GPX, right? They've met each other so many times, and last year at MWI, they were able to get a game off BTR. So perhaps they can win on towards that insight.
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely possible.
It's, again, like you mentioned, right? L's equals to learns. So far, 10 L's. So that's 10 learns up against Bigetron Era.
There could be 5 dubs, though.
It could be 5 dubs. It could be, Arashi, yes. Probability, right? Maybe this is the first dub in, you know, many to come for Bigetron or for GPX. Basreng, who are right now, I mean, again, just looking at their performance, it felt like the way they were able to win was a bit scrappier, right? Bigetron Era definitely had the, you know, cleaner games, the more dominant games in the semifinals. But again, usually when you're battle-hardened, tested like that, you come up victorious in the end.
And I think that's a good point, because later on, the longer the game goes, the more mental fatigue both these teams accrue, right? It's almost inevitable that the games are going to get messier and messier. GPX
But
can
Messi
just
is in
continue.
Argentina.
Oh, hang on, wrong guy.
Oh.
But GPX, they can continue to play with this playstyle, and it can kind of work out. Bigetron, if they want to play that neat, that calculated, they have to maintain that kind of level for so long against GPX. So that may be somewhere where GPX can excel, right? The less of a mental requirement to perform the way they like to do.
You're right, you're right.
You know what GPX stands for, Eterna?
Gang Kapax.
Yeah. So that's basically their identity. Even as a
Axe
team, right?
gang.
It literally, yeah,
Axe
it
gang.
literally translates to Axe Gang, if you guys don't know. Gang Kapak. And the way they play, there's a lot of action. And that's their identity. A lot of aggression from the early stage. That's why you see this dive-heavy composition coming in from GPX. Meanwhile, for Bigetron Era, you kind of get the best of both worlds here, where they can play in the late game, they can play in the early game. But I do want to talk a little bit about how GPX were able to take Omega down in Game 2. It was with a late game composition full. They didn't rely on that crazy aggression early on to win the game. That shows growth.
Definitely, it shows maturity and how they want to execute, and then it now shows to Bigetron that, okay, you can't just expect us to be a one-dimensional team. But of course, the question is, will Bigetron Era, given the same kind of circumstance, be able to execute better than Smart Omega? And I think a lot of people, including the players themselves, think that that is absolutely the case.
Well, here it is, ladies and gentlemen, in the draft we go. Bigetron Era on the blue side, GPX on the red, BTR with the Haya, Faramis, and the Wanwan band. A lot of isolation here, like the Haya and the Wanwan band out. They want to go for some team fights. They pick up the Kaja first pick, knowing that if the carry does get picked up by Chin Chow, they have an answer to it with this Kaja.
We've seen this Kaja being an absolute menace, just finding the right target at the right time. So for Bigetron, that's even more so the case because they usually have a lot cleaner of a setup that allow Thal to actually, not Thal, sorry, Vivian to try and find those opportunities. But GPX are not deterred. They respond with a very dominant, very meta gold laner, and now Bigetrons are the ones to decide what do they want to try and counter this carry with.
I mean, right now they do have the Valentina, right? So even if they want to use the suppress against them, they do still have the option of using it themselves. But now Bigetron, with the next 2 picks, are they going to be prioritizing a hero for perhaps Shell? Right now we see that the trend is that a lot of focus on the mid lane and a lot of focus on the gold lane. We might expect them to start getting banned out in the second phase, so I really would suggest taking one for them in the first phase.
Looking at how Bigetron Era likes to play, honestly, at this point, it's so flexible. They can go for a gold laner here, but they just go for the Fredrin instead with the Lapu as well. So they are literally just stopping their flex potential for every single hero that they pick up here. Right here in the first phase, right? The Fredrin, jungle, that's a Lapu in the XP, and the Kaja in the roam position. No more flex. But GPX doesn't have flex either.
Well, GPX, we have seen flex coming from them as well. I mean, just the previous match, we saw a Phobius that we haven't seen in a long time. So this team certainly has some flexibility, but they're saving it. They're saving it for the right moment right here. So for GPX, they might go for an XP lane right now before Bigetron can try and ban out the better options, or they can go for maybe a roam if they want to try and get ahead in the early game. They require a solid roamer to try and facilitate all these aggressive plays.
Okay, we'll see here. 1 second left on the clock. And the
Lolita.
answer is it is going to be the Lolita pick. So they have prioritized that roaming position, trying to deny the aggressive and the engage potential that Bigetron has with the Fredrin, with the Lapu Lapu, who particularly want to dive into the composition that GPX has. But right now here, we're entering the second phase where Brody has actually been banned away from Bigetron.
See, it's super interesting here how Bigetron Era are deciding to go with their drafts, right? Because initially, I think from the group stages, they always prioritize Cini's heroes and they always flex Vival to the very last pick in order to, the last phase here of the draft. But in the grand finals, they're deciding to go a different route, again, showing that they have multiple strategies to show. And with the Benedetta ban as well, here, they're trying to limit not just the XP lane, but also the jungle. With the Masha and the Benedetta banned out, it does feel like maybe they want to go for something like a Beatrix that kind of struggles against the Masha, as we've seen literally in just the game that we saw before, where GPX picked it up.
Beatrix would make a lot of sense, and for Bigetron, I do feel like with their composition right now, they have a lot of crowd control, but they don't have the damage to back it up. If this is going to be a front to back, they require the DPS. If it's going to be a pick-off kind of composition using the Kaja, they need burst damage. But for GPX, here comes that Terizla, man. You can take the Lapu Lapu, will have that penalty zone to punish you in the game.
I mean, technically, that's the only viable option that they have, right? With so many of them already banned away and the Fredrin and the Lapu being picked up, Terizla is going to be a really good pick, and he's going to be able to dominate in that lane. But Bigetron, now they're picking up a really risky hero with the Xavier as well as the Moskov, which makes sense, right? The Masha being banned away, they want to make sure that Xavier has a good time in that back line. But now GPX, how are they going to respond to this?
They need more dive at this point, right? I think at this point, I'm not sure about, I don't think it's going to be an assassin. I don't think an assassin is a good pick here.
Martis?
Martis can be an option, but is going to kind of struggle against the poke coming in from Bigetron era. There's a lot of CC as well. If they really want to go up against this kind of composition, maybe something like a Barats. Nah, the Barats kind of is, yeah, I don't really like the Barats anyway, never mind, you know?
I think someone with a bit of crowd control can help here as well. Yes, they need to dive, but...
Lunox jungle?
Wait, Lunox jungle? Could it be?
I like it. You need to shred that front liner, but you also need to stay safe. This is a pick that works, honestly, for me. I actually like GPX's
Lunox jungle?
draft. Yeah.
Not Valentina?
No, not Valentina. It should be Lunox jungle. Clears a bit faster. We've seen how Lunox jungle can work. It was on Esports who picked it up at M4 when they beat the Valley, dude. And here in the grand finals, looking at the draft, personally for me, I think GPX have the better draft. I think it's super well-rounded. If you take a look at just the laning, I would say Bigetron have a little bit of an advantage in the gold lane with the Moskov against the carry, but overall with the Lolita that can use the Guardian's Bulwark to cancel out the damage from Moskov and Xavier with the answer already with the single target burst towards both or three of the frontliners. I think GPX has the better draft.
Well, I think for Bigetron, they have a good mix of good range and AoE. And despite how it looks that GPX can just dive in the back line, having a Moskov allows for a bit more flexibility. So I think I would side with Bigetron on this one, actually.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dive in. Not just yet. Hold your horses. We have a technical pause before entering the game here. It seems like there is a technical issue going on. Maybe possibly an emblem bug as they are pointing at their phones. Not too sure as to what has happened, but please be patient with us. Obviously, fair play is our #1 priority here. GPX, they will get their time to resolve the problem. Here, though, you can see the fans, or you can hear the fans going crazy for both GPX and BTR. What about you, Eterna? I said, personally, when it comes to draft, I like GPX. Arashi said BTR. What about Eterna?
Honestly, I haven't been a really huge fan of the Lunox. I know she's able to sustain a lot, but the damage output in that early game is a bit questionable. And I don't know how that's going to work against someone like the Fredrin, who is going to be able to get those objectives really, really easily. This differs, though, once we enter that mid towards that late game, where the Lunox is going to have a little bit more say because of her passive and the way that she's able to shred through the defense coming in from these really tanky and beefy heroes.
I think a big problem here as well is for GPX. They are relying on the carry here. Everyone else, yes, there's damage from the Lunox, but it's limited, right? You said it yourself. The gold lane becomes the main carry in the late game. So for GPX, the fact that it's a carry who is rather short range against so much crowd control from Bigetron, I think they have a chance to just shut down GPX purely through brute force and crowd control. So it's a possibility for that to happen. And on the other flip side, if GPX were to dive toward the Moskov, a lot more mobile, having self-crowd control as well, and later on, with the dawning light coming in from that Savior, carry is going to struggle so much, or be forced to itemize in a less optimal way. And maybe Bigetron, I think they will have what it takes to try and capitalize on that factor.
I mean, on that note, I'm actually curious about the Moskov and the carry lane matchup.
Moskov carry,
Yeah.
the matchup, Moskov does better, especially when it comes to all-ins because of the sustainability he has built into his kit. And overall, just even clearing waves, the carry does, you know, lose out in the wave department. When it comes to trades too, the Moskov has a bit of an advantage because he can decide when it's done, when the trade is over with the second ability. Just get away. Knock him back.
Or he can actually go in, and if he wants to, if he feels like he can just all in and win the 100-0 battle, the Moskov can just go in and risk it like that. Whereas for the carry, it's just less of a possibility. And of course, it will come down to the emblems and battle spells as well. But I think for the most part, we can agree that Moskov is better in the early to mid game, but carry in that late game, especially against so much tankiness, so much HP, will have the benefit of that passive.
I don't know about that. I think in terms of scaling, both of the team, both Moskov and carry does pretty well against each other, the scaling. I think if the carry goes for Wind of Nature, both goes for Wind of Nature, then you can say carry has a little bit of an advantage. But again, comes back to Moskov just saying, hey, get away once you pop that Wind of Nature, right? So I think when it comes to scaling, it's both okay. I think Moskov might have a little bit of an advantage actually when it comes to scaling. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna dive in straight to the land of Dawn. Bigetron era on the blue side, starting on the orange buff. Caramel starting on the purple buff.
Well, it is going to be a Lunox, so starting in the purple buff makes sense. It's Caramel with the Mystery Shop as the emblem, trying to get to that power spike as soon as possible. But of course, on the other side, Bigetron, they have Vival on the Demon Slayer Fredrin. It's more normal, I guess, less unique coming out from the side of Bigetron. And Shell already with the Inspire being used, so that gold lane, there's just a lot of aggression there, but might be a mistake.
Well, Chell is able to stop Tao from that engage. Gets a little bit of poke down too with the help of Vivian. And in the gold lane, you can already see the Moskov being a little bit more oppressive compared to Chin Chao, who's going to be shoved in again, losing out on the trade. See, this is so annoying, right? The way the passive works for Chell, Moskov.
Right. I mean, later on in the team fights, it's also a lot of AoE damage, especially when everyone's clumped down together. But now it seems like there's going to be a bit of an engagement. And I do wonder, right? At this point, it does seem like Bigetron will have the advantage in the early skirmishes, especially once level 5 is here. But, ooh, then the GPS goes for aggressive plays first.
Not really going to work out just yet. Vivian saves her flicker as well.
Good try, good try. Already some movements coming in from GPX. They are trying to get the initial damage onto the members of Bigetron era, but they're not going to be able to do that just yet. I think it's going to be quite a slow early game, honestly, because both of these teams are going to be reliant on that level 4 to make those huge plays. But when it goes to that first turtle, both of them, they need to find that level 4 as soon as possible if they want to get the advantage on that neutral objective.
I think later on, LW will also have a big role to play here. If she can get to the back line, it's definitely a different fight altogether. And looking at the positioning, it might just be GPX with a bit more advantage.
Vivian cutting Tao's movement off. The blast charged in. That's onto one member. Only Vival who gets caught. Fumieko into the back line with the Bravest Fighter. Going for the stun. Gets Tao. Vivian already with the help of Vival dealing so much damage. Caramel as well. Super low. Fumi flickers forward. His first blood over the Bigetron era. It's another onto the hands of Vival. Now with Divine Judgment as well. LW is going to be locked down. Flickers out to safety. Cine waiting desperately for that cooldown for the ultimate. There you go. I called it. I knew it. They went for it. And that's another for BTR.
3-4-0 trade for Bigetron era here in the 3rd minute. 1,000 gold lead, a bit more now that they've been able to secure that turtle. And this was my concern about the Lunox jungle. Sure, in the mid towards the late game, when the Lunox is a little bit more viable in terms of that damage, we will see Bigetron era start to sweat. But in this early game, this Fredrin, even the Lapu Lapu, for all they know, is going to have huge pressure onto the Lunox and denying all these neutral objective takes away from GPX Basreng.
It's definitely going to be a very tough game for Chin Chao of all people, because that's how Bigetron era likes to play. They like to shut down your main carries, and you saw that in the previous fight. Like, everyone just gets zoned out completely. Even though LW tried to do the same, it's just not the same kind of speed, the same kind of threat that comes in from a Lapu Lapu with the Bravest Fighter. So with a 1.5k gold lead right here, Bigetron era can push the tempo, but I think they're going to play it just slightly a bit more calculatively, because they require like a 5v5 in order to get the best value out of all these combos.
I mean, up to this point, I'm not too worried about Chin Chao. We've seen her in positions where she's really behind, where she's really pressured, and eventually she's still able to make it. But look at this, Bigetron era, looking for a pick perhaps onto her.
Look at the movement from GPX as well. Lumen on blast. Not able to connect onto anyone. Vivian still has the flicker. Down below, Fumieko in 1v1 against a Blade Bully. What? Fumieko. This is a losing matchup for the Lapu. The Terizla is the one who's forced to recall away, and that's going to be a wave cut, giving Fumieko a little bit more time to play. Chell getting the stun down onto Tao, goes in for another stun. Mystic Field stopping Chin Chao from dealing any more damage. Vivian with the Divine Judgment as well. That's the Dawning Light to follow it through. Chell looking for more. Chin Chao forced to flicker out. That's the Spear of Destruction, barely missing. Let's talk a little bit about the global presence here, because Dawning Light
And the spear? Gee. That's just a tough situation for anyone. It can be used so dynamically as well. Yes, it does damage and you can secure kills with it, but it can be comboed. Like in the first fight earlier, we saw that spear actually do so much damage to everyone that it actually hit in that fight, 3 or 4 members. And later on, it can be used to scout for information. It can be used to stop recall. So the usage, especially in the hands of a team as creative as Bigetron Era, it's just a very terrifying possibility.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to highlight, right? It's not just damage, but also map visibility and even a chance to steal the neutral objectives if they time it properly. But now, Bigetron Era, still a 4,000 gold lead. GPX trying to fight back, trying to find some compensation on the board. But so far, Bigetron Era, they haven't been playing towards GPX Basreng. They haven't been playing in towards their tempo. They're setting the tempo, and right now it's paying off.
Oh no, that's
Fine judgment again. Tao brought back to the team. That's the 5th kill of the game in the 5th minute of the game. Viva looking for the 6th in the 6th minute of the game. Gonna be able to actually follow it through. Brilliance already popped in. Caramel caught. Still is able to run away. Chin Chow dealing his damage back again to zone BTR, but that's a structure up top. Picked up tier 1 for BTR Era as the Terizla is able to shove in the way, but with Fumieko rotating back, she decides to recall.
It's a 4K goalie for Bigetron, but early on, you did see, we were seeing that Fumieko was so dominant in the lane. She just finished the Bloodlust Axe, so she was doing all that without the extra bit of sustain. So maybe we'll see in the highlights later on, but that is a very impressive performance. And now Bigetron, they are not letting up on this pressure, man. Jungle, mid, top, everywhere is not safe for the members of GPX.
Yeah, because again, the Dawning Light, right, just comes through and checks in the bush. That's Chell who picks up her 2nd turret of the game. Down below in the tier 1, using the siege again properly, using the lane swaps as well. GPX a bit behind when it comes to the lane swap game right now. Fumieko, once again, playing that weak side of the map. Doing it really well, playing in the bush, not really going for anything too crazy. Will be able to dish out a little bit of damage. Wants to go for a 1v1 here against Jin Chao, who has the flicker, gets out of damage. Fumieko jumping into the bravest fighter. Oh my goodness gracious, Fumi against her ex-team. Vivian steps back in, finds the kill. That's the Mystic Field to lock Tao down. The Divine Judgment to bring Tao back. Sini is looking for more. Just one more hit. Sini's waiting for the Dawning Light again. Will it come back in time? Funi looking for the Divine Judgment by here in that top side. That's the Dawning Light, not connecting. Sini on the Xavier. Chell, her sister in the mid lane, taking the tier 1.
This is brutal. This is brutal for GPX, and right now, Bigetron Era, with the space that they have created, they are going to be able to steal away the buffs away from GPX. As we're heading into an instant replay of what exactly happened to Chin Chow there.
Look at that, Fumieko baited out the dash initially and then went into the bravest fighter. Afterwards, once the flicker was used, she followed in with the flicker last second to catch her in that stun, and that was the end of it. A very impressive play by Fumieko to start the sequence of events that now I think leads to Bigetron Era having full control of the map. Even the jungle is no longer safe. GPX forced to turtle around their structures as Bigetron Era, still with the global presence, with the poke advantage, they have all the tools available to just siege GPX consistently. GPX need to do something crazy, otherwise this is an eventuality that Bigetron Era will actually come out on top.
I mean, honestly, right now, with the way that Bigetron Era is playing, I am kind of curious to see the development of the items from GPX Basreng. Because previously in the, I think the 6th minute, the Lunox was only able to get that Clock of Destiny, but here you go. How far? See, still a Clock of Destiny. She's falling so far behind the opponent's jungle.
She's been taken out twice and she's losing out on her own jungle as well. Look at the positioning early on for Bigetron, and even look at them now. They're just waiting in the jungles and almost never in the same bush, just waiting to catch the members of GPX off guard, and they have more than enough crowd control to engage first and even re-engage on GPX's counter attack. So they have all the tools available, man. I keep saying it, but it is true. So with the Lord coming up right here, GPX, they have their backs against the wall, against their own base essentially.
That gave me flashbacks of the Sanford play, man. My goodness. Fumieko against her ex-team, by the way, right? GPX. Yeah. She's tearing it apart. Chell with a free Lord. First Lord not contested at all. 10,000 gold lead before the before the 10th minute of the game. They take away everything in the enemy jungle. GPX are forced to group up together in the orange buff side of the map. And this is brutal, man. You can see the level differences already. Chell as a goal laner, 2 levels up. Fumi Echo, 2 levels up.
Caramel Vival, 3.
I mean, look at Shincha, right? She can't find any place to farm now, finally, but early on, just the mere fact that Bigetron Era are not on the map, that is enough concern for her to just disappear and back away. Caramel now has the Lightning Truncheon, but we'll have to see, will that be enough damage in the next fight? It needs to all go to the right person. But who is it? That is the main question.
I mean, at this point, trying to get one person, then the other
Yep.
to step up. It's like you're up against a Hydra, right?
Oh.
Multiple heads. Chell now, gonna go for the siege. For me, Echo, looking for a big play again. Donning line is Tao. Ow! Cancelled out by Vivian, who finds the Divine Judgment LW with a penalty zone. Defensively, Moby! Echo with the bravest fire and a stun out to 3. Cindy with the flicker forward, now with a mini wave up and ready. They're gonna go for the end. Caramel's gonna lose her life. That's the Dawning Light. BTR with 0 members taken down. Dominance doesn't do it justice. 11-0. Complete destruction, annihilation from Bigetron in game 1.
Barely 11 minutes was all it took for Bigetron Era to show that much dominance in game number 1. Basically 1 kill a minute. And they were already falling so far behind, it was very difficult to see how GPX was able to come back from that.
In 11 minutes.
Exactly.
Blink and you'll miss it, man.
Wow.
You think it takes some time for them to crack open the base of GPX? No, it takes one moment. They see the chance, it happens just like that. Considering we've just seen GPX have a very close competitive game against Omega, this just makes it look even more impressive for Bigetron, man.
Just give the MVP to Fumi.
Oof.
I don't, yeah, she...
Or Cine, or Vival,
Dude,
or
exactly,
Vivian,
right?
Anyone.
Or just take it.
All-star team, bro.
We have a shared MVP for this team.
What the heck? 11-0, 11 minutes. Arashi, this is unheard of. When was the last time you saw an 11-minute game in a grand finals?
With 0 kills, man.
Is the gap that huge? That's the big question I have now.
That's heartbreaking for GPX. They tried their best for sure. We saw the adjustments happen. We saw the plays attempted, but Bigetron just read them like a book, like a PDF file, we usually say. They just knew what to do, and every time the play comes in, they just counter with something even better. Wow, is it all from the drafts?
I mean, I thought GPX won the draft. Again, I feel like they had the winning lanes, they had the win conditions set in stone. It just really feels like they just got outplayed in the lanes.
Lunox jungle.
Honestly, I'm a fan of the Lunox jungle.
It really depends.
It really depends, but yeah, I feel like they had proper mid control. They had a winning lane in the XP lane. I feel like, again, it's just these lanes should not be losing.
Yeah, the XP lane. I mean, we're talking about a Lapu Lapu against a Terizla matchup, and somehow pre-Bloodlust X, Fumi Echo was dominating. Not even winning, by the way. Dominating, sending...
1 HP.
Terizla home.
Sending the Terizla back like twice. Like, without going back herself. What is going on? It's mind-blowing.
I can understand. Maybe after level 4, where the bravest fighter, if she gets a lead early on, she can literally just steamroll the Terizla. But at that point, they were still pretty equal in lane, and even from the get-go, Terizla, who has much better trading tools, much better weapons to actually take that early game and maybe zone and get an advantage, wasn't able to. Up against, again, Fumi Echo, who was before in GPX.
Question is, did that draft suit their playstyle?
That's a big question,
right?
and that's a very good question.
If we want, because when we see GPX at their peak, they play aggressively from that early game. I'm not sure if this draft suited them, which is why I didn't like the Lunox jungle. Yeah. I do understand it can work,
I agree.
But in this particular case, where the safe, patient playstyle isn't really their forte, do they really want to force something like that?
Well, keep in mind, the most picked hero for GPX, if I'm not mistaken, was the Martis, right? We saw that earlier.
And
so
that's
a Martis and a Lunox, a Martis and a Lunox, worlds of difference in how you play it out. So maybe that is a big factor in game number 1. So we'll see if the same kind of creativity comes out in game number 2, because we're seeing that in game number 1 it did not work out at all.
I mean, we're gonna get the item builds and the highlights soon enough. I just really want to highlight Vivian on that Kaja, even when I would have definitely just popped ultimate and got a kill, or got a just confirmed kill. She's always waiting. And when she waited in that Fumi Echo engage up top, she waited, the person was 1 HP, City got the kill, and then she used the ultimate onto Tao, so she was saving the Divine Judgment for the next target, and it worked so well. It worked like it was written. It looked like a story that was written pre-match, man. It was crazy. Here, we're gonna take a look at the item builds. Don't mind the top screen because obviously it was Bigetron Era who won 11-0. Let's take a look at the game.
Well, look at the items for Fumi Echo. After getting that Bloodlust Axe, a Hunter Strike for good measure, and then a Radiant Armor to deal with that Lunox and the Valentina. So already smart itemization, understanding that in a real team fight, the carry is gonna be zoned out by Fumi Echo anyways. So stacking that magic resistance first, the magic defense first, is so much value. And for Cini, I didn't even realize it. I thought that she went for the early Enchanted Talisman, but she had her core items, the Clock of Destiny and the Lightning Truncheon, and then afterwards she has the Enchanted Talisman. So it's just a lot of spells again and again. We see that the utility aspect of it is still also a big problem for GPX on top of the already oppressive damage. And keep in mind, we haven't even seen the moment where there's a siege and a Dominating Light hits the carry, Chinchao on the carry. That hasn't even happened yet. That was gonna be a big problem later on. And look at the stats. That is painful to look at for GPX.
Wow, and 0 objective rate. Just nothing on the board was taken by GPX Basreng at all. Not even a single kill.
100 damage to target.
112 damage to turrets. I wonder who did that then. Probably Chinchao. But man, I mean,
0 kills.
Doesn't get as dominant, like, come on, 11-0. Full objective control, 3 turtles, a lord, 7 turrets. They didn't even need to take every single turn. Yeah.
Yep, MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's Fumi Echo on that Lapu Lapu, displaying just matchup knowledge, macro knowledge, and insane micro to pull off the highlights we're gonna see in a second here. Especially, we can't stop talking about that 1v1, that catch onto Chinchao. Because we've seen Chinchao slide out of slippery situations before, but not against Fumi Echo, man. She read everything and played it perfectly.
I mean, up until this point, how are we supposed to make predictions based on the draft? Like Bigetron Era, they're pulling things that should not even be possible. And here you see it, the Lapu Lapu taking an MVP against someone like the Charizla, who was supposedly supposed to be her lane bully.
It's, I questioned what I was watching at first. I was like, wait, am I watching a replay of M4? Was this Sanford? No, it's Fumi Echo. She's here to prove, and she has proven. Man, what a terrifying player. I cannot believe she was able to do that so many times. Those plays, it really reminded me of M4. 2-man stun, flickers,
it's
just plays.
Such high value plays because it's not only
high mechanical.
It's not
skill.
simply like, okay, we see a carry, we target it. She knows who to go for at what moment, because early on, carry was not the main priority for her. She wasn't looking for that play until she knows it's possible. This was one of the first big team fights where you can see Caramel just gets absolutely zoned out. That's why it's just so dangerous to use a squishy hero in the jungle. You're prone to getting picked off, and this is the player on the top side where everyone is just so patient. They save all the spells for the right moments, and I think that's a big hallmark of the dominance of Bigetron. They're never at any pressure to use the spells preemptively. They always wait for the exact right moment, and then once they were ahead, 4-0 right here, you can't even check the bushes without severe retaliation. And this is that play, look at that, predicted, right? And then the flicker, predicted as well.
Man.
It's over. Caramel isn't snowballed enough, can't do enough damage.
Here's the moment I was talking about, Rashi.
Yep.
Look at this, right? And then, no, Divine Judgment there. There you go.
Well, it all happened so fast, man. Here, Cini even flickers forward. There was almost no threat at all from Bigetron, not because they're just superior players, but because everything that happened since the beginning of the game just ensures that they're just way too ahead. 10k, 11k gold ahead? That's just way too much.
Yeah, I really believe that first kill onto Caramel in that early game, in the first few seconds of the game rather, really set the tempo. And I think from there, GPX played a little bit more safely, and they weren't able to take the risks that they initially wanted to go for.
weren't able to, right? I mean, right after that, when 3 members gets taken down with the turtle too, you're so far behind already. Considering, again, the Lunox, sure, you clear pretty fast, but you don't clear as fast as a Fredrin, right? You're at a slight disadvantage already, plus the loss, plus the turtle advantage for the Fredrin, plus the fact that they're able to rotate and get the winning lanes even more ahead. Because of that play where you lost 3 members, yeah, they completely control the game right after that turtle fight, which is the first turtle fight, and I think GPX needs to understand now when to really go for these commitment plays, right? Because they committed for the wrong objective. It wasn't the final Lord, it wasn't an evolved Lord, it was the first turtle that they could have 100% just given away if they didn't have proper setup.
We called it for Bigetron. You give them an opportunity like that, they will deliver. So, you know, don't mess around and find out, because Bigetron will not let that slide.
I mean, still the first game.
It is first game.
We are entering a best of 5, so if they wanted to just really like feel around what's going on, you know, read their opponent a little bit, they do have time to do that.
Yeah.
So coming to the second game, I really would like to see GPX falling back onto what they're comfortable with.
I agree.
Right.
I mean, I think at this point, Caramel has been playing so much utility. I think right now is a good time to actually bring out those assassins, right? Thing is, it's going to be really tough up against so much mid-control. BTR will never let that slide. You pick an assassin, you're not playing. We saw that happen just earlier today. Venegod on the Ling. Yeah, no, say goodbye to your purple, say goodbye to any of your buffs right after the first minute, because they'll just pick up a utility jungler, mid-control, and control everything in your jungle.
They're just so solid because their opponents, whenever something goes wrong, it just feels like everything crumbles. But for Bigetron, they're just so solid in their foundations that even though things don't happen exactly as planned, it doesn't matter because their fundamentals are just so solid. Even those moments, Mirko, we're talking about where they were able to just hold on to those spells, technically it's not because they were just holding on to it. They just understand that, okay, I don't need it right now. There's no need to use it. I can just save it for something else. And that kind of efficiency is just something so daunting to deal with, because now anything they do, you need to force them to do. They won't give you any free passes at all.
Literally, they're able to read normal human reflex responses and act accordingly. And I think that's what we saw just being delivered by Fumi with that play, right?
I think at that point, we have to say not just like normal human, they're able to read like 2-3 steps ahead, right? Because that flicker, she was literally waiting for Chinchao to flicker. Then she followed through, she knew it.
Yeah. And even the Numnon Blast,
the cancel. Ooh, that was so good. And that play as well, she didn't just dash out knowing that there's a carry that's vulnerable. She just shows menacingly out of the bush, throws some spells out, and uses that to bait out the first initial dash. So everything is just well thought out. So I don't know if it's experience, I don't know if it's just insane reflexes or foresight, but Bigetron has it.
They do, and the troopers are here for it, man. You can see the fans for Bigetron era just going wild here at Sumercon Mall Bekasi. Once again, you guys can watch it live for free right here, right now. Still, a possibility for a lot of games still, right? Technically, we can get, what, 5 more games?
We can go all the way to a full 5-game series, but that's a tall order right now. We have to see if GPX can just find something that works as we get into this banning phase. Joy and Kaja. So already that Kaja was just a huge problem in ensuring that GPX were unable to check any bushes at all. So that will be denied from Bigetron for now.
I mean, I like this. They're changing things up a little bit. We have the Kaja being picked up, right? And the Wanwan also being banned out. A different approach from GPX. They are trying to force Bigetron into a particular decision. I mean, at this point, I think that the Yves should be taken away, but the Kadita is actually going to be the choice here.
Ooh. If they don't pick up the Yves as the first pick here, I think Bigetron will possibly use it. It just suits their flexible playstyle, because Yves, given the right item builds and the right battle spells, you can go aggressively, you can go defensively. It's just very... Oh, but actually they banned it out. So I spoke too soon there.
Yeah, Hayabusa is left open here.
Again.
We also do have the Faramis, the carry as well, but GPX, they see the potential, the value of the carry. They are going to be able to secure this first. Bigetron era with a response.
I like it now, right? I mean, they banned out the Kaja already, the Kadita as well. There's 2 heroes instantly that can, you know, really be a massive problem for that carry. Now it's answered. They pick up a Hilda and a Brody, a bully laner instantly, trying to get some control in the jungle too. Oh, this Hilda is also a pretty good flex now.
Wow. I wonder if the idea is that Bigetron wants to just go really aggressively and then try and switch it up. We've seen that teams do struggle after 2 close games if the opponent just switches up, like how GPX did actually, from being very aggressive to very passive. It is quite difficult, so Bigetron still has that to play around with since they're going for something aggressive right now. But GPX, they get that fair miss that Bigetron usually bans out.
Comfort.
All right. So already a more comfortable jungler in the hands of Caramel.
And definitely wisest too, right? Because you don't want to be risky taking something like the Ling or even the Hayabusa, but you see the Hilda being in the hands of Bigetron. It's going to be a little bit difficult to stay and sustain and have an impact to the game as a jungle. But right now, Bigetron with the last pick here, what is it going to be?
Honestly, they can go for something like, they can go for mid laner here. Valentina is still up for grabs up against the Feramis. They can just take the Cult Altar away. Provides an answer to that Cult Altar with a Cult Altar for your own team. Aside from that, if they really want to go for mid control, maybe the Lilia can be an option.
Ooh, they go for that Savior, so more utility. We saw earlier that Cine is just devastating on that Savior. But now I'm wondering, like, is there a possibility this Hilda will unexpectedly get flexed? I just got that feeling earlier. That might be exactly what Bigetron is thinking about, because they usually flash some information to their enemies in hopes of throwing them off the actual game plan. So now, with the Masha banned out, it can still go to the EXP lane, kind of, the Hilda, and it's usually very annoying unless you have a very specific counter matchup to it.
It is very good. The Glue usually loses to the Hilda too, so a lane bully like Glue usually even loses. I've mentioned that the Joy loses too. Up against Yuzong, I mean, there's not really a lot of heroes that Hilda loses to. I think the only one who can go even in trades and all-ins, probably Terizla, but overall, Hilda can just sustain back up by getting into the bush. Ling, though, banned away already. You can see just some assassin pressure being... This is interesting, right? They already have a Martis jungle, but they still respect that assassin so much.
For Revel on the side of Bigetron, that Ling was dangerous. And if they want to play around Chinchao, it makes sense that you want to try and get the assassins out of the way because it's dangerous. So for Bigetron, they actually ban out that Franco. I guess denying the chance for GPX to just check those bushes. And of course, if they want to go for an assassin, that's a good ban to try and deny that Bloody Hunt.
Haya, Fanny, that's still an option
Haya
right now. Benedetta is on the table, but the Benedetta is going to be taken away by GPX, which means that they don't mind maybe if Bigetron pick up something like the Hayabusa. They think that the Benedetta could be a worse threat.
Well, the Hayabusa with high and dry is not what you'd look for when you're up against a composition that sticks together like GPX. Like, you know, look at their composition, right? It's literally a front to back with the Feramis grouping up together. It's a front to back. BTR, they can still go for the Hayabusa to put some more additional pressure on the lane, but they go for the Roamer first. So it is a Hilda in the XP lane. It's the first XP lane Hilda that we're seeing here at MWI. Very interesting.
Yeah.
I think Haya is just set up.
I don't know, Ruby?
Ruby, maybe, but depends on how they want to play this out. Because right now, they might have to try and mitigate or find a way to deal with the Lolita, right? They need some crowd control to ensure that the Numeron Blast can be cancelled out, and they have to make sure that they find a way to try and bait out the Bulwark, because otherwise, all the damage coming in from Chinchao will get just blocked out by that Bulwark.
So I like the Atlas because of the CC, but if Bigetron are going to pick up an Assassin, I think the Ruby is way more reliable than the Atlas.
I think at this point, if BTR actually go for an Assassin, you already have an answer with the Feramis, the Call Altar. You're grouping up already together. You need something. Best of both worlds. You can lock people down. You can also go for engages, but a bit riskier when it comes to engaging. Once you go in, there's no going out. That's the Kufra pickup. And the Fredrin in the XP, I believe, unless the Smartest gets flexed into the XP, and it's actually going to be a Fredrin jungle. BTR, here's the call. Hayabusa, Lancelot, Fanny, still open, but...
What?
What?
Wow. It's a Hanzo.
Oh, Assassin Dave would be
Shout
so
out
happy
Assassin
right
Dave.
now.
In a way, right, with all the strong laners, I'm telling you, if they get some steamrolling, that Hanzo will deny every single buff from the hands of GPX. This is dangerous.
Well, we've always been mentioning, right, on how like assassins really struggle in the jungle on how to clear. Well, the Hanzo, I think, is the only hero who actually clears faster than any utility jungler. It's gone just like that.
Wow.
Hanzo up against this comp is beautiful too, because no one can dive, can go to his shadow, to his real body form. It's such a brilliant pick.
Yeah.
It's so disgusting, I'll say that, right? Because they've saved it all the way. They didn't show it. I've seen a Hanzo before from BTR at WSL. I think it was season 4 or 5, but bringing it out here, it is brilliant.
Again, Susugaja and his draftsman. I mean, the only person that could find the real Hanzo would either be the Hilda or the Masha. But they systemized those bans in a way that both of them were taken out as we're jumping into the second game.
Ladies and gentlemen, the portal here taking us to the land of dawn will mean that game number 2 has begun. GPX versus Bigetron Era. 1 game away from match point for BTR and for GPX. They have a chance to equalize here, make it a bit closer. As Funi actually jumps in with a stampede, bringing Cine back. Tal not going to be able to follow that up for now. Cine early on recalling already.
Well, it's going to be Caramel with a Demon Slayer in the jungle, so finally a comfort pick. We'll see how well it does though. And then the question now is Fumi Echo. On those flashier heroes, we've seen that she's able to just pull off those crazy bravest fighters, etc. But now on the Hilda, are we just going to see just Hilda domination, just running at you, slowing you? And oof, GPX needs to be very careful about grouping together like that, because the AoE from Cine, that's devastating, but later on it will come from Vival as well as Vivian with a Numinant Blast, so spacing is impeccable here.
Spacing is key. It's going to be very important as well. It does seem like I was expecting a little bit of more kill pressure coming in from Bigetron Era here in the early game. It does seem like the Hilda is focused once again in that EXP lane. It hasn't really rotated towards this mid side, but once again, things are still looking quite normal here. I mean, emblems are standard. There's nothing too crazy about the battle spells as well. And I'm wondering to see how exactly Bigetron Era are planning to pull off this Hanzo.
I think they're just going to play it slow and then look for a chance to just sneak into the jungle and just slowly but surely joink the camps coming in for Caramel. And without that income, it's going to be quite difficult. But now you can see that the aggressors, I think for now, GPX does have a bit more control on the turtle, but does Bigetron want to play for that? That's the real question.
Oh my god, even when it comes to like mid control here, the Soul Reap from Hanzo actually does such a good job at clearing, and Fumi Echo is, again, on a very good weak side map player. I mean, look at this, even a 2v1, and Fumi actually wins out in the trade up against Funi and LW. Now, she's still going in. She's able to sustain back up. The Stampede brings him back, but a Mystic Field comes in, and that's a Daunting Light as well. Vivian going to be caught here. Still gets to level 4. Vival now jumping back in with a Soul Reap onto LW. That's the main focus. Vival can always just go back to her main body. Fumi Echo with the power of Wild, the City gets the kill. It's a Mystic Field to seal the deal. Funi is down.
Wow, the longer this game goes, it's only going to get more confusing, because for GPX, they have so many things to do, especially to try and counter Vival. And Bigetron, they just, enforcing their will onto GPX, and now they have some more space to maneuver it, but once Vival gets some more items, becomes an actual one-shot machine for the backline members, they're going to be really confused on where to even move. Do you go forward to try and stop the Hanzo, or do you try and back away and hope that it won't be enough damage coming in from Vival?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lockdown. Revenge and Rage onto Chell, still able to flicker out. No way, she gets out, she gets out! Chell! BTR with the follow-up Numinant Blast onto Caramel, still able to get out, but Chell, my goodness, what an escape.
I was about to say that Tal has her work really cut out for her, right? Because she has to decide what is more important. She chooses to find a pickoff onto Shell, but even that doesn't really come to fruition. And GPX Basreng have actually wasted a rotation where Bigetron Era was able to get that turtle for free. And right up until this point, GPX, they have nothing in compensation.
Bigetron Era also has a very unique situation here. They can use the Hanzo ultimate to actually pop that cult altar. We saw it happen in the mid lane, so this might be a very unorthodox situation or solution from Bigetron Era to deal with that Faramis. They've been banning away the Faramis. This is probably why they're hiding this strat.
Man, and here as well, I mean, we mentioned it, right? The winning matchup, Brody versus Carry. They're going to be able to utilize this to get a little bit of siege potential down Tal as well on the Kufra. She can't engage. Remember, high risk, high reward. You jump in, there's no escape. She wants to go for it. Finds Tal, brings her back, but Tal just stuns Tal back up. The bouncing ball's a bit late, and who's here? It's Viva! And Vivi with the now blast catching Funi out. It's another kill for Tal. Vivo's under the turret, wanting to go for more, but she's just gonna get back to her normal form. 3-0. Dawning Light comes back in to get the mid lane slow pushing back to GPX.
It doesn't seem like Bigetron Era needs to look for something in particular because they're just waiting on GPX Basreng to go in for an initiative play and actually counter engage. And every time they do that, they come out on top. And right now, they're not standing idly by here.
Oh my god.
Already on to the next turtle, but look at this.
There's no way she survives this.
Yeah, that's way too much.
That's the first kill in this series for GPX Basreng. BTR going to be able to trade it back with a turtle.
Oof. It's such a tough situation because if they can try and get a pickup on Vival, one of the Hanzo's main weaknesses is the inability to just go backwards, right? To retreat effectively. So they can try and do that, but the group has 5 on the top side. Tal goes in.
Rage and Revenge, Numenal Blast charged in. Chill able to flicker out for a bit, but the bouncing ball seals her fate. Vivian still all alone. GPX finally showing life in this best of 5 series. 2-3. They're on their way to equalize. Vival looking for something back, not able to find it.
They just keep doing the same thing again and again. Bigetron, they're just pressuring with Fumi Echo, and then once everyone's confused on where to go, that is where Vival finds ways to try and gets towards the squishier members of the back line. That is where Vivian can start looking for a play, and just like that, Vival, free dives, no risk of losing her life here.
Okay, luckily for Chinchao, she still has a dash, right? Still able to get away from that potential pickoff from Bigetron Era, but you're right here. GPX Basreng, they have kind of started to figure it out. They try to play for the opposite side of the map, try to look for an opposing side, but wow.
Hang on.
There's a pause request. Crowd's getting really into it here. A late pause, unfortunately. Tal requested it, and now we're gonna see that pause happen. We'll have that issue resolved for a bit.
Whew. So far, this game is unique, right? We expected both teams to go aggressively, but I guess because they're equally aggressive and they each know that if they make a mistake, the other party will not let it go. They've been playing relatively safe until they can get something that's, it's not exactly safe, but low risk. And that is why you can see Bigetron, they're just waiting for the right opportunity, and then they go for ganks with multiple members, or they're just send Viva on that Hanzo to try and peek around, try and harass, do some damage, burn the cult altar, you name it. And at the same time, she can do so because it doesn't take long for Hanzo to farm at all due to the nature of his kit. He can just consume one of the jungle minions and it just gets taken by default, kind of, given enough time. So this is a very time-efficient strat coming in from Bigetron.
Got some spicy comments.
Yikes. Gonna translate, Miracle?
So basically, GPX, when are you gonna break your fast? Because they've been fasting tournaments, I guess. That's what he meant. Trophies. 3-0 BTR win to add on to that here. The crowd still very confident for BTR. I mean, you can kind of understand why. The first game was absolutely just one-sided. Here, you can finally see GPX showing signs of life, doing a lot of good movements. Just unfortunate in some of them where Chell was able to get away, and some actually were ended off by BTR winning in the final like we saw in the bottom side.
The counter engages from Bigetron have been really good, right? The only way that they were able to pick off Shell there in the top side was because the other members from the side of Bigetron Era weren't there yet, so they couldn't do the counter engage. But I think that's something that GPX Basreng can actually utilize to their advantage.
Definitely.
Find a way to split them up, and they're going to be able to get more pickoffs on the board. But the technical issue has been resolved as we're jumping straight back into the game here between GPX Basreng and Bigetron Era for game number 2.
we talk about Hilda being a very dominant laner, but I do feel like later on it's going to be more and more difficult for the side of GPX to deal with this Hilda unless they can stun her long enough for Chin Chao to just shred through that HP bar. But of course, Fumi herself will be trying to go all the way bum rushing Chin Chao. So in the long fight, when there's objective on the line, that means that your gold lane is going to be zoned away by default, or they might just use the Cult Altar. So I think how Bigetron Era approaches the fight and what can they burn before the fight even begins is also something that GPX can use to try and get an advantage here, on top of that speed difference, where they can actually get a pick-off with multiple members like earlier.
Right now, again, we'll see how that works, right? Chao, oh my god, the Dawning Light actually takes half of Funi's HP bar here. And they might try to look for the siege in the mid lane now. They've already lane swapped to the bottom lane, taking the tier 1 down. The Lord has spawned in the game. Even though it's 2-3, it still just feels like Bigetron Era have most of the map pressure, even here.
And it makes sense, right? Because Bigetron Era, they have heroes who have really high mobility. So the Hilda is going to be able to roam around the map really easily. The Hanzo as well, in particular. And we're going to see here, as the Lord has already spawned in the Land of Dawn, what they can actually do with this.
Jeez.
And that's Fumi with a tank build.
Right, just using all the spells, going for the ultimate for good measure, because it doesn't matter if she doesn't get the kill, and Lumen Blast will neutralize the Cult Altar and allow Bigetron to get a free Lord there. That worked out perfectly for them.
Not even a trade.
Even the lane swap initially, right? That means that Chin Chao is now in a more exposed area of the map. That will allow Vivo to go for those easy pickoffs as well. Everything is calculated here, man.
Both lanes are quite exposed, right? I guess the best way is for her to go to the bottom side, but you're right, even then she is going to be super exposed. That's exactly what Bigetron Era have been planning from the beginning. They know and understand that the main anchor is... the mid side here, Vivian.
Gets the chance revenge. Good disengage from BTR again. There's no real commitment from GPX now. Tao charging it up. Gets Fumi Echo down. There you go. GPX back at it. Equalizing and go for the Numenal Blast now. Is going to be charged in. Funi's going to be caught in the Numenal Blast. Stunned up as well. No Cult Altar. Finally has it here. Vivo jumping back in with a Soul Reap onto Caramel now. Just zoning the other members away from the mid lane turret to be taken down. Vivo still under the base turret too. Going back to her original body. It's a tier 2. Again, you're seeing the kills come through, but it's just objectives after objectives from BTR.
It's almost like a feeding Hilda strategy coming in from Fumi Echo. Because now, yeah, Chin Chao with the Golden Staff can do enough damage to just shred through the HP bar. But at what cost, right? They use so much utility, they use so much of their resources to try and get that to happen.
But even with the damage coming in from Chin Chao, the damage that she receives from Shell definitely needs to be respected here, as they are vying for that top lane turret.
What a sidestep there by Vivian. Even there, you're seeing just micro masterclass coming in from the players individually.
Now with Bigetron Era, 4k gold ahead and having Vival level 13 here, essentially power farming. Surprisingly not being super ahead in levels, but she can just go in aggressively at no cost. So by default, the Squisher members from GPX have to stay within the base. So it's a very troublesome situation to be in. And I can't help but feel that no one expected the Hanzo to be this effective. Going in with the Corrosion Scythe and now the Golden Staff as well. So if you look at the items here, as we were talking about it, Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff, Corrosion Scythe. You would think it's like a marksman build, but it's going to be the Hanzo. They can do a lot of DPS, just basic attacking again and again. So a different approach from the usual assassins we usually see.
And even the Xavier is not even full build yet. And he's already dealing so much damage. And I think that's got to be one of the most annoying parts, right? Like, pretend you're a Kufra. Like, imagine you're a Kufra. You're trying to look for a proper engage, but even before you get that perfect moment, you just get chunked down to half health. It's so frustrating. Look at Tal.
Yeah, Vivo's just targeting the roamer down, dealing so much damage. And yeah, like you said, Tal, that's the engage potential of Tal gone. She was spotted in the map. She's forced to recall, and she was low. So guess what? Vivian gets to control the entire bot side jungler or jungle area. And for me, it's just waiting that bush, that death bush that always works.
Oof. Yeah, all holding our breath here to see what's going to happen. It's going to be an altercation, and Caramel will be backing away. Her team is here to try and help out, but Bigetron Era with that space, with that window, they have control over the Lord. And again, if they want to check for vision, they can just send Vival's clone out there essentially. And it's no issue at all as Fumi Echo just zones everyone.
Oh, Tao finds a revenge and a rage onto Cindy, but she flickers out. Goes in for more damage, but look at the damage coming back. Vivian's still alive, but Decimation finally gets him up. Vivo is wreaking havoc in the back line with the help of Chell. There's Chell picking up a kill. Fumi Echo doing the same. 1-4-2. Even then, it's BTR who actually finds the better trade. It's a roamer traded in for a gold laner and a roamer.
Ooh, we have a pause here, ladies and gentlemen. Please be patient as we try and sort out these issues. Wow, the timing though, I do wonder if that played a part in the previous engagement, because it all began so good for GPX, but somehow Bigetron, the strike back, even Funi was able to just, not Funi, sorry, Cine was able to survive long enough to just do a bit of damage and just turn it around for Bigetron.
Yeah, they're risking a lot, right? They're taking risk right now. I mean, at that point, you could see that Vival was 2 levels ahead, I think, of Caramel. So even if Caramel wanted to look for a contest,
a trade,
it
yeah,
would have been so difficult.
No, it's just so tough if you're GPX right now, right? Again, it just feels so frustrating when you're able to find a few picks, but you're not able to capitalize on anything. It's always set up in a way where BTR will be the ones to punish if they win. If they lose, then they get away pretty easily, right? They're not gonna let any turrets get taken. There's not a lot of range to play with when you're GPX, and I think that goes again to the draft, right? Yeah. Sure, it's a good team fight draft, but when it comes to just sieging objectives, you really are at a disadvantage when it comes down to it. You have a Hanzo who can dive, you have a Xavier who has just crazy range, and on top of that, you have a Brody who can siege way better than anyone on GPX.
And even if there's going to be a counter-engage coming from GPX, the Lolita is there to block out the damage, to try and counter-engage and CC everyone. So it's almost like they have all their bases covered. And even how GPX were able to get pickoffs, it's never really, if you can see so far, on the real important members. So for Bigetron, it seems like Fumi Echo getting picked off is all within part of their calculations, just to get a bit more map control. When everyone is just using all their spells and chasing after that Hilda, that is where Bigetron can make moves into the bush, into the jungle, and get a positional advantage compared to GPX.
Okay, but with all that being said, right, every positive and every advantage that Bigetron era has right now, how do we feel about the late game, right? Because GPX has the carry, remember? Do you think that Chin Chao can be that deciding factor for GPX? Can GPX stall enough to wait for Chin Chao to reach that power spike?
Well, if you imagine you're a carry, right? And you're getting run at by a full DPS build Hanzo and a full tank Hilda that can take out half your HP bar with one ultimate. It's gonna be a very tough situation for Chin Chao to try and carry in that late game, particularly because there's no real source of crowd control they can use to reliably save her from the aggression. Maybe they can use the Kufa to try and slow and use the Tyrant's Revenge defensively, but if they do that, that also means that the backline from Bigetron can do whatever they want because the dive potential is no longer there. So, like earlier, if they can try and get to the backline before that, I'm pretty sure that Bigetron were a bit surprised when Cine got engaged on earlier. They have to try and find more moments like that. But of course, as always, it's so much easier said than done.
We're back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. GPX still 1 kill down, but 6,000 gold down. Wow, objectives, right? Bigetron era controlling most of the map as well. You can see only the base turrets left standing for the side of GPX.
Oh, the map vision from the Xavier is just so annoying. Like,
it is.
Even discounting the damage that she can possibly portray onto the members of GPX Basreng, just the information alone is enough to deny GPX Basreng any hope of trying to go for a counter engage to how aggressive Bigetron era is playing right now. The Lord already marching down there in the top side. We'll see what happens.
Oh no, Viva already going in. Funi's called Alter has been popped before anything even happens. That's the base turret in the mid lane falling down. LW with the taunt onto Fumi Echo. Chin Chao deals out a lot of damage back in. That's a kill over. But the Illuminati Blast finds 2. Funi looking for more. Torn apart, memory sealing. LW's way. That's a double kill for Chell. The Dawning Light goes over under the base. 14 minutes in. Chell goes for a triple before they end the game to secure match points.
2-0 for a Bigetron era right now. And the tournament lives of GPX are hanging by a thread. It's not, I don't know what to say. I mean, that first game was insanely dominant. The second game was out of this box. Like, just when you think you know Bigetron era, they pull off a crazy and risky play, bringing up the Hanzo, but it still works for them. So if you're GPX, what can you do at this point?
Reverse sweep.
You can go for reverse sweep, but at this point, now it's apparent to you that your opponents, who you've been watching for so long, you've been studying, apparently still has a huge ace up their sleeves, and they can potentially have a lot more as well. So it has to be a very mentally tolling situation for GPX, and now it's a match point as well. All the cards stacked against GPX right now. They will need a miracle to try and mount a reverse sweep comeback here.
Just, wow. 2-0. Like we said, it was closer here in terms of kills, but it didn't change in the objective game whatsoever. Even when they were able to find kills, even when they were able to win team fights. No objectives. No siege potential from the composition up against the high ground clear that BTR have drafted for themselves. Even the Hanzo, what a pick. No one could get to the Hanzo, no one could deal with the Hanzo. Funi was forced to use a Cult Altar already when Vival dove, and it's just over after that. The only reason they were able to win in these team fights was Funi on the Cult Altar, on the Faramis with the Cult Altar.
Wow, man.
That was the night.
Who would have thought that it's going to be a Hanzo? It's
I thought Haya,
right?
Lance,
Exactly.
Fanny,
We have all these
Hanzo.
names, the Fanny, the whatever. But it's going to be a Hanzo.
What is Assassin Dave? What has he done?
Someone tag him in the
He must
comments.
be so happy right now.
He probably is.
He's probably yelling, "Let's go!"
So, dude.
But, ladies and gentlemen, we are at match point for BTR era. The era continues. Will it continue? So far, it is continuing. Still undefeated.
It doesn't
so far.
look like it won't be.
Yeah, it looks.
Bigetron's era. It's grim.
It looks.
Let's be
very
realistic. Like, you want to be as optimistic as possible, but take a look at the past two games, right? They got the macro, they got the micro, they got the buff in the drafts. How else can GPX come from this? Like, in which aspect can they win it against Bigetron? Because right now, it's not looking like they can.
During the break, I mean the pause, we did see the faces. Chin Chow not really looking like she's in a proper mental state after that game. Again, we have to question this, right? The mentality. How are they doing mentally? Losing 2-0, 10 matches. They've met 10 times, Bigetron and GPX. And it's been 10 BTR victories. Not a single GPX victory at all, 100%. And now, 2-0, it's looking like it's about to be a repeat.
I mean, I've heard that some players have even mentioned, what's the point from GPX? What's the point if we're always just going to be runner-ups? What's the point if we're only just going to be second to Bigetron era?
Well, if they want to be champions, they can't think like that. But on to that point, I mean, credit to GPX for even being here right now, because all the odds are against them, all the pressure is up against them as well. It must be a very desolate situation, yet they're persevering, they're trying to do their best here. So regardless of the result of this match, I mean, they're still a top-tier team. They are still doing insane things that some of us can only dream of achieving.
If Bigetron did not exist, it would be the GPX era.
It would.
Literally, right?
That's painful.
That's how painful it is. The reality of it for GPX right now, because they would literally be the most dominant female team in MLBB if it wasn't for the Red Robots, who are absolutely just tearing it through. 20 win streak in tournaments. I'm not talking games, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. The recap, item build, Arashi. My goodness, I just want to take a look at the Vival. Full, just all, no one can get behind. No one can go to the real body.
Yep. And she doesn't even have to worry about going for a more burst damage, of being denied the chance. She just walks up there and keeps hitting. And GPX, with the limited amount of card control, they cannot afford to use any onto Vival. And you can see that it just ends horribly because the Cult Altar ends up being sacrificed. Maybe a base defense with a Cult Altar, we've seen it work several times. But even early on in the game, you saw that Cine on the Savior just does so much damage, more than what we've come to expect from the Savior pick. And even with the Cult Alter, if they are cuddling all together like that, you can see that a single combo coming in from Cine just wipes out all the HP from the Cult Alter. And if you look at the stats here, again, it's not as dominant, but technically, if you try and look at what can GPX do effectively, what solutions have they found, not much.
Not much at all. I mean, this was a significant improvement. 11 minutes to 14 minutes, I believe. Damage to turret, it was 100. Now it's 4,349.
They got one objective.
They got one objective instead of 0.
Yeah.
So again, it's
baby steps.
It's progress in the right direction, but in a best of 5, there's only one more chance for them now. There's only literally one more chance. 3rd time's the charm, a reverse sweep, all that is still possible, right? It's still possible for GPX as long as they believe it. Then you need to conceive to achieve.
Conceive, believe, achieve it. That is
just
what
like
GPX needs to do, like a samurai.
Shout out Luke Rockholm. But we're going to take a look at the MVP, for game. Hanzo? No. Cine? Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's literally just who everyone performs. Every single person performs on this team. But Cine, yes, solid performance. I mean, come on. This player right here, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, 591 GPM, 88.9% KP. It feels like there's no cooldown on her ultimate. That's what it feels like.
She just uses it at the right time again and again, and it's just insanely difficult to deal with. That's just a lot of AoE, a lot of burst damage. And we'll take a look at some of that at the highlights here in the early game. It's just the pressure coming in, and you can see that Foul was making the plays as much as possible, but unfortunately, Bigetron was using that Brody, so Shell was able to just outmaneuver, and once that happens, they don't really do well hiding back either. And again, they were able to get kills, but it's only onto Fumi Echo. So how valuable is it really? Whenever they're able to get something valuable, they require the full roster to try and make that decisive play. And here, every time they went for the engage, the contest with the Cult Alter, it gets denied by the Mystic Field. And Fumi Echo just buys so much time, wastes so much resources. And this is the only moment here where there seems to be a chance. CD getting so low, but they were unable to commit and get the play there because immediately, Vival shows up, makes a play happen, Fumi Echo stops everyone. So it's just so dominant, and in the final fight, you can see that Chin Chao does damage, is a threat, but without a Cult Alter, it's just way too dangerous, way too much burst damage coming in through Shell, through Cine, and Vivian. Everyone just throwing out all the spells. And looking at the item builds, Shell also went for the Demon Hunter Sword, so not really concerned about defense at all, because there isn't any requirement at that point.
She only had a steel leg plates. That's it. That's her only defense. And boots, but yeah. I mean, it just shows, right? Like, there's no real reason to give that much respect if you're winning that hard. And with the DHS, you just end the game faster. You put more stacks faster onto the players with more attack speed. And guess what? When you're on Brody, that's what you need when you're ahead. Just pop that torn apart memory and 2 members disappear. That's exactly what happened in the final fight, right? It was double, and then I believe it was a triple with just the basic attacks finally to end the game.
Yeah, the burst was just so much. And I really do believe that the Mystic Fields is such an underrated skill.
Yeah.
There were so many times that GPX was looking for an engage, but because they got CC'd, because they got locked down with the Mystic Fields, who has quite a long stun, by the way, puts you in place for quite a long time. And if you're on a hero like Cooper who wants to go for the engage, that split second is just all the amount of time that they need to kind of just reposition themselves and deny that away from GPX Basreng.
Well, with that though, on that note, before we get to our 3rd game, we're going to take a very, well, not a super short break, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a break. Me, Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi will be back in just a bit. Stay tuned, and we'll see you right after this.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. E-Forte ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. E-Forte, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Battle of Guardians. Download now.
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Attention passengers, final call flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Pre-order now.
Mimpi para gamers untuk jadi juara. Membanggakan Indonesia. Sebuah potensi besar yang menjadi komitmen BCA untuk support gaming ecosystem. Kini game bukan hanya rekreasi, butuh konsentrasi dan kolaborasi. Leveling up untuk bisa unjuk aksi. Bersama kita dukung e-sport Indonesia. BCA Pro Gamer.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi. Melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi. Membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. I4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. I4T, connectivity for a better life.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational.
for Bigetron Era here in the final day, in the grand finals of MWI 2023. Welcome back to the English desk here with Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi, bringing you game number 3 of this best of 5 that can end here. No room for mistakes now for GPX.
Yes, their tournament lives are at stake here. They have to go big or they have to go home, and they have to accept being number 2 to Bigetron Era if they cannot make and repair the mistakes that they did from game number 1 as well as game number 2.
Some of the ideas they did actually worked out, but for the most part, Bigetron were able to outmaneuver them at any turn and even unexpectedly bring out yet another strategy we have not seen just yet. Well, will they do the same thing and come up with yet another something that we haven't seen, or will GPX finally crack the issue here and get some success against Bigetron?
Last time, MWI 2022, they were able to take one game out of Bigetron Era. This time is looking grim, 2-0 with a 2-0 stomp. Usually that takes a huge toll on their mental. But right as they were walking up on the stage, they were welcomed by greetings from the fans, support, even chants from the fans, yelling their names, saying, GPX rise up. So there you go. That's the positive of having a huge crowd here to support you, right? You come back up, maybe you're feeling tired, but once you get those fans rolling, it's a huge mental boost.
Especially when you see a poster for you, right? The 1-1 Chin Chow poster. I mean, looking at that, I'd be like, you know what? Let's reset.
Give me 1-1.
Give me 1-1. Let's reset. Let's play this game. Let's win it against Bigetron Era. But in this regard, I gotta say, GPX, their backs are definitely against the wall in this time around, right? We've mentioned this even before this game started, that micro-wise, even during the drafting phase, even being able to go this far, Bigetron Era still able to bring out a surprise pick in that Hanzo that honestly have left everyone quite gobsmacked, right? Nobody was really expecting that. And I don't think GPX was ready for that as well.
Definitely not. I mean, we could see it just in the way they were playing. They were not expecting Bigetron Era to pick up the Hanzo, firstly, right? In the second game. An amazing draft so far in this game in 2023 from the man you see on screen. Susu Gajah, Elephant Milk, the coach for Bigetron Era. New coach, just started this year, right, Arashi?
Yep.
Before him, it was Mozia, then it was Raised Boy, who started the win streak. But with every single coach stepping in, they always bring a new style to Bigetron Era. And I think this might be the best Bigetron Era we've seen. That's saying a lot, considering that they haven't lost a tournament in 2 years, I believe.
Definitely a huge achievement. And speaking of the 1-1 though earlier, right? I do think that might be something that GPX can use, but unfortunately for them, Bigetron, like you mentioned, way too experienced, having so many achievements under their belt right now. They have not let that 1-1 go. Always ban in the first phase of banning. So GPX must find something else that they can use as a weapon, because the 1-1 is never gonna get let go.
That's the danger of relying on one person to carry your team, right? Okay, I don't want to say carry. Carry's a little too heavy, but being the anchor for your team. Whereas from the side of Bigetron Era, if one gets shut down, another one is able to pop off, and that gives them yet another layer to how difficult it is to read them, even from gameplay, from even the drafts. And we'll see here coming into game number 3.
Just real quick, I find it funny that you say it's too heavy, and then you say anchor, which is literally meant to like weigh down a ship.
Right,
so
well.
there's that. But we're seeing all the bans already. 1-1 as predicted, not being let go. Will we see a Hanzo again though?
They get the Kaja again.
Yikes.
First pick Bigetron Era, they pick it up, no hesitation. It's worked out for them for the past, what, 2 months in this year. They've won everything so far. GPX, what did they want to go for? Last time they went for the carry.
Didn't work out for them.
Did not work out. They went for the carry in the Valentina. Now it's a Fredrin taking it away from Vival. And do we see the carry here? I'm not sure about it. We're seeing it again. Super short range. Very easily caught by the Kaja. Even by the Brody that can be picked up, but they go for the Moskov that they utilized in game number 1. It's the Lapu that was also one of the carries' nightmare. You can see the clap, the happy smile, the heart from Chell. She's feeling it. She's feeling it. I mean, she's won every single laning phase up against Xin. The confidence is oozing out of BTR. You can see in their faces the way they're reacting to these picks. They're just having fun. The Masha gets picked up against the Moskov. Not a big fan, but up against the Lapu, it is pretty solid in lane.
If you want to go for split pushes, I think it has a lot of potential. And I don't know, it's a fresh new look. We haven't seen GPX come up with this pick just yet. We'll have to see if it gets flexed around, if they do something creative with it. The Kadita will be banned away for Bigetron, just in case they have to deal with that on top of all the engaged possibilities from all the 3 picked heroes for Bigetron, because all 3 can engage technically, right? Stun from Moskov, the Divine Judgment, and the Bravest Fighter. So that flexibility is almost like Bigetron. They're going for accuracy with volume. They don't have to go for the right engage when they have like 6 engage tools.
Combo Wombo is disgusting if the Kadita was left open for Bigetron.
Yeah.
But now we're coming to the second phase here. Now Bigetron have the chance to ban away a member from the side of GPX first. They are gonna opt for the Lolita. So still similar bans coming through here from the second game. They want to deny that presence away from GPX. They are lacking that CC potential, but obviously there are still other options that they can turn to, but the Lolita definitely something that Bigetron don't want to deal with.
At this point, just ban Xavier, right? No, they banned the Sicilian. The Xavier technically can be dove on now by the Masha. I don't think it's as reliable as something like a Yuzong that honestly, I feel like could have worked out in this situation. Good laning phase up against the Lapu, not too bad, but the Kufra is going to be the final ban. They're really targeting Tal down. Usually, in both game 1 and 2, Tal picks up the Roamer pretty early on, but now it's the Farsa pickup for Funi. It's a pretty solid pick for Funi, right? It's one of her comfort heroes, but against the Lapu
and the Kaja.
At this point, Bigetron era, what do they want to go for here? I think Lunox just fits so well in the mid lane. We've seen it in the match against Risk for BTR. They need some shred. The Moskov can't do it all alone. They already have a pretty strong lane coupled with the Kaja in the mid lane. And for the jungle, it's a Farsa, it's a carry. Might as well go for an assassin. Lane is still up for grabs. What else? Haya?
Amon,
Hayabusa's banned
Benedetta.
out. Yeah, Benedetta was banned out earlier. It will come out, and the Lunox comes in. The Benedetta and the Moskov both at 100% win rate, by the way, so it's just looking scary for the side of GPX for sure.
Well, technically, every hero is at 100% for
Exactly.
them, right?
Everything they touch, it turns to gold.
Yeah, everything so far, right? GPX with a Franco. They're trying to lock BTR down with another suppression here. 2 suppressions, Bloody Hunt and Divine Judgment from both teams. GPX with their draft. Let's see if it works out here. Personally, for me, looking at the draft, I personally prefer Bigetron era.
I think Bigetron has a lot more flexibility, and for GPX, it can work, but there's so many what-ifs. Because if they can get the pickoffs here, they have burst damage, but can they lock someone down long enough? They have the Franco, they have the Fredrin, the Farsa as well. So the opportunities are there, but I feel like it's going to be very telegraphed at how they approach these fights. These engages are not very fast.
Yeah, it's going to come down to how well this Farsa is going to be able to survive, right? With so much engage potential from Bigetron, with so much dive, will she be able to have the utmost impact over Feather Airstrike? Will she be able to deal out the damage that she was meant for with so many obstacles in her face?
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Both of the drafts set in stone on the chessboard you see. This might be the final game of the night in the grand finals of MWI 2023. We're jumping into the land of dawn with a portal right here, right now. Bigetron era versus GPX. Caramel and Vivo on the orange buff.
You're right. The last life as well for GPX as well to stay in this tournament. And it's looking quite difficult with the draft that they have set for themselves. But right now you can see that the Masha already doing some damage here, already trying to get and take away any resources from Bigetron era. And that just might be the winning lane that they could utilize to their benefit.
Well, if they don't have a winning lane, doesn't get better than that. We have to see how it plays out later in the mid-game, though, because it's not only about getting a lead in your lane, it's how well can you use that lead later on. But look at this play from Shell, very aggressive, and Vivian comes in to try and back her up.
Oh no, Chin Chao again, losing on the all-ins. Against Chell, it's just not a good matchup. Every single time, Bigetron Era just giving so much room for their laners to constantly just be in these winning sides. Viva also just winning it here. The Retribution was baited out of Caramel. And even in the top side, Tal's gonna be stunned up. Vivian goes in for more, gets punished down though. That might just be first blood. Vivian flickers out, Caramel not able to find it, it's a stun! No way she gets out from this. There is absolutely no way. Vivian sustains back up, Caramel finally secures first blood. I can't believe it took them that long, but Vivian was able to prolong the inevitable.
Man, so much time bought there, realizing that, oh, Caramel wants to go back in. Is this a mistake?
Oh, man. Could have been a kill over to GPX. They did not want to go for that dive. Chell down on that. Inspire has the regen, but it is going to be a turtle. Free. No contest for BTR.
The step in the right direction for GPX, playing it calm and collected, and now Shell is forced to stay with half HP. Chinchao is trying her best to try and get a lead. She is the tip of the spear for GPX, so she has a lot of responsibility on her shoulders. But this Franco pick from Tal, we've seen that on the proactive heroes like the Kufra, she's still able to find those windows of opportunity. It's all about whether or not in the mid game they can find something similar and get something huge out of it and continue to snowball from there. Because honestly, that's how Bigetron Alpha has been able to do it. So fight fire with fire, I guess.
Fight fire with fire. That's exactly what they're trying to do here, but I don't know what was going on, right? Did the Fredrin just not want to contest, or were they just trying to get a pick off? Because if they were trying to get a pick off, they want. Oh, but wait a minute, Tao goes in.
Flicker and the suppression, but it's going to be baited in. The Divine Judgment comes in.
Oh, no!
Cindy is there as well. They've read another rotation. GPX are again out-read, outplayed in the gold lane. BTR are looking for more. They want to punish GPX for this. That's the brilliance in the back line. Vivol as well, zoning Caramel and Chinchao under the tier 2. Caramel's gonna fall. What do you do against this? Bigetron Era, you think that GPX have finally found something. They get every single hit on the turret gold. It's gone. Now Vivol also escaping.
Oof. Tough situation for GPX for sure. It all began with their play attempt, but Bigetron way too calm and calculated. And now it seems to be reading the rotation, the play, the traps that GPX is preparing for her as well. Shell is just a menace here, and the same thing can just happen. The exact same thing.
Chinchao gonna be dove on. Vivol picks up the kill. Tao has nowhere to go under the turret. It's Bigetron's playing ground, flickering out. Vivol now chasing Funi, forcing a flicker. They're in shambles, 4-1, 4 minutes in.
Wow, they are extracting so much out of this Lunox, right? The Cine has been having such a great time at 3-0-1 here in the 4th minute. And like we mentioned, right, because of how much dive that Bigetron Era has, it's very difficult to see the opposing mid laner, who is supposed to be Funi, on the Farsa, deal the damage that she is meant for. Sure, she can open up the Feather Airstrike here to try and zone, but other than that, she hasn't been able to find any success with the damage that she is supposed to have.
A good hook by Tom, but it's going to be the brilliance as well. Vivol picks it up. Caramel caught out of position. Fumi Echo with the Bravest Fighter, the final blow. Caramel super low, gets out with 1 HP, just barely. GPX still holding on.
Oof, and you can see that the Fredrin Caramel walks all the way back to the base because she's afraid of the global ultimate presence coming in from the Moskov. This is so painful to watch, but Bigetron is outplaying them on so many fronts as the ultimate, I think, spots one of the players from GPX still. Look at the pressure and look at the gold taken from all the... It's 3k gold ahead at 5 minutes here for Bigetron.
Oh no, Tao.
Tao, very, very low. Vivian still not going for the Divine Judgment. The hook connects. Vivian still holding it down. Fumi Echo now again! Fumi Echo, there's no way! She finally gets taken down, but Vivol now is looking for more to eye for an eye as well. Chinchao super low. Vivol now in a 2v1, trying to pick up the scraps. Caramel falls. Chinchao recalling. Will they find it in time? Chinchao will not be able to. Vivol picks up a double. Set up by Fumi Echo as Chell picks up a tier 1 down below. BTR.
As you see, a possible win for GPX Basreng.
Oh my goodness.
Bigetron Era, their synergy, right? Their chemistry, their communication is so on point that they're able to follow up even when they're still so far away. How are they so composed like this?
If you give Bigetron trouble, they'll give you double, man. It is just so difficult for GPX to get something without losing so much more in exchange. And now the top side.
No way, LW, that's all your HP bars gone. You have 3.
What?
But what is 3 to that damage output from BTR? Chell stuns you up, you have a lockdown for the Divine Judgment, and that burst from Cine. BTR once again pick up a kill like it's nothing on the board up against a member that has 3 HP bars. I do not understand.
It's just way too much damage for anyone to take, and I think the crowd control is what Bigetron Era uses so well, because for the most part, LW wasn't able to do anything, but look at this play though.
Again is able to find it. Caramel gonna be popped down. That's the bloody hunt, that's the brilliance as well. Vivian survives. At this point, what can you do against BTR? They outclass you like this. In the final game, Vival gets hooked, still able to pick up the purple buff. Every single mistake hasn't been punished. Vival under the tier 2, showing no respect to GPX.
6,000 gold lead, GPX Basreng with no map control whatsoever. They truly are pinned on the wall right now with no particular solution for them at the moment. GPX Basreng now, they're forced to respect the damage output coming in from Cine, trying to build that magic defense as well, but even so, how are they able to do this properly, right? Because how do you stop something like the Lunox, who is able to escape from any CC potential that you have?
It's not like if you stop the Lunox, you stop dying, because Shell, Vival, Fumi, Echo, everyone is just going in aggressively, and they all have the damage to back it up. It just seems like the signature mark of Bigetron is that damage and crowd control, and they're going for it yet again.
How do they keep on doing this? They read out that LW is in the bush. They understand GPX. They just know. They know. Fumi Echo, weak side laner in the mid lane, now jumping in with the bravest fighters. That's going to be the bloody hunt onto Vivian. That's a stun onto Fumi by Fumi. Under the turn of their praises, Rad finds its mark. Vival still survives for a bit, but will finally be shut down. Cine with the burn doesn't connect. There isn't enough just yet. Caramel gets out. Chell looking for the siege on the tier 1, finds it. 1-1.
1-1, they get the jungler from Bigetron Era, but even then, GPX Basreng is still not able to use that and capitalize over anything on the board. And instead, they are the ones to have to lose another turret in this mid side. The way Bigetron Era are playing this gives absolutely no space for GPX to do anything at all. They're trying to rely on Masha, let's say, but the Masha is the one that gets taken down. They're able to utilize that mobility to put more pressure in the mid side, and there's just no, like, what is it, like counterplay, exactly.
For GPX, I feel like they're trying to go for the fights, but even they themselves don't really know how to play around this, right? Do they just go all in and try and duke it out, or do they back away? Because it seems like they're just caught in limbo. If they run away, they get outrun. They get chased down by Bigetron. If they go in, there's a ton of crowd control, and on top of that, look at the items right here. Fumi Echo with the Bloodlust Axe already. That's why she's being so aggressive and so sustainable in the front line. And they're not stopping, man. They have this Lord to try and make pace around with. Ooh, look at that.
Vivian flickering away, LW not able to find a thunderclap, just backing off now. That's the hook, dodged away from Chell, melting LW down. That's 1 HP bar, taking a quarter of HP. Vival pushing in that bottom lane. Feather airstrike to respond to it with Chinchao as well. Chinchao popped her ultimate for that one. She won't have it for the Lord push now up top. I have a feeling Bigetron might just go for this right here. That's the siege, that's the base turret passive, that's Vivian on the Kaja, knowing the limits on the turret as well. Fumi Echo, zoning GPX. A free turret conceded.
Ooh. Notice how for GPX, right, every single time they miss a hook, every single time a particular ultimate does not get used, Bigetron Era noticed that immediately and turn up the aggression. It's like they have calculated everything down to a T. They know what they have to try and watch out for and how hard can they go towards GPX if, let's say, the Bloody Hunt is used, if, let's say, the Apprentice Wrath has been used. So I feel like GPX need to make sure that everything lands. Any single spell that does not land is one more point towards Bigetron Era, who is now at a 9K gold lead.
But that's not easy as well, right? Because who exactly on Bigetron Era do you want to target right now, right?
Yep.
Shell has a really good dash. Vival can escape that CC. Fumi Echo can as well as Cine with her ultimate. So to say that they need to land it, sure, obviously they need to do that, but it's not as simple as that with how immune and how invulnerable the members and the choices of heroes that Bigetron Era have chosen to pick up here in the third game. And this is why I keep saying that even from the drafts, Bigetron Era always have an upper edge.
I think if anyone is going to be relied on to make the pickoffs, the plays happen, it's going to be Funi on that Farsa. There's range enough, there's AoE, and if she has enough damage here, if a hook lands onto the shell, for example, eventually the Bloody Hunt can be cancelled, but if the burst comes in at the right exact time, that could be the exact kind of play that GPX requires to find something here. Because as of right now, we're talking about LW maybe diving in and zoning out the squishy members. That's not going to happen. The shell can just stand there and go toe-to-toe and duel down that Masha at this point.
Wow. Again, 9,000 gold lead, Arashi Eterna, 9,000 in 12 minutes, right? And at this point, again, the wave up top is slow pushing. They're just playing with the mid wave and the bottom lane. They're setting up and they even read that push. Oh, it's just so dominant. BTR pick up another free Lord. They know exactly where GPX are with that spear. And now it's just BTR's time again to go for another push. GPX are just on full defense. They can't even leave their own jungle. BTR reads it out like it's nothing. They've read it out so many times already in this game.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? But when we're taking a look at the item builds, the Divine Glaive has already been secured by Funi. And I think you mentioned this, Arashi, before, that she does and will be able to play the range game. So as long as she's able to time in that Feather Airstrike better and not use it defensively, they actually might have a chance to come back here.
That's true, but of course, Bigetron Era making a play now with the Lord, right? That might be the exact factor they can use to force out this Feather Airstrike to try and let GPX clear the wave and try and extend this game a bit longer. Chinchao has the Athena shield just in case Cine goes in for broke to try and burst her down. Thal goes for it as well, but given the circumstances, it's going to be on how well Chinchao can actually find a window of opportunity to try and do damage and not get taken out instead, as the Iron Hook does not land. Bigetron know this.
Oh, but the Enhanced Lord is still up there in the top lane. Chinchao might actually be forced to use that ultimate right here for the airstrike to be popped in, but the Brilliance is going to be ready there. That's the Bloody Hunt, chaining Fumieko down, but that's going to be a kill picked up by Cine. LW losing all of her HP bar. The base is at FHP. Mid lane base turret falling down. Too many waves now crashing into the base. GPX looking desperately for a fight, but will be stunned up. Chao falls. Chao still able to live stick for a bit. Chao will finally fall. This is it for GPX. Chinchao flickering forward, and even then it's a kill for BTR. 3 for 3. And 3 base turrets down. GPX have fended off another day. They will see another siege, but at what cost? 3 base turrets.
They've prolonged what appears like the inevitable, but you can see that Bigetron Era, they're starting to play it way too hasty and way too aggressive, right? They're trying to end it as fast as possible, and that's when GPX are able and has an opportunity to capitalize. But if we take a look at the instant replay here, the siege, what do we think here, Rashi?
They all go in for the Franco of all people, and look at that stun onto Shell and Cine. 2 of the most important members on the roster right there. That is just the opportunity that GPX needed. They go for it, and that will be a shutdown picked up by Chinchao. But look at this fight!
Fumieko on the back lines now. Goes in for the stun fight! 2 members, Chinchao still able to kite away. That's going to be Fumieko jumping in as well. That's the Empress's wrath. But it's all for naught, as the Divine Judgment from Vivian comes in clutch onto Caramel, taking the kill away. 17 seconds now for the Enhanced Lord to spawn back into the game. And BTR have basically solidified that 8,000 gold lead that it's still in their favor right now.
Worst possible timing to lose Caramel, and this is where Bigetron Era shine. They're able to create movements, create opportunities for themselves, and time it perfectly to the next objective. But Fumieko here, she's gonna get caught.
She gets hooked, but it kind of benefits her now with the Bravest Spiner. Goes in for the stun as well. LW going to be locked down. Feather Airstrike to zone them away. BTR falls back, respecting the damage that Funi has been placing aggressively, like you mentioned, not a defensive ult.
That is insane. GPX were able to actually take out Cine and get a shutdown onto Chinchao. That's great, but the gold lead is still at 9.3k. It was at 10, I believe, and it dropped down to about 8k. So despite the 3-4-3 they got in the base, it's still a huge goal difference in this game right now as Shell picks up a win of nature. So now, if they want to go for a 1v1, if she wants to try and duel Chinchao, that is something that they can explore with this Lord right here. It just seems like it's going to be the beginning of the end, Mirko.
Let's see right here, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be the hook, not connecting. LW trying to zone the other members away. That's going to be the Divine Judgment, locking her down. LW isolated from the team. Viva in the midst of it all, still able to survive for now. That's going to be the pin down for Tao. That's a double kill for Cine. That's the base wide open. That's another stun. It's a triple. She wants to go for more. It's a maniac for Cine.
Savage.
It's a savage for Cine. The Bigetron era continues. Undisputed, undefeated at MWI 2023.
The pattern continues, and this is your champion of MLBB Women's Invitational 2023. 10 teams, 7 countries, and once again, this team is your crowned queen, 2 times consecutively undefeated.
21 non-stop, and no one seems to be able to solve this puzzle. They go for the decisive play again and again. They're able to get all the leads. They read through all the counterplay, and they get a savage just for good measure, just in case you don't think they're dominant enough. Bigetron era, once again, makes an amazing statement. Whew.
I have no words, right? 100% win rate. Even from that group stage, they were dominating every opponent that crossed their paths.
When you thought it couldn't have been more impressive, they do this undefeated.
Once again, congratulations. And now, please welcome our reigning, defending, undisputed champion, Bigetron Era! Wow, luar biasa Brenda ya, terbukti.
Betul sekali, what an amazing moment. Dan
Exactly.
sekarang hari ini kita pun kembali mendapatkan champion for ini dia acara yang sangat luar biasa yaitu MWI 2023.
Kemenangan ke-21. Teman-teman Bigetron boleh?
Betul sekali.
Please join us here.
Ya, teman-teman boleh kita ke tengah dulu semuanya.
Ya, inilah dia. Sekali lagi boleh kita kasih tepuk tangan yang luar biasa untuk Bigetron Era.
Wow, ini benar-benar semangat supporter yang sangat luar biasa di sana. Kalian luar biasa.
Wow, luar biasa sekali ya.
Yes, betul
Alright.
sekali. Waduh, ini dia ya. Kita sudah mendapatkan championnya.
The champion of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's
Betul
Invitational 2023.
sekali. Yes, nah tapi sebelum kita benar-benar melihat ini dia sesi untuk pengangkatan piala, mungkin kita bakal ada tanya-tanya dulu kali ya. Tapi sebelumnya ada apa sih, Drew?
Iya, kita akan langsung melakukan seremonial untuk pengangkatan piala. Terlebih dahulu kami
Betul.
persilakan teman-teman Bigetron mungkin boleh mendekat
Yes.
ke arah pialanya. Nanti pada hitungan ketiga diangkat aja rame-rame. Oke, pegang dulu aja. So, at the count of 3, 3, 2, 1, and then you guys can raise the trophy, oke?
Betul sekali, jadi sebelum hitungan 3, 2, 1 kalian boleh mengangkat trofi sesuai dengan aba-aba kita berdua.
Oke, semuanya di seluruh pengunjung di Sumarekon Mall Bekasi kita hitung bareng-bareng ya. 3, 2, 1. Bigetron Era!
As the champion of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women Invitational
2023. Congratulations once again to Bigetron Era. Congratulations.
Yes, betul sekali. Aduh, aku tuh jujur nih udah sangat penasaran ya. Untuk bertanya-tanya sedikit bersama
Mau tanya-tanya
dengan
pastinya.
champion kita.
Teman-teman Bigetron, kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol dulu sedikit ya. Terima kasih ya teman-teman ya. Oh mungkin mau diabadikan dulu momen-momen keceriaan dan kebahagiaan ini ya. Nggak apa-apa, kita kasih kesempatan dulu sedikit ya.
Betul sekali.
Iya, luar biasa loh. Oke, gimana teman-teman, kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol dulu sedikit ya. Luar biasa, Brenda, kami persilakan. Ya
Yap.
kan?
Nah, jadi di sini kita akan tanya-tanya dan seperti biasa temanku yang terdahsyat ini akan
mentranslate ke bahasa Inggris seperti biasa.
Betul sekali. Teman-teman semua, sekali lagi congratulations karena kalian menjadi the champion of MWI 2023. Tapi sebelumnya boleh nggak sih ceritain sedikit gitu mengenai siapa sih yang maksudnya yang di belakang kalian gitu, yang mendorong kalian akhirnya bisa menjadi juara. Dan main fokus kalian tuh apa gitu loh.
Dalam
di kompetisi kali ini atau kompetisi-kompetisi sebelumnya gitu loh. Silakan.
Ya,
Ya,
so
yang benar-benar
who's your
mensupport kalian.
supportive, the one who support you guys until become the champion right now?
Right.
And also, what is your main focus on this competition?
Yes.
Sorry, Mike?
Yang sudah pasti sih di belakang kita semua ada coach kita dan manajer kita tersayang.
Okay, the coach and the managers, right?
Oke, baiklah.
Alright.
Jadi pastinya orang yang benar-benar berjasa ya untuk kalian semua. Selain manajer pastinya juga ada coach kalian. Keren banget. Nah, kira-kira nih kalian bisa nggak sih ceritain sedikit mengenai yang tadi kalian lawan gitu loh. Kira-kira menurut kamu tuh apa ya, kayak kelebihan mereka tuh
tim
apa?
seperti apa gitu.
Iya, tim yang seperti apa dan apa ya, kayak kekuatan
Kekuatannya
mereka itu
apa
apa gitu loh.
Betul.
Ada ceritain nggak?
So can you please tell us about your opponents last match and what is their strength for this team? Oke, ditukar-tukar dioper dulu ya nggak apa-apa.
Betul sekali.
Oh, kalau dari Bigetron sendiri nggak pernah ngelihat gimana kekuatan musuh sih. Emang benar kita kayak konsen ke diri kita sendiri aja.
Okay, so their main focus is to focus on themselves and to improve their play ya.
Yes, betul
Alright.
sekali. Yes, absolutely. Nah, kira-kira nih kalian bisa nggak sih ceritain sedikit untuk the next-nya? Kalian mau ngapain sih plan-nya?
Kan hari ini udah jadi pemenang ke-21 kali nih. Next punya target apa lagi?
Semoga
What will
anak
be
era
your
5-5-nya keterima SEA Games.
Oh amin, amin. SEA Games ya.
Semua
The next
doain.
target is SEA Games.
Semoga bisa menjadi the champion lagi. Tepuk tangannya dong. Ini
Yes.
plan yang harus benar-benar disupport oleh kita semua ya kan?
Betul, betul.
Nah, sebelum kita mengakhiri sesi bincang-bincang malam kita pada hari ini, mungkin bisa nggak sih kalian menyampaikan pesan kalian untuk teman-teman nih yang udah datang jauh-jauh ya, yang support kalian, fans kalian, keluarga kalian, atau mungkin coach kalian gitu.
Yes. Could you please tell us some message maybe about to your fans or to your supporter or maybe to your manager or maybe boss? Please.
Makasih banyak yang pastinya buat kalian semua yang selalu dukung. Karena kita berusaha di sini juga supaya dapetin piala buat kalian. Makasih banyak. Makasih banyak. Makasih juga buat kalian yang Indo Pride ya. Kita tetap Indo Pride pokoknya ya guys ya.
Indo Pride.
Ya semoga nanti SEA Games bisa bawa emas buat Indonesia.
Amin, amin, amin. Pastinya kita mendoakan yang terbaik buat kalian semua dan juga semoga bisa bawa pulang emas ya nanti ya di SEA Games ya. So they are very thankful to all of the fans and they bring this trophy not only for them but for all of the fans who supporting them. And once again, please boleh kasih tepuk tangan lagi ya buat Bigetron Era.
Ini dia champion kita ya, luar biasa sekali.
Betul.
Oke, baiklah. Selanjutnya nih kita kira-kira mau ngapain nih?
Selanjutnya sebentar lagi mungkin kita akan menunggu ya kira-kira siapa MVP-nya nih dari match hari ini nih.
Siapa
Ayo,
kira-kira?
Kira-kira siapa?
Siapa?
Gak ada. Oke.
Ini punya opini masing-masing, punya
Kita
pendapat
tahan dulu.
masing-masing ya. Tapi kita di sini akan melihat siapakah yang benar-benar menjadi MVP. Tapi kira-kira nih kalian pilihnya siapa? Ini semuanya dipilih loh kalian loh. Ada yang ini. Aku jadi bingung.
Oke, nah.
Nah, ini.
Pasti pada penasaran semua kan, tapi nggak apa-apa, kita tahan dulu. Kita tahan dulu, karena kita mau menyerahkan hadiah dulu.
Baiklah, jadi kita akan memberikan
Hadiah ya?
untuk
Betul.
the champion kita pada hari ini. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to
Deliver the prize and also the trophy to the winners. And we would like to invite Mr. Rangga Danu Prasetyo as Chief Committee of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational 2023 to join us on stage and deliver the prize. Please sekali lagi boleh kita tepuk tangan untuk Bapak Rangga Danu Prasetyo.
Yap. Ini nih ya, benar-benar momen yang sangat menegangkan di mana kita akan bersama-sama menyaksikan penyerahan hadiah
Betul.
yang dilakukan oleh Bapak Rangga Danu Prasetyo
Betul.
selaku Chief Committee.
Nah, ini dia.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Big
Nah,
check-nya,
ini
giant
dia.
belakangnya. Mungkin teman-teman
Silakan,
Bigetron boleh maju ya.
Pak Rangga
Boleh maju.
selaku Chief Committee
Alright.
dari MLBB Women Invitational 2023.
So we are having Mr. Rangga Danu Prasetyo as Chief Committee of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women Invitational 2023 to deliver the giant check to Bigetron Era as the champion of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women Invitational 2023. Once again, please give them round of applause.
Boleh dong diangkat, say. Kan kalian jadi champion. 1, 2, 3, giant check-nya diangkat. Angkat, say. Angkat. Ini dia. Aduh. Dapat $12.000.
Betul, tapi belum selesai sampai di situ, Brenda.
Oh, kenapa
Masih ada lagi. Sebentar lagi mereka akan mendapatkan unit-unit handphone.
So there will have something exciting
Another prize,
more.
another
Alright.
smartphone prize, and this is the smartphone.
Ya.
Wow, delivered by
Turnamen
Samsung ya.
kagak tahu, dia nanya, dapat HP? Ya, tapi nggak apa-apa. Ini
Wow.
merupakan hadiah kejutan untuk kalian. Cia, dapat
sekali.
HP, dapat HP. Asik.
Exactly, all of them got a one smartphone by Samsung.
Betul sekali. Sebentar.
Wow.
Heh. Ini bukan acara kawinan dilempar-lempar. Enggak.
Bukan acara giveaway ya, mohon maaf, bukan acara giveaway.
Dilempar. Ih, bukan sayang, bukan ya. Aduh, ini benar-benar momen yang sangat membahagiakan. Selain mendapatkan giant check, sebagai bukti untuk mendapatkan uang senilai $12.000, juga mendapatkan masing-masing 1 unit smartphone dari Samsung. Hey, berikan tepuk tangan yang paling meriah dong.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Rangga, kami persilakan. Boleh kembali, terima kasih Pak, terima kasih banyak. Dan juga teman-teman Bigetron, kami persilakan. Terima kasih sekali lagi. Boleh kita tepuk tangan sekali lagi dong buat Bigetron Era.
Keren. Boleh kalian istirahat dulu. Atau mungkin mau langsung unboxing, mau langsung stories, bisa banget ya kan. Congratulations Bigetron Era, keren banget. Baiklah. Itu dia tadi sesi awarding momen.
Alright, dan kita juga akan mengundang lagi ya.
Yap.
Tim kedua nih ya.
Siapa tuh?
Tim GBX Basreng.
Yeay. Kita mengundang kembali untuk our runner up. Untuk naik ke atas panggung. Hei, kok berhenti sih? Mana nyanyiannya? Nyanyinya mana? Asik. Kurang kencang. Tambahin. Asik. Asik.
Alright, once again we would like to invite GBX Basreng.
Yes, as the runner-up for this tournament.
Please, teman-teman dari Bigetron mungkin boleh bergeser sedikit ke sebelah sana. Terima kasih.
Sekali. Hei, nyanyi lagi dong. Senang deh dengar suaranya.
Oke.
Oh, capek.
Dan gak cuma tadi penyerahan untuk juara 1 aja, kita masih punya juara kedua.
Oh.
Dan kita akan langsung mengundang tim the runner-up of course.
Yep.
Tim GBX Basreng.
And now we are invite our runner-up as it's GPX Basreng to come up on stage. And now we are going to invite Miss Deborah Emanuela as Special Staff of General Secretary of Esports Federation of Indonesia to come up on stage and deliver the prizes for our runner-up.
And also along with Mr. Ray. So we will have Miss Deborah Emanuela and also Mr. Ray to accompany GBX Basreng to deliver the gift for the runner-up.
Yeah.
Exactly. So Miss Ray, Miss Deborah.
Dan pastinya juga GBX Basreng akan menerima mock-up atau giant check senilai $4.800 sepertinya ya. Iya, coba kita lihat lagi.
Kita ngintip lagi dikit ya. Betul, $4.800 US dollar.
Wow, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yay.
Mungkin teman-teman yang di bawah juga boleh mengabadikan momen ini karena ini adalah momen yang luar biasa banget ya.
Betul sekali, ini momen yang sangat luar
That's a
biasa yang
very
kita
terrific event.
tunggu-tunggu. Bener banget.
Yup.
Dari qualifier sampai akhirnya hari ini kita bisa melihat the champion of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women
And also the
Invitational.
runner-ups.
Yes, 2023 and also the runner-up is GPX Basreng.
Sekali lagi boleh minta tepuk tangannya dulu untuk GPX Basreng. Come on. Yes.
Keren banget.
Oke.
Yap.
And itulah dia, luar biasa sekali lagi. Congratulations to our champion and also our second runner-up. And would like to say thank you to Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G as the main sponsors.
Betul sekali, and also I would like to say thanks to Plosa as the official holding device Sobat Jompo.
And also BCA as the official banking partner.
Yes, and also to Kuku Bima Sporty as the official sport drink partner.
Video as the official content partner.
Yep, and also Nemo as official content partner.
TikTok Live as official content partner.
Thanks to all media partners who have publicized this event.
And thanks to Mineski for organizing this event.
And also thank you to Kincir and Muntun for hosting this event.
Exactly.
Dan sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk tangan. Dan juga saya ucapkan terima kasih untuk teman-teman yang hadir di Sumarekon Mall Bekasi. Kalian luar biasa.
Oke, dan kita juga minta tentunya untuk kedua tim boleh dapat bergabung, boleh agak ke tengah ya.
Yap.
GPX boleh geseran sedikit
Boleh?
mungkin.
Iya.
Iya. Oke, tahan di situ. Teman-teman Bigetron boleh bergeser sedikit, bergabung di tengah.
Boleh ke tengah sedikit.
Dan sekali lagi boleh kasih tepuk tangan lagi dong untuk kedua tim yang luar biasa ini, our champion and our runner-up.
Yes, keren banget.
Dan sebelum kita pamit ya,
Yap.
lu tau nggak kalau Mobile Legends Women Invitational ini didukung sama internet yang mantep banget nih. Stabil dan juga aman.
Wow, ya iyalah, mana mungkin gue nggak tahu, Bro. Di mana Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women Invitational 2023 ini kan didukung oleh jaringan internet fiber yang kencang dan stabil dari E-Forte.
Betul banget, jadi sebagai official internet service provider Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women Invitational 2023 dengan lebih dari 20 tahun pengalaman, E-Forte menyediakan layanan internet yang aman, stabil dan juga menjadi solusi efektif untuk semua kebutuhan.
Nah, makanya kita tuh udah nggak butuh lagi yang namanya ketar-ketir, gelisah, gundah, galau, merana karena apalagi nih kita menggunakan E-Forte. Jadi ini soal jaringan yang atau nggak stabil itu nggak akan ada deh.
Exactly, E-Forte, connectivity for better life.
Keren banget.
Wow.
Foto-foto dulu ya kan, ini keren banget deh.
Oke, sekali lagi inilah dia kedua tim yang luar biasa antara GPX Basreng dan juga Bigetron Era. And finally, we have come to the end of Mobile Legends Women Invitational 2023.
Once again, congratulations for
Bigetron Era
and also
to be the queen of Mobile Legends Bang Bang 2023. And thank you for all sponsors.
Thank you for the participating teams.
And thank you for the fans and watch Mobile Legends Women Invitational 2023. And always support Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. See you guys at next event.
Bye.
Nusantara adalah tempat untuk jiwa yang berdetak, akan hasrat untuk terus maju, menerjang arus dengan simfoni yang indah. Nusantara adalah kumpulan jiwa yang mencintai bumi, melukis sejarah dalam buayan Ibu Pertiwi, membara, berkarya, dan percaya akan tradisi. Mewariskan keindahan yang kekal oleh waktu. Bergandengan tangan, menjunjung harapan akan kayanya tanah Nusantara. Flora, fauna, alam kita. Memberikan sinar impian untuk tawa mereka yang begitu berharga. Jutaan jiwa yang bersatu dalam negeri ini bukanlah halangan untuk tetap berkomunikasi. Bersama, kita telah membentang jangkauan yang luas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, didukung dengan koneksi dan digitalisasi, serta kolaborasi untuk terus maju. I4T ada di sepanjang Nusantara untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. I4T, connectivity for a better life.